Hey, what's up, gamers? We're back, and we're live, and we're gonna be playing more video games today. A little something something called Starfarer, scratch that, Starsector. Only the real OGs know the original name. It's got a star word in the name. That's how you know it's a game about spaceships. Elsewise, how would you know? Praise the Omnissiah and all that as well. I am going to become one with my spaceship today. I'm gonna genetically bind with it. I'm gonna sync up to that socket that for some reason is always in the neck. Like, they could put that anywhere, you know what I mean? Why do they choose the neck? Why can't you put that, like, I don't know, in your forearm or something? Or like where there's a little bit more muscle tissue. Actually, no, you don't want more muscle tissue. I don't know, you're more fatty. Why don't they put it in the butt cheek? Okay? That would hurt less. Just choose one of the cheeks and put the, like, matrix connector there. The umbilical cord. Yeah. Yeah, in Cyberpunk, it's in the wrist. Which the wrist is kind of sensitive. Welcome back, everybody. And thanks for the beginning of stream subs. What up? Falkriz, who couldn't even wait for the stream to start before subscribing. Could not wait a second longer. And then Lashley with big 3-0. What up, Lashley? Who is not just here for 30 months, but is here for the first time since January 5th of this very year. I hope your 1 month hibernation of forgetting to unsubscribe with Tier 1 was a good one. And welcome back. Also, T-Rex, what up? Thanks for 2 years and dropping that Prime. I'll take care of it for the next 30 days. And happy 2-year subversary. Hello, gamers. How are you? We're going to be making a new space independent navy today. of largely mercenaries. Going back to Old Faithful, Starsector, which, God, I don't know when I first played. I probably looked this up literally every single time I play this game. Let's find out. I made a video called Why I Can't Stop Playing Starfarer, which is what this game used to be called 11 years ago. Woof. I don't know if that was the first time I played, but it's probably close to the first time I played. February 22nd, 2012. Yeah, that sounds about right. But that doesn't seem like 11 years ago, YouTube. February 22nd, 2012 seems like 12 years ago to me. We can round up, I think. It's like, well, you haven't technically hit 2 years yet. Not until 14 days from now. Here was my comment 11 years ago. I was responding to someone. Updates aren't terribly frequent, but if you like the gameplay, there's a good deal there for the price. Enemies respawn, there are 3 or 4 planet stations to buy resources from, and fleets of ships will enter the system and spawn in the bring more resources to the stations. You can save pre-battle whenever you want. I mean, updates aren't terribly frequent is, I think, a line that probably still rings true. But guess what? They may not be terribly frequent, but they are basically guaranteed. Somehow this game still keeps getting updated. Over a decade later. And I think I compared it to Mount Endblade back 11 years ago. And I still do. Not terribly frequent, but they aren't terrible either. But yeah, but I made a handful of videos on this in 2012. King of the Galaxy Episode 4 finale. The finale of my Starfarer mini-series. But yeah, we've come back to Starsector a number of times over the years. This is one of those times. I look forward to the full release in about 20 years. Starsector is going to reach 1.0 before Winds of Winter releases. Possibly, yeah. I was just playing earlier this week. Nice, Robot Mystic. But yeah, we got new patch notes, new patch stuff. Obviously, we're going to be playing vanilla because none of the mods that I like to use work. Which I'm fine with, because my goal is going to be something I somehow have never done, which is I'm going to try and follow the campaign. I don't think I've ever actually done, like, the story campaign of Starsector. Because every time I start a new game with Nexarellan, they, Nexarellan is a mod for Starsector, and it's a very big mod. And it always basically cancels the campaign because it reshuffles the universe, so you can't do it. There's a campaign after the first mission? Yeah. Yeah, all you can't really do any of the story at all if you do Nexarellan. So I don't think I've really done much of the story before. So we're gonna try and, like, kind of do that today. And I think that's a big part of it, if I'm not mistaken, of this update. There's like Colony Crisis events now, which is like the bulk of the content in the update. And Alex, the developer, said it's worth thinking of each faction-specific event as a new mission. Some of these are very involved, both mechanically and in terms of new writing. So there's a bunch of new content there as well. I can't stop thinking about that run with the Hound armed with a blunderbuss. Yeah, that was with mods. Those were some mods. I've heard the late game scope is huge. Yeah, I think they've been working on the colony stuff. Correct. What? You can play Nexarellan with vanilla core sector. I have always done it. Nexarellan, if you're playing with like all the features unlocked, enables the transferal of different planets to different factions, which directly interrupt the flow of the campaign. Different systems change hands and can even become uninhabitable, as well as the fact that the majority of people who play Nexarellan play the 4X version of it and shuffle the map with randomly generated starter map. Which is what I do, which makes it impossible to do the campaign, you indignant gamer. What? What did you say? There are some cool stories outside the official campaign. When I say campaign, I mean all story content in the game. There is one problem with Starsector, as chat is pointing out, and that is the pedantry of some of its players. I'm like, yo, chat, I've been playing this game since 2012. Chat's like, oh yes? I will now offer corrections. I've been playing this game since before you were born. I knew what? What's up, your coolest aunt? How's it going? But yes, that's actually one of the reasons why I always fear going back to Starsector and why I've avoided playing vanilla, is because other people have been playing this also for 10 years, and they have a set in stone way that they like to tackle this sandbox game. And that's why I always love Nexarellan, because I can reshuffle the entire system map, and then they have no idea how to backseat that. So that's why I almost always do a stream of Nexarellan with the shuffle on. Unfortunately, that's not possible today. So we're gonna just do our best navigating. Because as you might know, the terminology Jeff originated with Starsector. That is where our lovely Jeff was born, is in this very video game. So we have a bit of a history there. Jeff was an actual chat member. Jeff was multiple chat members, all named Jeff. There were about 3 different Jeffs who had the word Jeff in their username, and they all backseated at about the same time. Thus, it was coined. Who made the Jeff emote? Putt Putt versus what was it? It was like Putt Putt and something. What game was it? It was Putt Putt and Fatty Bear's Activity Pack. Putt Putt and Fatty Bear's Activity Pack is the Jeff emote. Nobody made it. It's it's verbatim. Well, someone made it, but they made it in that game. Chad did not make it. Chad just cropped it. They screenshotted it and then cropped it. The Jeffs were legitimately the friends we made along the way. I was there all those years ago. I was at the foot of Mount Doom. Actually, streamer, I have 42.6 hours in this game. You can call me Dr. Starsector. Chad made it. Chad did make it. Also, the number of people who got whooshed just now, when I said pedantry instead of pedantry, you guys, you need to step up your game, dude. Step up your game. I'm dancing circles around you, and the stream just started. Anyway, Rose Rain says hi. What's up? Thanks for 31 months. The ants are doing what? They're dancing. Pedantry. Pedantry. Too busy updating Starsector. By updating, do you mean downloading it again? From the secret webpage. All right, listen. If there's one thing that I need to tell the developer to do after a decade, it's move the download button off of the buy Starsector button, because I always get confused every time I go back to the Starsector website. I'm like, where download update? And I'm like, oh yeah, I have to pretend like I'm gonna buy it again. And then it's on that page. But if you are inevitably going to see at least someone ask, I think, in the rest of the stream, you cannot get this game on Steam. It is only on the developer's website, which I suppose I usually have like a command for somewhere. Probably long deleted. I mean, to be fair, if you Google Starsector, it is the first result. So it's Fractal Softworks. Peepo Rive, is this game on Steam? That being said, I understand the risk you're taking and thinking, is the first Google result the thing I'm actually looking for, or am I going to download a virus? So, you know, I understand that too. If it's not on Steam, then does it really exist? That's what Dark and Darker is currently grappling with. They're gonna solve that age-old question. But anyway, played some Witch Hand yesterday. It was a new game that's a lot like Stacklands. We got a victory, technically. The victory screen came up. We won. GG, easy, first try. But Witch Hand is a lot of fun. I'd highly recommend checking that one out, too. I've seen a few people saying the Starsector website looks sketchy. I mean, they're not wrong in that every website is sketchy nowadays. All websites are sketchy, in my opinion. All right, we've got... I had patch notes open a second ago. There we go. I found them again. That's going to be step 1. Is letting you be able to see them too. Big text. Zoom. Okay, so yeah, the hotfix, there was a hotfix released today, and this was kind of the one that I was waiting for, because I saw some tweets about an improvement to Escort AI, and I am an avid user of Escort commands in this game. So, I'm interested to see what that means in practice. 'Cause I use the Escort command a lot, if not the most. All right, version 9.97a is out. Use exciting new abilities for getting around the sector, reverse polarity, and generate slip surge. Engage with new colony crisis mechanics with unique in-depth events that flesh out every major faction and have their own reward. Replaces hostile activity. Okay, it's been a while since I've played this game a bunch, but I have only had actual colonies like 3 times. So I seem to remember colonies would sort of just get attacked and some enemy fleets would spawn in. So I'm assuming that's what hostile activity was. And now there's colony crisis mechanics with in-depth events. This is the bulk of the update. So it's more than meets the eye. Explore the Orion Perseus Abyss in a new mysterious star system found deep in abyssal hyperspace. I don't know what that means. Add a new low-tech... Wait, okay, is this the to-do list? Oh, added a new low-tech phase cruiser, the Grindel class, to your fleet? It just got patched into my fleet. Also, all my homies hate phase cruisers, so we ain't gonna be using that. Use the new escort package hull mod to amp up your destroyers and cruisers when used in combination with larger ships. All my homies hate phase cruisers. Anyone who uses them is a coward who doesn't want to be a hull tank. Okay, all of my best friends hull tank bravely. Instead of hiding. Okay. Use the new escort package hull mod to amp up your destroyers and cruisers when used in combination with larger ships. 0.97. Only 3 more and we'll be at 1.0. I guess I didn't think about that. But then it's going to start being like 0.971, 0.972, 0.973. You know what I mean? We can squeeze so many more updates in there. The numbers are just made up anyway. Okay, there's a new hull mod, escort package, sure. That go in tandem with large ships. Sounds like something made for me, tailor-made. Version 0.100 incoming. I don't think that's how numbers work, but I don't know. Take advantage of a more powerful elite skill effects and the revamped cybernetic augmentation skill. Cyberass confirmed. I'm glad they finally put that. I mean, you have to wonder, chat, this game's supposed to be a simulation, but when do your pilots actually use the bathroom? Think about it. Take advantage. Okay, so the elite skill effects have been powered up. Discover more unique encounters, from castaways on the far fringe of the sector to brewing trouble in the spacer bars of the core. Okay, more like story encounters, I'm assuming. It's worth noting that the Colony Crisis event, despite being just one bullet point, make up the bulk of the content. Each faction-specific event is a new mission, and some of these are very involved, both mechanically and in writing. There's many smaller changes, polish, balance, ship AI, bug fixes, modability. There's a couple new music tracks, which we will probably not hear because I am going to be playing my own space music as is tradition because the rest of space is silent and I crave constant audio stimulation. This is save compatible. All right. Bam! Flashbang! More patch notes. Show a warning dialogue if joining a battle will make you hostile with a faction. Okay, most of these aren't really going to be things I need to know, I think. Improved target selection by escorting ships should be less fixated on potential flankers that are out of either side's weapon range. So before, when ships would escort other ships, they would kind of hang to the side. And I think now they're going to be a little bit more focused on attacking together, which is really great. That's exactly the behavior that I want. Less likely to use maneuvering jets when it doesn't actually need to go anywhere. Sure. All right, I don't know balance that much that I remember the actual numbers. Buff Gixing? Uh-oh. That typo could be on purpose. That it's possible that I'm being got right now, and that's a purposeful typo. All right, lots of buff Gixing, mods. They did it again. Is it? It's gotta be on purpose. Or copy pasted. I don't know, dude. Okay, campaign. Being locked out of a faction market now only happens when fighting that faction's fleets nearby. Previously would also happen for fleets of that faction's allies. Okay, so if you fought a faction ally, they would lock you out. Weapon changes, modding changes. That one says bug fixing. Okay, see, now I'm starting to wonder if the first two were on purpose or not. I don't think so now. And then changes as of January 20th. Change version to 0.97a due to the amount of new content. And then January 1st. Okay, this is like the in progress of the patch as they updated stuff. All right. We don't need to read all of these because these are like tweaks and changes. I like the ship AI ones because those are most intriguing to me. Fix an issue that caused ships to fire torpedoes at frigates more liberally than intended. All right, that's an age-old behavior I have observed, where torpedo boats will just go, "Fire all torpedoes! First target!" and just obliterate whoever happens to get remotely close to them. Fix an issue that could cause the AI to miss badly when taking manual control of certain weapons. Improve manual handling of use less versus shields weapons. Now aware of faster time flow for collision avoidance. Fixed issue causing it to turn off front shields when giving a retreat. Or okay, so just some like bug fixes and stuff. New ships that I haven't. There's some vanilla ships I haven't seen. And that's another thing that's nice playing a vanilla campaign is I know all the ships that I see are vanilla, so if I go, ooh, I haven't played with this before, I know it's not from a mod. But yeah, they've been busy. They have been busy, chat. Okay. It is time. Let's go. We're here. We just read the patch notes for the patch notes, actually. Welcome back to Starsector. I got battle size at 400. I have disabled the ship explosion screen whiteout, which I highly recommend also doing. Damage text, yes, yes. Pause campaign after battles is good. Pause combat when opening the map. Meh. Campaign speed up time as a toggle might be good. Now time to remember how to get good at this game, because I think the most common thing you'll see from people in the chat is that this game is deceptively difficult to play. True or false? When you're new. In terms of like the combat. So I don't know if I don't know if when you're watching the stream if it looks difficult. But I definitely have seen a lot of people play it and then come into the stream and be like, this game's hard. Most of the game is very easy to comprehend, but the combat takes a long time to get good at, yes. What do you mean deceptively? I mean, watching it makes it look easier than it is. I would say it looks easier than it is. Yeah, that's what I meant by deceptively. All right, give me a sec. I gotta blow my nose. And then we're gonna start a new campaign. All right, my question is, can I have one campaign where I find a different scuttled ship instead of the Legion 14 or whatever it is? I just want any other awesome scuttled ship that's not that one. If I find it, I'll be happy with it, but still, it's crazy how many times I have found that exact ship in various campaigns. Okay. The meatball. Yeah, the meatball. Let's create our character. I feel like I've used all of the portraits that I like in various campaigns in the past. Who was the last one that we used? This is Flisselbin. Flisselbin, that is a Flisselbin face, for sure. 100%. The portraits are just purely aesthetic. Doesn't actually change anything gameplay-wise. Nothing that we're doing on this screen. This was the original Jeff, I think. This was the guy I had when Jeff was born, I would say. We've definitely played as the cybernetic grandma multiple times. I don't know, dude. There's a lot of pretty good ones. I like the kind of weird ones. That's my problem. Are there new ones? There might be. I don't know. I've been playing with mods too long that I always see some crazy anime ones at the bottom, you know? Yeah, I always see like the weird actual anime characters now, and I don't remember what's what. All right, let's go with... A lot of these I don't recognize, but I also haven't played in a while. Yeah, that's how it goes. Maybe I'll just do a full face masked individual. I don't know, it doesn't have quite as much personality as the other people. There were a lot of new ones in the last 2 updates. I believe you. Like I said, I just can't tell anymore because usually there's like 40 of them. This is important to me because I'm going to be staring at this face presumably for the rest of the day today. Like Mad Max characters. All right, this guy. That's the guy. Got like a bomber cap. In Iron Mode, you can't quit without saving or load a save while still in the game. In other words, no do-overs. This is the setting the game is intended to be played on. Play at your own risk. Yeah, sure. Chat, I'm picking this now because I'm gonna be pissed later. All right? I'm gonna be pissed later because I'm gonna be like, chat, I don't know if I can win this fight. And you guys are gonna be like, doesn't matter, take it, you coward. I'm gonna be like, I don't wanna fight this fight. And you guys are gonna peer pressure me into doing it, and then I'm gonna be like, see, I told you I was gonna lose, and then the campaign's gonna be over because all my ships exploded, and we're gonna be like 5 hours into the stream, and I'm not gonna wanna start a new one. All right, so anyway, that's what we're doing. This guy is gonna be called, his honorific is Sir. Did anyone redeem a letter recently? Nobody's redeemed. There's a channel point redemption for this. I believe. You guys are just typing a letter. Show me the channel points. The limit was reached? I saw Z earlier in the stream. What?
This is the sound redemption.
That's not what I was asking about right there, chat. That's not what I was asking about. Oh, that's why I haven't seen any channel points, because the Twitch filter unchecked channel point rewards. Well, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, yeah, I was hiding basically everything. All right, yeah, now I can see stuff. All right, yeah, there we go. Johnny suggested the letter Z 20 minutes ago. Yeah, it's coming up now. I can see you. All right, this is going to be, to me, chat, this is like a Zlatty. A Zlatty. Zlatty. Zlatty Zinko. All right, I think we're ready. Let's go sector age. Mixed. Different constellations may have different ages. So they can be old, which is cooler stars, fewer planets, less minerals, more habitable. Or young, hotter stars, more planets, more minerals, fewer habitable. So it's gonna be mixed sector. So the core systems in Starsector are the same if you're playing vanilla. However, the systems outside of that are gonna be randomly generated. The uninhabited ones. We're gonna do normal sector size as well. You gained 2,000 credits. Your most recent occupations. What does Zlatty Zinko do? A bounty hunter commanding a wolf-class frigate. A scavenger commanding a wayfarer-class combat freighter. Bunk. The background ship, just like, it's space, buddy. You can go around the rock. You have so much room. You have a Z-axis, but not in this game, I guess. An explorer leading a salvage expedition aboard an Apogee-class cruiser. Faster starts? I don't think so. A freelancer doing whatever job you've been able to find. A randomized collection of ships, slightly weaker overall than fast start categories. Nah, let's go, I like starting with the Wayfarer because I think it's a little harder. An ungainly vessel with excellent capacity for cargo, fuel, and crew, its combat ability is limited but not discounted. Designed to operate on the fringe of civilization, the freighter is quite capable of defending itself. I don't like randomized start because I like starting with just one ship, not a collection of ships. So let's start with Wayfarer. I mean, you get 2 ships. Sorry. I like starting with the 2-ship start, because the second one sucks. It's like a kite or a shepherd. The kite class is light and nimble with limited armament. It is a persistent distraction, especially in the hands of a capable officer or a shepherd class drone tender with a cargo of heavy machinery. I think if you've got the tender, I mean, not the drone tender, but the other one, you probably, like, kite class, otherwise, like, otherwise we're gonna, oops, dude, I accidentally hit escape, which I assumed would take me back 1 page, not all the way to the main menu. It's okay. We didn't really do anything. Sir, Iron Man, normal, mixed, go. Yeah, a Wayfarer class combat freighter. This thing is ungainly and slow. So I feel like the kite class is a better complement to that. Okay. Easy is recommended for a first-time player. So this is a Battle Brothers normal. This is not a game journalist normal. This is hard mode. Start with the tutorial or skip the tutorial. Normal is hella hard. Like, it really is. Very punishing game, especially on Iron Man mode. We'll give you roughly the same starting conditions as finishing the tutorial normally would. I'm just gonna skip the tutorial. Or should we do it? Chat, hold on. How many people want to see the tutorial? When was the last time we streamed this? I don't know how many newbies there are to the world of Starsector in here. I think I've only seen it once. Yeah, I usually skip it. I hate tutorials. Tutorials technically part of the main story. I think that's true. I gotta blow my nose again. Beginning of stream allergies are bad. Hold up. All right, it's time to flash. If we were on an airplane instead of the seatbelt sign, we're gonna start doing from this point on, the no back seating sign, because I just went, how many people want to see the tutorial? And chat goes, with the tutorial, you specifically get knowledge of a graveyard of salvageable ships, including a destroyer and a light carrier. So I always go with it. Don't you get the transverse jump for free at the end of the tutorial? I should do that. All I asked was, should we do the tutorial or not? Do you want to see it or not? But you've convinced me to skip it. Potentially. This is the origin of Jeff. This is why chat should be banned from chatting. All right, but since it's part of the main story campaign, I'm just gonna do it. Because I want to do the campaign. I want to do the campaign. I don't want you to ruin it for me. Actually, hold on. Both of those people were non-subs. Chat, if a third non-sub does that, we're gonna turn on subscriber-only mode. Okay. I do have to have follower only mode on though, because there's actually an insufferable number of bot attacks lately. It was twice yesterday. I had to ban like 40 accounts. Okay, start the tutorial. Let's go. Zlati Zinko's story begins now. Welcome to the Persian sector. Your fleet is in the middle of nowhere and critically low on supplies. If you don't acquire more supplies, your fleet will suffer through a slow but ultimately fatal decline. Fortunately, there's a debris field nearby. Move into it, activate your scavenge ability to search for useful cargo. Scavenging requires heavy machinery, but there is some in your cargo hold. Make sure to take all the supplies and any other valuable cargo, but feel free to leave the cheap and bulky metals behind. To get your fleet moving, click empty space where you want to move. Okay, so this is us. We are small, but we are powerful. Here are the ships that we have started with. This is going to be my current flagship. And it sucks. Like, my starting loadout is definitely something. 3 rear-mounted Vulcan cannon, or 2 rear-mounted, 1 side-mounted Vulcan cannon. An ion cannon on the right. A light assault gun on the front right, and the light dual autocannon on the front left. What are my weapon groups, pray tell? Yeah, we're gonna have to fix this. They're all on automatic fire, which is funny. So I need the light assault gun and the dual autocannon to both shoot at the same time. So we're gonna put both of those on my #1 hotkey and turn off automatic fire. And then I'm just gonna scooch those 2 groups forward. So these, the ion cannon and the Vulcan cannons will automatically fire on my behalf. And then we've got this little guy, just a little kite. No shield to speak of. He's just a little guy. Swarmer SRM launcher is sort of an anti-fighter, anti-small craft. We have a little light autocannon to try to plink some shields. And then we have a Salamander MRM, which is a missile that heat seeks. It tries to go up the exhaust pipe of the enemy ship and disable their engines temporarily. It's anti-engine specifically. It's kind of fun to watch. So they'll pew this and it'll kind of chase the enemy, and they'll try to dodge or shoot it down with their point defense weapons. I couldn't think of the word point defense. It's unfortunately a civilian grade hull, but it has militarized subsystems by default. So no penalties from the civilian hull. This is the shipbuilder is where Starsector kind of gets addicting, in my opinion. Trying to min-max and make like the perfect builds and comps, and there are many variables here. You can change all the hard points to whatever weapons you can cram on here. You have a certain amount of ordnance points to work with per ship, and you can try and like cram it full of either better weapons, more capacitors and vents so it doesn't overload as quickly, or a bunch of hull features and system modifications to try to power it up. In our case, I've got reinforced bulkheads, which I think is a good choice just to start with. We have 40% more hull integrity, and the ship is almost always recoverable if it blows up, but there are potential consequences to that. And then we have Flux Dissipator. Increases your flux dissipation. So you only want to pick that once you have maxed vents, which this default build has. So I'm just going to keep it because we're not going to be doing so good. We're going to try and pick our fights smartly. Now, all right, let's unpause. And we just need, how do I disconnect the camera? How do I disconnect the camera from our little guy here? I forgot the hotkey. Right click. I got it, chat. I got it. All right, let's go up here. into the debris field. And we're just gonna scavenge. Look for anything of value. Your fleet assumes stable orbit relative to the debris field. The field appears stable and will not drift apart anytime soon. Long-range scans indicate it's likely something of value to be found inside. Indications that what salvage is to be had may not be easy to get to, and there is a significant risk involved in running this salvage op. So we've got not very much heavy machinery. Heavy machinery is what sort of picks apart the salvage and boosts your effectiveness, and also we need more crew to do this effectively, but since this is part of the tutorial, we're going to go ahead and do it, even though it's only going to be 19% effective. An accident during the operation has resulted in the loss of 3 crew and 5 heavy machinery. What? They made me kill my own dudes for the tutorial. An accident in the tutorial. Those guys instantly died, yeah. That's so sad. Okay. So, we did find some supplies, though. And these supplies are what are going to sustain us day over day. That's what's gonna repair our ships. That's what's gonna keep the ball rolling. And the more ships we have, the more supplies we're gonna need to consume. We're also gonna need fuel. But fuel, importantly, is only used for... Is interstellar travel the right word? Probably. Inside of the system, which we're currently inside of a system, we don't actually need any fuel. This is for faster than light travel, I guess would be a better way to put that. And then we got more heavy machinery, which will help us prevent having accidents in the future. I'm just going to leave the metals because they're largely useless at this point in the game. And in the olden days, you used to salvage the same site like multiple different times. But now it says your fleet is inside a debris field, but it contains nothing of value. So that was a welcome change. What's up, War of the Worlds? Thanks for gifting a sub to Milan VL. And enjoy your gift sub if you got one. Welcome back. What's up, Brody? I started Starsector just last night to see if it works, and I'm now learning about the patch. That's right, Yannervite. Gamer Giles says the Grandees won during the subathon. Did you just wake up from cryo sleep? Hello, Gamer Giles. Welcome back. Thanks for subbing again, even though it's decidedly not the subathon anymore. Hello, Cicherin. Thanks for sharing for a 20th month and joining the stream. Appreciate you. And Maritanapa, I am indeed one of the streamers. Thanks for 65
Here
months.
at Etal Air, we'd like to thank our first-class passengers. 5 times the cost for barely any noticeable increase in quality.
We're going to quick save for the tutorial. The game's like, you need the quick save often. I'm like, I'm playing on Iron Man mode, actually. A pirate fleet is approaching. First, you'll spot it as a sensor contact, then an unidentified fleet, and then, when it gets very close, you'll see its true colors. Don't worry. The pirate ship is a shoddy rust bucket, and if you lose, press F9 to quick load. I can't do that, Captain. Even so, combat can be expensive, especially if there's no bounty on the enemy you fight. Deploying ships into battle reduces combat readiness, and recovering combat readiness consumes your supplies. Battle damage can cost even more to repair. However, fighting is often necessary to survive. Wait for the fleet and then defeat them. You've got it, sir. Can do. All right, it's going to be us versus a Cerberus combat freighter. What did I just accidentally hit a number key because my keyboard is too sensitive. Don't you get any of your dirt on me when I blast your ship up. Excuse me. This dude is rocking a thumper, I think. Yeah, he's got a thumper and a light assault gun. Cerberus is kind of a tinky lad for us. We're going to see how this goes. Let's move into engage. Select which ships to deploy at the beginning of each battle, and you can deploy reinforcements as the battle goes on. Deploying a ship will reduce its combat readiness by a fixed amount. In addition, ships will begin to gradually lose combat readiness after their peak readiness time runs out. Basically, each ship has a certain amount of time before which they start to degrade and deteriorate. If you've been in combat for too long, and you're past, in this case, my peak performance is 240 seconds for this combat freighter. After 240 seconds in combat, my combat readiness will just be steadily reducing. And as it reduces, more malfunctions can happen, and different systems can start to go on the fritz, and then, like your shields can go down, your engines can start to go down, and it gets really ugly really fast. So it can get to panic mode. All right, so let's go. I'm gonna go ahead and tell my little friend to escort me, and we're gonna stick together. All right, chat, it's time for our first little taste of combat in the tutorial. There's the little engine-seeking missile trying to disable. Almost got him. And now, I don't know if that dude has a shield. I have a shield, though. All right, we need to kind of just, like, take it back. What's my special? Flare launcher? Get him. Get him. All right, I'm going to go ahead and vent some flux so I don't overload, and then let's get back in there and put some pressure on. All right, I think we're finally through his armor. I've seen his hull start to deteriorate a little bit. And his cannons are disabled. He's got a flame out. He's just floating through space. I can't quite finish him off because of my flux. We just need a little bit more. There we go. There we go. Nicely done. Clean tutorial engagements. Salvage crews are able to recover 271 credits from CPU cores active in the wreckage. All right, two things. Number one, we need a suitably spacey soundtrack. I'm going to do some X4. I love any excuse to listen to the X4 soundtrack. There we go. Little fuel, little juice, a few supplies, and we got his thumper and his light assault gun. Your fleet supply consumption has just gone up. Recovering combat readiness that we just used to deploy ships costs supplies, as does repairing your battle damage. To reduce supply use, repairs and combat readiness recovery can be suspended from the fleet screen. Yeah. You got it. Dun-dun-dun. You have advanced to level 2. You have 4 story points to spend and 2 skill points. I can do that. You gained a level. You get 1 skill point with each level up and an additional point at the start of the campaign. You also gain story points as you gain experience. These can be used to take exceptional actions. Okay, so basically we have 2 types of points that we're going to be earning as we level up. We have skill points, which is going to progress our skill tree. That's how we're going to get new abilities. Some of those are going to govern the fleet. Some of those are going to govern our individual combat powers, and so on. So it's kind of up to us to decide where we want to specialize. Some of those are going to decide colony management. Story points are sort of extra points. They exist outside of the skill tree, but they're used to interact with the elements of the game. So sometimes you will get intercepted by a fleet you really don't want to fight, and you can use a story point to escape from that scenario. Or you can use a story point to buff your ships in certain ways. You can use a story point to recover different ships that you ordinarily wouldn't be able to recover. There's a bunch of different ways to do that. To use it. What's up, Cypher? Hello, Flare. How's it going? Good smile. Yeah, we're doing vanilla. The patch just came out today. The hot fix. All right. Yeah, skill. I just explained this to you, basically. Skills that affect your piloted ship, all combat skills, and a few skills and other aptitudes can be made elite at the cost of a story point. Max level's level 15. Press C to open the character tab. Boom. Here's Laddie Zinko. 2 skill points. We got 4 story points. You gain 4 story points over the course of each level. In addition, you will gain story points after reaching max level. So you keep gaining story points, but you have a max amount of skill points. The good news is you can reassign your skills in respec. Also, story points can grant bonus experience, which doubles your XP gain until it is used up. The less long-term or impactful the use, the more bonus XP you get. 100% bonus experience means enough to earn an extra story point, eventually compensating for the use of the story point entirely. So yeah, story points are a really unique system that I thought added a bunch to the game. Some of the bonus is granted immediately, and there's some of the remainder is gained on reaching max level. Okay. This one is always your character, yes. This is you. This is you. So I got 2 skill points to use, and the way that the skill tree works is basically each of these skills is broken up into blocks. And these blocks are separated with just a little gap between the skills. So like I can pick any of these combat skill points in this block, but to get to this one, there's a prereq, right? Requires at least 4 lower tier skills. So I can pick any of these, and this one is 3 lower tier skills, and this one is 4 lower tier skills. So the ones at the end are more powerful, effectively. And then these are broken up into 2, 2, 4, 2, and then 3, 2, 3, 2. Typically at the beginning of a campaign, combat is going to be my go-to, because some of these are just insane. We've got maneuverability and top speed for your ship. These are all affecting your piloted ship, and a couple of them affect, like, that's fighters, if you have, like, if you're piloting a carrier or something. And some of these are more fleet-oriented. This affects all ships, fleet, all ships with officers, all frigates and destroyers, and that sort of thing. New patch? Sick. Yo, sick, dude. Yeah, it is, though. Yeah, maneuverability and top speed is crazy strong. Plus 60 seconds peak operating time. That can be really useful depending on what type of ship you're flying. I find that engagements usually last beyond peak operating times, so this is really not that bad. And the elite version of this skill is when below 100% hull, repair 0.5% per second. Up to 50% of the max hull, which is kind of crazy. And the elite version of this is top speed, which is always useful because you're going to be chasing down a lot of ships. Impact mitigation, just be more tanky. Take less armor damage. Your weapon and mounts and engine take less damage. More maneuverability for capital ships and cruisers. And destroyers and frigates. Damage control reduces hull damage taken. Fewer crew lost in combat. Faster repairs for weapons and engines. Unlock a new hull mod. Field modulation is sort of your shield spec. So we got one that's kind of armor focused, one that's shield focused, depending on what type of ships you're piloting. Bonus damage to fighters and missiles, and integrated point defense AI, some new hull mods. Extend the range of point defense weapons by 200 units. Pretty good. I like point defense ships. Like I like running ships that just have a bunch of little turrets. Like I like the Expanse. You know what I'm saying? I want to be flying the Rocinante with PDCs, just just bullets spraying in every single dimension. I like that kind of ship for sure. It says elite on some skills. What's that? If you take the skill with a skill point and then apply a story point to it, you can make it an elite version of that skill. So if you use a story point to capstone it, you get the elite version as well. Target analysis is damage to cruisers, damage to capital ships. It's basically taking out the big boys. If you're fighting them a lot. Plus 10% damage dealt by ballistic weapons. So if you're not using lasers, then this is a good one. If you like the kinetic weapons. And then systems expertise, we don't need to worry about those right now. But this one especially, missile specialization, gives you twice, like 100% bonus missile ammo. Which, missile ammo depleting fast is one of the earliest hurdles to overcome, I'd say. Okay, and then on leadership, we have, obviously, a different type of specialization. I think we should just kind of read over all of these and kind of plan on where we want to end up, though some of it's going to be a bit reactionary, depending on what ships I end up piloting and salvaging. This is bonus weapon damage for all combat ships. New hull mod. And then ground operations and sending Marines is better. Coordinated maneuvers is all ships get plus 6% to nav rating. Up to a maximum of 20%. Increases their top speed. So, coordinated maneuvers and increasing the nav rating of your fleet is really, really great if you're just constantly chasing down enemy fleets, because you can boost your whole fleet's top speed up to a max of 20%, which is really good. And then you get more command points, which means you can issue more orders. As like an admiral from the map, you can kind of command your ships remotely. Because basically, you pilot your ship, and then every ship that's in your fleet is the AI. They have a mind of their own, and you can kind of govern what they do, but they'll be where the buck stops as far as what they actually do. So having more command points equals you can give more specific orders, because there's a limit to how many orders you can give in a given combat. Wolfpack tactics, kind of fun. It's just going like all in on frigates and destroyers. Crew training, maximum combat readiness. Combat readiness having like a bonus is kind of huge. Carrier groups, all ships with fighter bays replace fighters faster, and you get some new hull mods. Fighter uplink, it's another one. If you like carriers, these two are great. I do like carriers; they're a lot of fun. Officer training, +1 to the max level of officers. +2 to the number of officers. Officers are OP. They're not really OP. They're just I'm gonna try and get as many as I can. Each of my ships is being piloted by some dude right now, but I can go to different planets, hire a specific officer, and they will bring with them a complement of skills that are basically equivalent to what my skills are, and it'll just make that ship way more powerful. Wolfpack got an indirect buff just because the new hull mods for escorting. That makes sense. Okay, and then we got able to build one more permanent hull mod into your ships. That's for our ship customization. And then all ships without officers gain a bunch of free traits. So if you don't have every ship has an officer, was this like this before, or is this new? I don't remember this one. Because, yeah, it's just buffing all ships without officers, which is usually a problem for me. That's an old one? I guess it is. I guess I just never picked it. All right, technology. Navigation affects the whole fleet. Minus 30% terrain movement penalty from all applicable terrain. This is an awesome one. +1 to max burn level. You just go faster, which means you get to choose what fights you engage in. The worst thing that can happen in Starsector is another fleet that you don't want to fight, that wants to fight you, is faster than you and is hot on your ass. Navigation really helps pick your battles and fight at the level you want to fight at. So I find that one is basically necessary. Like this is an auto pick. It's not necessarily the first pick, but it's an auto pick for sure. Sensors is also really good. You can just be stealth. You can kind of play this game stealth and hide, slink around, be like a little smuggler guy. Gunnery implants is target leading accuracy for auto-firing weapons. Ballistic energies have more range. Energy weapon mastery, more damage for energy weapons. Less flux. Electronic countermeasures. I used to underrate this a lot. I value ECM very highly now. Effectively, if you have a higher electronic countermeasure number than your opponent's fleet, then you reduce their weapon range. If I remember correctly. Enemy weapon range is reduced by the total ECM rating of your deployed ships. So you can shoot them from further than they can shoot you, which is OP. Flux regulation. +5 to flux and vents. And then faster dissipation, so flux management is good. Almost all of these, I don't think there's any that I'm like, this skill sucks. Like, I feel like almost all of them are good for some use case. Plus 180-second peak operating time for all combat phase ships. All my homies hate combat phase ships. All right, I want a hull tank. I want an armor tank. I'm just kidding. I'm not kidding. Allows 2 ships to benefit from your combat skills at the same time and enables rapidly switching between them. Ships with neural, I've never used this before. Neural interface hull mod can be installed and you can just switch between 2 ships rapidly. The destination ship must not be under the command of an officer or an AI core. I'm sorry, are there campaign spoilers in my skill tree? Unbelievable. That should be redacted. Someone forgot to redact that. Ban the skill tree. Cybernetic augmentation affects the fleet. +1 to maximum number of elite skills of officers under your command. Affect all ships with officers, including your flagship. +0% damage dealt and -0% damage taken, 1% for each elite skill you have. The bonus is doubled for the flagship. And then automated ships redacted. Enables the recovery of some automated ships, such as derelict drones. Automated ships can only be captained by AI, redacted. Redact that. Someone redact that. Okay, and then the industry ones that everybody knows and loves. Bulk transport. +50% cargo fuel and personnel capacity. Huge. Burn level of civilian grade ships up. Huge. Salvage more resources. Huge. Field repairs outside of combat. Automatic repairs after combat ends is kind of awesome too. Ordnance expertise is flux management, which is good. Polarized armor. Removes shields, increases armor hull mod. Containment procedures. Fewer crew lost. Reduces fuel consumption. Oh, man. The fuel consumption one for long-distance traveling is so good. Reduces monthly supply consumption. These two are god tier. Reducing fuel and reducing supply usage is god tier when you start getting like a mid-sized fleet. All industries supply one more of a unit of the commodities. This is for your colonies, when you're making the colonies. Hull restoration. All ships are almost always recoverable if lost in combat. And they have up to a 90% chance to avoid demods. Remove one per month. Actually just overpowered. Still. Derelict... okay, demods are a whole thing. Basically, if your ship is salvaged, it's likely coming back with something called demod, which are basically negative modifiers. So it lets you recover the ship, which can be an awesome ship, but it'll have some penalties because you sort of duct taped it back together. Yeah, you make the D face when you get demods. Deployment point costs, and this is the demod fleet. So this is the inverse of that. You run a fleet of duct tape ships, and the more duct tape ships you run, you become more powerful. You can just field unlimited number of them. You can make them 30% cheaper deployment costs. So you can just flood the board, basically. I don't know. That one just doesn't seem as good as Hull Restoration. Hull Restoration seems broken OP. But I don't know. All right, so what are my first ones going to be? I think my first one is just gotta be maneuverability / top speed. Just classic helmsmanship pick. And then... what else? Just until we get a few ships. How hard is it to reset your points? Do you have to spend story points to reset? I don't remember how you respec. I don't think helmsmanship is ever bad, though. Like, 50% maneuverability and faster top speed is good no matter what ship I end up in. I'm too scared to pick, like, ballistic mastery in case we end up swapping to a different thing. So, none of these are wholly necessary for me yet, except maybe peak operating time. But it's probably a good idea to just go ahead and prep for... just get navigation 1. That minus 30% terrain movement penalty from all applicable terrain, the +1 max burn level, and the transverse jump right at the beginning. Come on. That's like, you gotta. Plus, the other tech ones are cool. Industry's great, but we need ships before industry matters. So if I wanted to reassign skills, it would cost a story point, yeah. All right, I'm gonna lock in a story point on helmsmanship for that +10 SU per second to top speed. The 0 flux speed boost is activated at any level as long as the ship is not generating flux or is venting or overloaded. Yeah, I'm gonna spend a story point on that straight away. Shortly after dispatching the pirates, you receive a tight beam communication from the system's main inhabited world, Ensira. The message is brief and asks you to travel there and contact Station Commander Polis as soon as possible. Let's lay a course for Ensira. You don't need to do this to travel, but it helps keep track of where you're going and how long it takes to get there. Press E to open the intel screen. Show on map and then lay in a course, or just click on Ensira. All right. You could also press Tab and locate Ensira manually. E. Okay. So, you receive a tight beam communication from the system's main inhabited world Ensira. It's brief and asks you to travel there. There's Ensira. A dry old world with a sluggish magnetic field partially stripped of volatiles by solar wind. There is evidence that Encyra was once covered by shallow warm seas. Bleached dunes of salt, odd towers, and ridges of uniquely crystallized silica, and a few briny aquifers tapped and exploited by human settlers, a size 5 colony under hegemony control. Okay, well, I only know how to find this manually. I always do it manually, even though it just told me what I'm supposed to do. All right, we're supposed to be burning fast now, right? Like, my max burn level. And Syra is pretty far away. The sustained burn ability is useful for long distance travel. Activating it will briefly stop the fleet, reducing its acceleration to a minimum, but the maximum burn level is much higher. The sustained burn can be interrupted. New ability, sustained burn and interdiction pulses. All right, there's our sustained burn. Switch the drives of all ships in the fleet to a mode suited for long distance travel. You must briefly stop to switch over. Increases your max burn level by 100% at the expense of lower acceleration. You can also be detected from further away. All right, power up. And so notice how our max burn level over here went to 20. 10 is the burn level of our slowest ship, times 2 with sustained burn. And then we have a +1 from navigation and a +1 from sustained burn. So that's going to be different once we get some more ships in the fleet that are a little slower, like 8, 9 burn level. You're coming up on an asteroid belt. If you go through it full speed, you could be knocked off course. Some of your ships might suffer damage from asteroid impacts. A slow-moving fleet avoids this danger. Press and hold S to move slowly until you are through the asteroid belt. The danger is low, however, especially since the belt is thin, and you're only going across it. So you could also get away just going full speed. All right, I slowed down. I held S. Because I'm a gamer. Chat, I did not know that you could hold S while still in a sustained burn, because I guess I'm a dum-dum. I don't know why I never knew that. Maybe I never did the tutorial. Your fleet is getting closer to Encyra, which is controlled by the Hegemony, a major militaristic faction in the sector. While in Hegemony space, a fleet is required by law to identify itself by keeping its transponder turned on. This is a view shared by most, though not all, major factions. Turning on your transponder makes your fleet highly visible. Everyone seeing it will know who you are. Unlike that pirate fleet you fought earlier, which had to be very close to positively identify. I've been playing this game for 12 years? Me too. I've also been playing this game for 12 years. But that doesn't mean that just because you or I have been playing for 12 years means you know everything. So sometimes there's still learning to be had. I'm doing the tutorial for chat right now. Okay, I can see you again. Hi, just joined. Can you restart the tutorial? Sure. I can definitely do that. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to just, you know, go to my VODs, and then you can click recent broadcasts, and then you can just click on the stream and then watch it from the beginning, you big nerd. Get out of here. Is this game very difficult to get into? I'd like to give it a go. The combat is difficult in that it has a high skill ceiling. But I don't think it's anything that you should be afraid of. You just have to play it to get better at it. But it's a very, very high skill ceiling for the actual moment-to-moment controls of the game. There's a lot of strategy involved in it, too. Alright, keeping your transponder on is a crippling disadvantage in hostile space. But as we're getting closer to port and we'd like to dock, it's a good idea to turn it on. Alright, let's activate our transponder. We're gonna lock it in, confirm. Just kind of scanning over the blurbs. Transponder status also affects the reputation change from combat and trade. With it turned off, you might be able to trade with otherwise inhospitable factions. Sneak in, do a little smuggling on the side, you know? Several factions and free ports allow you to move around with no transponder. Alright, let's stay away from the Yellow Star, Galatia, and then there's Ancyra. We made it. The economy of Ancyra is dominated by hegemony logistics. The light industry complex grew up on military contracts and now possesses the scale and legitimacy to make respectable inroads into the civilian commerce web of core hegemony space. Your fleet transmits identification codes via the transponder, and you are soon granted docking clearance. So, at any planet or orbital station that is around these places, we have a few things that we can do. Number one, we can open the comm directory and search for officers. Now, this is a mercenary officer. So they have a contract. I typically don't like hiring mercenary officers out of the gate, number one. And number two, we really don't have that much money at this stage. If you're looking for an experienced freelance officer on a strictly temporary basis, that's why I don't like hiring them, because they're temporary. Got to keep re-upping their contract like you're a video streaming service, man. Speaking of which, I tried to log in to cancel my Disney Plus yesterday, dude, and the website was down. They're like, yeah, I'm sorry, Italics. I can't let you do that. I know why you're here. It's because we just did the biggest price hike the world has ever seen for a video streaming service, and if you're able to log in, you might be able to cancel your service. Speaking of streaming, rip Funimation. Dude, I'm tired of companies getting bought out by other companies and then getting dissolved. The Funimation one is especially egregious because I saw today that Crunchyroll is disbanding all purchased digital goods that were on Funimation. So if you bought a movie digitally on Funimation, they're dissolving every one of those. You no longer have them anymore. Always buy physical copies while they exist. Physical copies are good 9 out of 10 times. However, I got a physical copy of Mission Impossible Rogue Nation, and it had a scratch on it, fresh out of the box, and it doesn't play after you get 60 minutes into the movie. So everything is bad. Everything is bad. I want to watch the disc full bitrate movies. Dude, listen, I understand a lot of you guys pirate shit. I don't pirate movies ever, both for moral reasons and also because I'm not the kind of guy who watches a movie on my phone, all right? I'm not watching a movie on the airplane. So I'm not just trying to consume the content in whatever, like, 7-Eleven Slurpee straw I can get my hands on, you know? I want to see, like, everything at the maximum amount of quality. I want to see, like, if I can't watch it in the highest possible quality, I don't want to see it. And the only movies I will watch on, like, Netflix are the Netflix exclusives that I can't watch anywhere else anyways. Because even, like, the 4K on Netflix and HBO is lower bitrate than the disc. By far. And pirated movies, even less so. Pirated would be like, oh, it's 1080p. Okay, is it though? It's 4K. Uh-huh. Because the streaming bitrate, 4K disc bitrate. Is up to 144 megabits per second. Okay, you are not getting 144 megabits on any streaming service. I promise. $144p is superior. I'm not talking to you, mercenary. But yeah, I'll watch like the Amazon originals or the Netflix originals, but I've had so much trouble just streaming stuff. I think the PS5 secretly sucks. Maybe not so secretly. Every app on the PS5 is just full of problems. The Twitch app, the Netflix app, especially the Amazon app, and heaven forbid you watch any anime on it. I literally have to use my TV apps. Like, my TV apps for Amazon and Hulu work 5 times better than the PlayStation 5 version of the same apps. Amazon Prime app always stutters. Yes. It always stutters. It literally doesn't work. I used to use console too, but the TV apps are just better now. Yeah. But anyways, like a 4K disc is over 100 megabits per second. Netflix 4K is like 8 to 16. It's you can't. It's not 4K, dude. On the streaming services, stop lying to me. It's just like a fake marketing stunt. Okay, anyway. Why do I have a ping? Get rid of this ping. Stop, chat, don't ping me. It's 4K resolution. Bitrate isn't real and cannot hurt you. I cannot tell the difference above 1080p. If you had if you had a better monitor or TV, then you could. If you've ever tried using a 1440p or a 4K monitor that's like 27 inches or above on less than its native resolution and you go down to 1080p, you can absolutely tell because it's like, my eyes are unfocused, man. .1080p just looks blurry. Alice has a gaming monitor now that's better than my monitors. And it's a, like, I think it's got 4K native. And it's like a 27-inch monitor. And I had to change the resolution back to 1080p to connect to like a laptop that didn't have a display port, and it was like night and day. As she deserves. Yeah. What am I doing here? I'm getting rid of this and this. I don't want any of those. How much money do I have? 2,600. It's not very much. Welcome to the market. Yeah, I can't watch DVDs anymore. I'll never watch a regular DVD again. You're getting sidetracked by Rants Etal. Dude, shut up. I will talk about whatever the hell I want on my fucking stream. Okay? It's literally what I do. New chatter. I'm about to tank my stream's bitrate as a proof of concept. I am, yeah. I mean, I can do that. There are ways. Probably. Chat, what does that look like? I don't know what... It's extra crunchy back here now. I just deep fried it. There actually is a way, but I don't remember how, to change like the resolution of this on the stream. Do that, but only for your camera. I mean, that one I think I can do. Chat, what's 480 resolution? What's the other number besides 360? Like, what's the horizontal? It's what by 360p? 640 by 480? You just killed it. It's gone. It just died. I don't know. I tried typing it in and then it disappeared. I've done it before. I don't remember how. All right, why am I here? Tutorial. I'm here to like talk to Francis Polis. Your connection request is accepted surprisingly quickly, given that a citizen has many responsibilities. What does that mean? What does a citizen has many responsibilities mean? Ah, you've come. Excellent. As you're well aware, recently, well, I suppose we can skip that part. I could use a refresher on recent events. A team from the Galatia Academy has been running experiments on the dormant gate in this system, trying to connect it back to the domain's gate network. Promising experiments, or so they thought, until an energy pulse we expected would get a response from the gate. Wait, what? Promising experiments, or so they thought, until an energy pulse we expected would get a response from the gate, destabilize the jump. Wait. Until an energy pulse we expected would get a response from the gate, destabilize the jump points leading into the system. I don't understand. I think it's a run-on sentence. Cutting us off from the rest of the sector. It's rather like how the sector is cut off from the domain. Ritzmall, the stars have a sense of irony, do they not? The miners of Darinkuyu Station, which is also located in this system and was operating near a subsistence level, were hit the hardest. They turned to piracy, downloading illegal DVDs and Blu-rays and 4Ks, intercepting one of the last food shipments to come in, out of desperation, no doubt. But there were deaths, and they've put themselves well outside the law. Their leaders know if the jump points are stabilized and the system is once again part of the sector, they can look forward to a life sentence for downloading those illegal 144p videos at a penal colony at absolute best. All right, now where do I fit in? The miners turned pirate are guarding the jump points, preventing us from gathering recent readings and coming up with a way to stabilize them. We do have a security detachment that could handle their forces, but they're tied up defending Ensira. The pirates are too much for you to take on, but fortunately, you don't have to. We've got an agent on Darinkuyu Station who was able to gain access to recent sensor readings from the ships guarding their jump points, but they have not been able to get a long-range comm array to send the data to us. That's where you come in. Head to Darinkuyu and retrieve the data from our agent, and then return here. What's in it for me? Ah, a mercenary. Some credits naturally, with more along the way, and if all goes to plan, we'll be able to reconnect with the rest of the sector such as it is. 2,000 credits. What is the plan? First off, make sure to turn off your transponder when you undock. I've instructed the security detachment not to give you any trouble about that. If you're lucky, the pirates may even think you're one of their own and let you approach without any trouble. Still, it makes sense to go dark as you get close, to make sure they can't get too good a reading on your fleet. You can also approach along the asteroid belt. That'll give you perfect cover, if you're moving slowly. And if they do notice me, then you're in trouble. Activate emergency burn to get out of there, lose them, and then come back around to try again. Don't E-burn unless you really need to, though. It's hard on the ships and it'll cost more supplies. Eats up a chunk of fuel, too. Gained the emergency burn and go dark abilities. Excellent. Thank you for being willing to help. Come back when you've got the data. Good luck. Stabilize the jump point. Sneak into the mining station. Contact Bethany Centauran and retrieve the data. Oh, those, yeah, we don't have any money. All right, let's go. That's our ticket. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to go up to the asteroid belt first. And we've already got sustained burn on. And we're going to start up there. Now, they're not going to get me in trouble. Here's the thing. When you turn your transponder off, if the good guys see you turn your transponder off, then they'll investigate. So I'm assuming we have clearance. There we go. Transponder, that noise means the transponder is off. And I'm just gonna travel through here holding S. Did they make this travel speed faster? I swear holding S to go slower was slower before. It feels very fast by comparison. Maybe I'm crazy. All right, here's the pirate station. Since my transponder's off, they're not gonna know that they want to kill me. I'm going out of the belt. I'm just gonna stay outside of that detection circle. Hit the station. This is the pirate mining station. The local port authority seems to take no issue with your explanation for why your transponder, regrettably, cannot be turned to on. Hello, I'm here to talk to Bethany Centauran. Establishing connection. You contact the agent using a special comms ID and exchange passphrases to verify identities. The agent then transmits a data file with recent raw sensor readings of unstable jump points. Stabilize the jump points. Deliver the data to Francis Polis. All right. It's easy. So while you're here, there's a lot of stuff you can do. Namely, you can trade without worrying about taxes or tariffs. It's great. Well, I guess they still are suspicious of you. I don't know, actually. Why do you have a suspicion level at a pirate fleet? But not having to pay your taxes on transactions is pretty cool. Ooh, Squall MLRS. Love the Squall. We can't really buy anything right now. I'm poor. But you can, you can hire people if there are people to hire here. Go get a quest from them at the bar, that kind of stuff. All right, we're gonna go sustain burn, turn our transponder back on before we get into trouble, and then I think we just go back to Ansira, right? What's up, Avik? Hi, chat. Hey, Tox, how you finding the new patch? We're doing the tutorial for the first time in many years. I normally play Nexarellan, and I don't do the campaign, so today I wanted to actually try and do the campaign, because I've probably only even attempted it once, and it's changed dramatically since then, and there's a bunch of new events and stuff compared to when I last played. Because normally I'm vibing in Nexarellan 4K, shuffle the universe around, that kind of thing. But we read some patch notes before starting today. There's like colony crises now that are whole involved events instead of just hostile people coming around and attacking you at random. Yannervite, by the way, thanks for the tier 3 sub earlier, who said, I've been needing to drop this for a while. Take it. Yannervite, thanks for 39 months and the 5 subs in 1. Huge sub. Frozen Cheerios with the Prime. What up, Frozen Cheerios? And then Goro Fukugawa for 20 months. Yo, Goro. It's Thursday, chat. You haven't made it to the weekend yet, but you're close. You're getting close. Yeah, it is a bit early to ask how the colony crisis stuff works. But thanks for popping and saying hi, dude. Hope things are well for you. When was the last time you played Starsector? Out of curiosity. I don't remember. When was the last time we played Starsector? Probably last year. I feel like we played at least a couple times a year. All right, let's see. Who's here? Francis? Establishing connection. You have the data. Well done. There's a brief wait as you transmit the file. Now, while the system is running a preliminary analysis, I believe you're due a reward. 5,000 credits. Relationship improved. We're still neutral. There's a chime in the background. He looks concerned. Is there a problem? Yes. The system estimates it take about a cycle to analyze the data and come up with a stabilization algorithm. Naturally, by then, the data would be out of date, and any algorithm based on it meaningless. If we had an AI core on hand, we could analyze the data more quickly. Fortunately, there's a survey probe somewhere in the system. One left over from the initial exploration of the sector by the domain. It should have at least one AI core serving as its brain. Where is this and why hasn't it been salvaged before? To answer your second question, domain artifacts are usually protected by automated defenses that still function to this day, and this probe is no exception, and the hegemony generally forbids civilian interference with domain artifacts, for the sake of public safety, of course. Desperate times, however. As to where it is, my data indicates it's somewhere beyond the orbit of Pontus. Get there, then head out beyond the asteroid belt and use the active sensor burst. You should at the very least get a sensor contact with the probe. Head toward it, perform salvage, and bring back an AI core. Pontus is a gas giant on the outer system. Alright, retrieve or gain the ability for an active sensor burst. I'll see what I can do. Pontus, right there. The gas giant, primarily composed of hydrogen and helium. The temperature and pressure at the core are extreme, but not enough to sustain the deuterium fusion that would turn the planet into a brown dwarf star. We've got the data. We got the data. A few months ago, at least. Yes, it is compatible with other saves, though they did. Alex recommended starting a new one. I'm not sure what the difference is between continuing versus starting a new one, but you know me, I always like starting a new campaign. I don't remember what I was doing a few months ago. Oh, I didn't mean to shift through there, but we just shifted through there. The system is cut off from hyperspace and the jump points are unstable. The crew and even officers are muted, on edge. You judge unlikely that any amount of hazard pay could overcome the near superstitious fear spacers have of being stranded in a system like this. Alright, so let's slow down. Galatia Academy Station, the oldest and most prestigious independent university in the Persian sector. The Galatia Academy is a top pick among the remaining universities of the core worlds. The office of Provost is an especially powerful position able to draw upon the connections with alumni, influence new generations of the brightest or richest students, and direct cutting-edge research. Alright, so we are now capable of doing a sensor burst. Pew! And we got... Actually, I'm blocking this, I guess. Hold up. There you go. Now you can see what's going on the sensor on the right. So we did a scan, and there's a little contact right there. Very small, but it is right there. So let's go check it out. Bonk. Oops. Where was I? All right, further still. Bottom left. What secrets are waiting here? A domain-era probe. An example of one of the countless thousands of robot probes sent into the galaxy by the domain to find new resources to exploit, planets to colonize, and explore the unknown. Some variants are produced by automated motherships. This specimen appears to be inactive, pitted by small impacts. The hull displays iridescence from fearsome radiation scarring. This probe's manufacture could well date to 1,000 cycles ago. Show me. Some systems are nominally active. Explore. As your fleet moves in closer, several energy signatures are detected coming online. The DSS Zion Uniform, a Sentry support drone, and the DSS Defender drone. Engage the automated defenses. In we go. Gonna have the kite escort, and we're gonna have to use our powers combined. Get a little combat in here. Alright, let's target this nerd first, because they're the ones that got the missiles. Alright, we're already cracking through, but I figured take the one that's closest to us out. The missiles aren't too bad, but my accuracy is terrible. Alright, that one's down easy. Throw a little vent. But yeah, our turrets are just a little too spicy in terms of the... I don't know if it's recoil or what. Not that we have a very good ship right now, to be fair. They're doing their best. Pew, 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 pew. Our ship kinda sucks, but it's gonna be good enough for the tutorial at least. Hell yeah, says user Starsector player. That is some dedication to your username. Complete victory. My dude has a singular purpose in life. Account created December 23rd, 2023. Oh, never mind. Okay, so you're, you know, you've recently decided to dedicate your life to Starsector. I wish you well on your pilgrimage, brother. As your fleet finishes mopping up the automated defenses, a weak hyperwave ping is detected coming from the probe. It's unclear if this is random noise from a dying subsystem or some kind of encrypted signal. Your fleet finishes its approach to the probe without further incident. Can you explain the manual controls? Yeah, I'll do that after this. After this right here. Alright, so we're gonna have to salvage the wreckage. We do have a little bit more heavy machinery now than we did before, but still we're only gonna get 44% effectiveness here because we don't have enough crew or heavy machinery, but this is the tutorial, so maybe we'll get lucky and it won't blow us up this time. And we'll get what we're here for. So, right now, there's actually more fuel than we can hold. We're currently only capable of holding 55 units of fuel. We're not using fuel because we're just traveling within the same system. Once we leave this system to travel to another system in hyperspace, that's when we use the fuel. So this is hyperspace fuel specifically. So we're not actually using any of this right now. So we're gonna leave that because going over our maximum, you can see the little red bar down here, and that's gonna be a supply penalty. We're already using 4.7 supplies per day. And if we add this, that goes up to 5.4. But we want the machinery, and we're here for this Gamma Core. A Gamma-level AI core capable of supporting most human endeavor, making up for a lack of creativity and problem-solving with prodigious computational prowess. Assigning a Gamma to aid human overseers in administering a colony-wide industry brings significant benefits. Selling AI cores on the open market is prohibited by most factions. However, higher-up faction reps are often willing to exchange AI cores for large sums of cash when communicated with directly, though their reasons for doing so may vary. AI can be highly illegal in different faction sectors, but they're always willing to take them off your hands if you just give them over. Oh, you're a Starsector fan? Name every sector. Trick question. I usually play Nexarellan with a randomly generated universe, so I don't know the names of every sector until they're generated. Boom. What's up, Andy Umster? I am E, as you are E, and we are E together. Thanks for 45 months, dude. What up, Andy? Thanks for subbing. All right, we need that. That's why we're here. Deliver the AI core to Station Commander Francis Polis. All right, oops, wrong button. It's right-click to move the map instead of left-click for some reason. Why? I don't know. Okay. And let's go. Sustain, burn it. Ow. Okay, I said the manual controls. The manual controls. Who asked about that? I don't know. So here's how the manual controls work. I am this ship where I point my mouse will affect the targeting of the guns that I currently have selected. So I've got the first weapon group selected. So that's my front two mounted guns. My other guns include this guy, which I currently have to automatic target acquisition and firing. And then these guys, which are my PDCs, my point defense cannons. So they're there to take out incoming missiles and or fighters. Right? Those also fire automatically. So I'm only really controlling the front two, and you can configure that however you like. So for manual control, if I hold W, I'll accelerate in the direction that my ship is facing, so it's tank controls. So I can still aim to the side while going forward. And I can hold S to try to come to a stop. Or if I want to rotate, right, I can go forward, so I can go like, I can get to max speed, and then rotate. And then I'm still gonna be traveling at 198 speed, even though I'm not accelerating anymore. Now, if I shoot, my speed goes down, because to maintain top speed, you can't be shooting. And usually your flux has to be down too. So if I had like a bunch of flux built up, I wouldn't be able to go top speed unless I had a perk. But if I want to turn, I have to physically turn the ship. You can kind of see how I'm Tokyo drifting around space now, right? So momentum is preserved. And you have to boost in the direction, bonk, that you want to go. Now, there is a way to strafe. So if I hold shift, then the ship will turn the direction that my mouse is pointing. And so I can hold shift, and usually I'll steer this way when I'm aiming, and I can like hold A now, and I'm strafing to the left, or hold D, and now I'm strafing to the right. What music is this? You're not allowed to listen to that, chat. So stop listening to it. Luckily, I think it's quiet enough. Hopefully, we're not going to get muted. We'll see. So that's the manual controls. Then I can turn my shield on. And some ships have a front-mounted shield, and some have a directional or omnidirectional shield that will follow your mouse. Mine is a front-mounted shield. So any hit that shield takes will get absorbed, but it will build flux, much like shooting my guns also builds flux. So if I'm taking damage on my shield and pew-pewing at the same time, that flux meter is going up at a rapid pace. And if I take a hit on my shield, which pushes me over 100% flux, I become overloaded and therefore a sitting duck. So you want to avoid that at all costs. Now, if you've built up a bunch of flux, while the shield is up, it will, while you're still taking damage, you won't mitigate any flux. You can take the shield off to mitigate faster, or hit V to do a flux vent. And you're also vulnerable while venting flux as well. So you have to choose strategically advantageous times to vent, so that you can avoid being sus. And that's pretty much it. Hopefully, that chatter was paying attention, because I did that just for them. But I almost always fight with the shift strafe because it's just better. It takes some getting used to, but it is, I think, the superior way to fight. Shift strafing is the way to go, for sure. Alright, I'm back. Ding ding. Solid work. I'll get my technicians working on this right away. In the meantime, this should cover your expenses, hopefully with a good amount left over. Gained 8,000 credits for the Gamma Core. I think I got ripped off a little bit, but we did get some nice rep. I'll send you the stabilization algorithm, and when the core works... Oh, I'll send you the algorithm when the core works it up. Once you have it, it should be a simple matter of running it using your fleet's drive field as a means of interacting with the jump point. However, there's still the matter of miners guarding the jump points out of the system. And you said their forces are significant? Well, it's all relative. Our security detachment could handle them easily, but as I mentioned, it's tied down defending Ansira. Your fleet, on the other hand, you might be able to handle them with some stellar piloting and a bit of luck, but it's best not to take such chances. Especially not when there's an alternative. And what is that? There's a ship graveyard around Tetra. Ships that were deemed not worth the effort to restore, awaiting bulk transit to one of the ship-breaking facilities elsewhere. Now, though, they'll serve our needs. Go and recover all you can, and break the ones that you can't for supplies. Make sure to bring enough crew to operate the recovered ships. Perhaps an extra 100 or so will do. You'll need to transport them somehow. Here, take this Mudskipper transport. Consider it part of your reward. Okay, recover 2 ships at Tetra. Thank you. I will return with the ships. They said I should hire some crew. at least 100. So we've got space for 180 total individuals. So I am going to bring... just like 110. We'll go a little higher than that. We could hire more as well, if we wanted. I was watching. Thanks for that. Thanks for the 15-month sub. Welcome back for one more. Hopefully that answered your question. Actually, we may as well, if we're going to use some of this crew for the other ships, I'll bring 10 more still. And that'll be a good place to start. All right. Let's go. They wanted me to go down here. Tetra. So I can hold shift to kind of speed up time. We're not actually going faster, but it looks like we are. Getting lots of contacts. It is a ship graveyard down here. Let's ping. Make sure there's not any more. So we've got a kite, a lasher, a hammerhead, a buffalo, a wolf, a Tarsus freighter, a condor light carrier, a kite class, a dram tanker. Basically, all of the things that you need to be OP. Can you fix these up and keep them? Yep, you can, but they might have problems, right? They might have some issues. Let's check the lasher. A derelict lasher class frigate drifting through space. It is battered. So, first things first. Consider whether special measures might be taken to recover the ship. This will use a story point if we end up doing this. Sometime later, you hear back from your chief engineer who mumbles about being a miracle worker to someone off-screen before noticing you picked up the call. Commander, looks like we might be able to pull this off. Though I'll say, you're not gonna find what I'm gonna do in any manual, and it wouldn't pass any inspection. But then again, we're not in the hegemony fleet. It'll fly, though. Take a look at the engineer's report and make a decision. It'll have 2 D-mods. Degraded shields and faulty automated systems. I'm gonna pass. I'll pass. Lasher with faulty shields. I don't think so. Not for me. So we're gonna back out and just salvage it. Now, I feel like they're all gonna have D-mods, and this is supposed to be the part of the tutorial where you just get used to flying with D-mod ships, because the developer loves D-mod ships. And yet everyone who plays the game rushes that one skill that erases D-mods forever automatically for free. But yes, you can just fix them up and keep them. For this fight, we should get the hammerhead. Only 1 D-mod. Increased maintenance? Okay. Increased maintenance is a reason to get rid of it after this fight is over, because there's going to be 13 supplies per month and require more crew. But otherwise, it's fully combat ready. And a hammerhead is very strong. A midline destroyer from the golden age of the domain. The hammerhead is respected for its staying power in battle as well as its ballistic capabilities. What's crazy is it looks like it has most of its armaments. It's got 2 railguns, 2 harpoon MRMs, and a single point defense laser. I mean, that is yeah. Now, we're gonna need some more supplies. So here's what we do. We recover the ship. It's now part of your fleet. And we don't want to spend all of our supplies fixing this ship right away. So we're going to mothball it. Mothballed ships cannot be used in combat or be repaired and do not provide any fuel, cargo, or personnel capacity. But that means we won't use any resources on it right now. You can also just suspend repairs and recovery. That would be easier, but it would still, like, be sort of flying around. We're space towing it right now. And there's always the question of, is it worth fixing all of them and then selling them? And the answer is no. And the reason is, it's more expensive for you to fix them up than you will get in money from taking them to the local dealership. What's up, Wildflower? How's it going? And Ralamu, thank you for the 16-month sub. Very kind of you. Welcome to the stream. We should go for this wolf. What about mothballing and then selling? All right, let me put it like this. Have you ever picked up something at random out of your trash can and then tried to take it to the pawn shop? Mothballing a ship that doesn't work and then selling it is the same thing as that. Yeah. It's always better for you to scuttle the ship and harvest it for parts than it is for you to try and sell it for credits. In this case, we have compromised hull. The wolf is already a little squishy. And then faulty automated systems. A wolf is a strong ship. I don't know that I want one that's got minus 450 hull integrity out of 1500. It's like a third weaker. It's gonna blow up. Okay, here's the thing though. We only need it to win this one campaign mission, and then I can get rid of them or scuttle them or whatever I want, or sell them and try to get some money back. I think that's what I'm gonna do, because I like making my own fleet from my adventures and not because the tutorial, if that makes sense. So we'll just go ahead and take this, because I think we need at least 2 ships. My ship is now dangerously low on combat readiness, because that wolf we just picked up has no combat readiness, so it's getting repaired and fixed right now. So if you deploy ships which are really low combat readiness, they have critical malfunctions are possible. And it's not good. There's a Tarsus-class freighter, Condor-class light carrier. Let's check that one. I'd have to use a story point to recover it, and it has a defective manufactory. That sort of defeats the entire purpose of your existence, doesn't it? You're a carrier. The manufactory is the thing that makes the fighters, right? How much will you give me for half of a VHS player? What does malfunctioning comms do as a demon? I don't know. I don't want to use a story point for this, because I'm going to get rid of it anyway afterward. Truthfully. Another kite, a dram, a kite, a Tarsus freighter. I think we're good. We're good. Let's head back. Burn it up. Low combat readiness is bad. Bonk. I'm not even in the asteroid field. That was so far outside of it. The asteroid field is much larger than its graphic implies. Okay. So. Here's the thing. I now need to unmothball this and try, how many repairs? It needs 43 and we only have 37. So I'm gonna spend some money on some legitimate supplies. This is gonna be all of my money. Okay, I'm gonna spend all my money on legitimate supplies, and then I'm not gonna have enough to actually put guns on this thing. It is what it is. All right, I repaired my ships for 43 supplies. This thing has 69 ordnance points left. I don't have any guns, man. We have 2 harpoon MRMs and 2 railguns. All right, well, there we go. Now we have less than 69. Here, you get a Vulcan defense cannon on this. I got 2 medium ballistic hardpoints, and I can't afford heavy needlers. What is a man to do? I only have 2,000 credits. I got nothing to trade. Unless I gave up all my fuel. But yeah, the heavy needlers are not legitimate anyways, are they? Are they on the black market? Yeah, I think those are black market. Yeah. Let's talk. Yeah. I need to talk to the guy first. You're right. Welcome back. A bunch of rust buckets, aren't they? But put some weapons on them, get a proper refit done, and with a dedicated crew, they'll do all right. No worse than what the pirates have got. Speaking of weapons, yeah, was just about to talk to you about that. Not much to buy on the open market, but we have some stores. I've already ordered local storage space to be assigned to you and some suitable weapons transferred there, along with enough supplies to speedily bring the new ships back to... Oh, well, I already bought them, didn't I? Use them to outfit your new ships, make sure you got enough crew for a full complement on every ship, and then break the rogue miner defenses at the interjump point. All right, so we have a local storage area here that we can use for our own purposes. I take it you got the stabilization algorithm then. Correct. These scores seem like they can work miracles sometimes. Let me transmit the results. Good luck. If you fail, well, we'll have to send the security force to do the job, and then it could get very messy. It's good to know you're already working on Plan B. Come now, not so grim. I have every expectation you'll succeed or I wouldn't send you. But it's my responsibility as a commander to plan for every eventuality and not rely on a miraculous savior. Now, about the miners. The 2 fleets guarding the jump point will aid each other if you engage one while the other is nearby, so it'll be easier to fight if you manage to separate them first. If you can't, should still be a fight you could win. Okay, try to fight them individually. I can do that. So, my storage is here. Oh wait, no, hold on. My storage is here. There we go. This is all my, they gave me all this stuff. So we got 100 supplies. That's pretty good. 100 supplies is pretty good. Some LPCs, if we had taken a carrier, these would help us create fighters for those carriers. And then we just got some other odds and ends weapons here. I'm not why do I only get 1 of each of these? This is still gonna be a janky hammerhead, I think. Because it's gonna be like 1 thumper and 1 arbalest. Okay. 1 arbalest anti-shield medium ballistic autocannon and 1 thumper medium ballistic general fragmentation. The harpoon MRMs are staying. Those things will chunk some armor. And then the railguns are anti-shield, which I think is also worth just keeping on there, probably. We can change this out for a point defense laser, so there's some symmetry here. We could change the railguns out for light autocannons if we wanted. The railguns, however, have 700 range and 100 damage. shots, and then 150 flux per second. These have the same range, but much less damage per shot. The railguns are going to chunk more shield, but they're going to take less flux. So it's a question of flux management here. So let's just keep the railguns on there for now. Organize the weapon groups. I want to be in control of the railguns and the harpoon MRMs. Wait, no, I don't want to be in control of the railguns. The railguns should be automatic. And then the arbalest and the thumper is what I want to be in control of. All right, and then the PD lasers will go back here, also on automatic. Are you winning? What's up, Durf? We're doing the tutorial right now. Now this is going to be our ship. Who's this? Do I start with another officer? I didn't know I had an officer. I guess I have an officer. Lieutenant America Opportune. Great name. Streamer, you are the cause of my Tarkov purchase. I hope you're happy. I am happy. I hope you're happy. I think I'm the cause of multiple people's Tarkov purchases because I've seen you guys in the Discord going like, hey, check out my cool scav run. I'm also the cause of my own Tarkov addiction and purchase. Actually, I don't think I purchased it because I think it was a review code back in 2017. Iron Core waving a chat for 28 months. Thanks for waving a chat. I appreciate the tier 1 sub, dude. Welcome back. I love Starsector character names. Well, speaking of Starsector character names, we're going to have to name some Starsector character names. I would normally name my ships, but I'm planning on scrapping the tutorial ships after the tutorial is over, and then kind of starting fresh after that. But I can at least name America Opportune, and then our starting Kite and Wayfarer. So we can name some of those after some chatters. So here's what we're gonna do. Chat, all you have to do is use the alien please emote in chat. And I am going to take kind of an early BRB because I need to take a quick bathroom break and also give Midas a bathroom break and then switch to night mode here. So I'm going to put the BRB up real quick. And you guys, alien, please, when I come back, I will roll the dice and name the things after you who is chosen. Thanks for watching and thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a nice Thursday. We got a lot more stream to go. I'll be right back. Spinning. 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 We're back. Yo, 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 yo. Okay. I believe we have some dice to roll. To see who will be chosen. So let's roll it. Out of all those who typed alien please in chat, Winterrose has been chosen first. Officer Winterrose has joined up. Hey, Tal, I just bought Helldivers 2. I hope it's good. I hope it's good for your sake also. I saw a bunch of people were streaming that today. It looked kind of fun. Okay, we got 2 more to roll. Keverin. This is not the ISS Kardashian anymore. This is the ISS Keverin. I don't like ISS either. Hold on. We don't really have a faction name though. Yeah, we don't really have like a faction. What does ISS even mean? Something spaceship? And then this stupid little kite is gonna be not a giant. Well, ain't that the truth? You are one of the smallest ships in the entire game that is not also a fighter. All right, let's get it. 10 ordnance points left. We have to prep for this fight, so we're just gonna throw in something that is, you know, you can't go wrong, I don't think, with this ship. We're not gonna read all these right now until we start actually customizing our real fleet. I'm gonna get rid of this hammerhead after because it's kind of like a tutorial ship that they want me to keep, so that basically in chat, they don't want you to quit the game. So you do the tutorial, you get some free ships, you get some free weapons, you get some free supplies, you know, make sure it's not too crazy hard. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here for the lore only. So I'm just gonna give it something generic like reinforced bulkheads to keep it alive, plus 40% hull integrity, and then maneuverability by 50% is never a bad thing. So auxiliary thrusters is going to be like 2 just very traditional. And then we just want to pump the capacitors and especially the vents. So like vents 18, capacitors 14 or something like that. And then if we run a little simulation, this is what it'll look like. Oh, we're going to have to, hold on. Already found an issue with my weapon groups. They're on alternating, I think. Yep, weapon group 1 should be linked, not alternating. Whereas the harpoon laser, or the harpoon MRM should be alternating, because we don't want to shoot all the missiles at the same time, necessarily. Ba-boom. I mean, this thing's pretty fast and pretty quick. And then there's the harpoons, which don't have a target right now. Railguns to get shields down. And then PD lasers. Is there recoil? Kinda. Like, I think so? I don't know. I would say, like, the recoil usually takes the form of making those guns less accurate. Like, you can see that they get less accurate the more I hold the button down. And then the little dots kind of align again when I let go. And then everything's at its most accurate there. All right, music, chill a little bit. Chill a little bit, dude. Let's dig this guy out. Hey, Talix, it's me, the Starsector guy. I don't think that's not how I know you or recognize you. Glad to see you playing the update. I'm having fun with it. What is being... No, the Starsector guy is actually in chat right now. Or was. Their actual username was Starsector Player. So, you need to identify yourself more accurately. Also, there was something else. I can't believe that was rigged. You got picked, chat. I didn't stop to see if the people who got picked are still here. Not a giant responded, but I should probably look to make sure that the other people didn't type something and then instantly go AFK. Oh, we only have a graviton beam? Okay. That's not my first choice for a wolf. Graviton beam is kind of like a long-range shield tickler, is how I would describe it. It's very low cost in terms of flux, and it's technically anti-shield, but one graviton by itself doesn't really do that much. And then I don't even have any point defense for this thing. It'd probably be better to take the PD lasers off of these hybrid turrets, and then we could put them on this. That's much better, because these are specifically energy turrets. That's why they're blue. And the yellow is hybrid, so they can be ballistic or energy. So since they can be ballistic, we're going to do a Vulcan, which this is not a combination I actively want, but it is what we have available. Oh, we could do light machine guns, I guess, and just buy them. They're just not good. They're just not good. All right, whatever. It is what it is. We work with what we have, dude. We're gonna do 20 vent, 13 capacitors. I always prefer venting faster, I think. Most of the time. All right, same deal here. You're gonna get reinforced bulkheads. Maximum capacitors and vents. And then more flux venting. Actually, you don't need more flux venting. You just graviton beam. I'm actually gonna do this one for capacity so that they can just shield tank more. And then we're gonna move Winter Rose over to the Wolf, and then me over to the Hammerhead for this fight. And these are gonna be regular pilots, not captains. This is not gonna fight. This is a Mudskipper class civilian transporter, so that's gonna stay out of combat. So it's gonna be these 4 ships, and I should also be able to go move them around. I got 1 ordnance point? What am I supposed to do with that? Nothing, I guess. Okay, now, it's worth noting that if you use dockyards to refit your ship, they automatically come back at full combat readiness, whereas if you refit in the field, you are gonna have more problems. If you do like a field refit on stuff. And certain things you cannot do in the field. So the dockyard is always gonna have the maximum amount of customization options. Hey, it's Alex. It's me, the other Starsector person. Keep having intergalactic subathon meet meep algoradalada. Sure, yeah. 100%. What's that purple page? We're in the tutorial. And all the patch was in the game. So, the game still works. I gotta tell you, it does still work. That's good. That's the first step to getting to endgame, in fact. All right, where am I supposed to go for this? We're supposed to go to the inner system jump point. So we're actually gonna go out of the system. Oh, no, it's these guys. Oh, I really wasn't paying attention. Rip that guy. We're supposed to fight them separately, if possible. And to do that, you need to get them, like, lure them where they're not right next to each other, like this. Like, these guys are all by themselves, so I'm just gonna dive on them. So they have a hammerhead, a drone tender, a hound, and some drones. All right, and because I want this to go well, I'm gonna go ahead and deploy our whole fleet. It'll cost more supplies. And this is me in the hammerhead. It's a little janky hammerhead, but it's ours. And here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have the Wayfarer help me, and we're gonna have the Kite help the Wolf. That way we kind of go in pairs. Because I feel like the Wolf is going to struggle the most. So if we get rid of this Hound first, because the Hound doesn't have any shields. That being said, I'm going to have to worry about this nerd. Oh, my shields are getting totally shredded. So yeah, I think it's best if we kind of like their Shepherd Drone Tender. I'm gonna set an engage order. Order your fleet to engage the target without exposing themselves to undue danger. So I'm gonna try and like pick off those guys, and then it's gonna take all of us together to fight this one hammerhead, probably. We're both gonna vent some flux here. A little bit of a standoff. A little mirror match, though his build is stronger than mine. Yo, 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 what up, dude? It's Splat raiding. We're fighting raiders in the game, and now we're fighting raiders in the chat. Yo, guys, I turned off follower-only mode. We've been having some bot attacks. So I had follower-only mode on, but I disabled it. What's up, raiders from the Nerd Castle? Kavoth, Foxdot, Hammer's here, Brian Whitaker. Get that guy. Dragon, get wrecked. Obscure Serenity. Nightbot says hello and sends his regard. What up, Big Bro 22? Splat Peepoo arrive. Understood, Karma Scar. Hello, Jenny Cat. Old Man G Ninja. Anarch Ogre. Ace Master. Bazash. One Size Fits All. Machine Vision is back. Yo, guys, we're playing some Starsector. All the way back. There was a new patch, a new update, and I decided to start another campaign for the first time this year. I will have to turn follower-only mode back on in a few minutes, but I have it set to just 5-minute mode, and I'm not trying to scrape follows from you guys, but I had to ban like 50 bots yesterday, and it's basically an everyday occurrence at this point. Coming in trying to spam you know, scams and viruses and whatnot. And they sneak through the cracks. Howdy, Mr. TallyX. Hello, Obscure Serenity. I've been playing Starsector on and off since at least 2012. So it's been almost 12 years. And the game's still being updated. They just added like crisis events and huge missions that can affect colonies, which of course we are very far from having a colony at this point. I haven't done the actual vanilla campaign, so we're not playing with any mods because it just hotfixed today. And I haven't gotten to actually like play the campaign really and the stories that are in vanilla because I usually play with mods and especially Nexarellan and shuffle up the entire universe, you know? So kind of getting to just enjoy some nice vanilla and try the tutorial so that chat can follow along because there's a bunch of people that haven't played this before. For example, Random Significance just came over from the raid and said, "What do you do in this game?" The easiest comparison is Starsector is like space 2D sci-fi Mount and Blade. You form like effectively a mercenary fleet and pick your ships, pick your captains, outfit your ships in fine detail, each ordnance that you want to bring with you, customize them until you're happy with them. There's a ton of different ships in the game, so your fleet composition can change wildly. You can be like somebody who takes on bounties. You can be a smuggler who trades in illicit goods that are illegal in some sectors. You can like hide from the authorities. You can destabilize regions by trading on the black market too much or taking the wrong goods from here or to there can ruin economies and stuff. Then you can go explore the randomly generated portion of space, find a home, colonize it, and start space industry and make the number go up. Start producing your own patrol fleets and everything that entails. It's a OG game, and there's a lot of stuff you can do. It is a true sandbox. There is not a win condition, per se. Can you blow up a planet? With mods, you can. And then there's the Nexarellan mod, which has been updated throughout the years, though it's not updated yet for the new hotfix. That turns it into more of a 4X. So yeah, it's kind of a big game. It's a big little game, you know? That's solo dev life. But anyway, hello Raiders. Hopefully that gives you an idea of where we're at right now. We're still in the tutorial. I'm fighting a couple of different fleets right now. We just got done salvaging some ships, repairing them, and bringing them into our fleet. And we're using those to try to take out a couple of dudes guarding our objective right now. So you caught me mid-battle with my pants down. But while I am here paused, thanks so much for the raid, Splat. If you got somewhere to be, things to do, have a good rest of your night, man. And if you're in my chat and you haven't already followed, you can click the follow button for Splatacat Gaming at the top of your screen. He was playing some Helldivers. How was Helldivers 2, chatters? I was watching some gameplay earlier, and it looked pretty fun. I'm curious what Splat's impressions of that were. And there's a link in the chat for you. But give Splattercat a follow. He's an awesome dude. Great content creator. Still pumping out YouTube content and somehow finds time for quality streams throughout the week. And I'd highly recommend him if somehow you've missed him up until this point. He goes way back. Action-packed. It's fun. Not a huge fan of the DRM. But it'd be fun. It looked fun. It did look fun. All right, back. So here's what we're doing. My dudes. This looks like a mess. Green equals friend. Orange equals foe. Right? So we got a mirror match going on. I'm in a hammerhead, and I've got an enemy hammerhead targeted. His is better outfitted than mine, because mine is literal salvage. We just threw this together with some duct tape. So I'm trying to take out the escorts that he has. This hound doesn't have any armor, and this drone tender is a pretty weak ship. So I'm trying to get my ships, who are flanking up here. If we get the camera on this dude. These are a couple other salvage ships. I got a wolf frigate that's currently trying to take care of these pesky little drones that are being sent out by this drone tender, which is like a small, I wouldn't call it a carrier, but we got an escort here. This dude has some anti-fighter missiles. I'm not sure if he's using them. I think that's what these might be, but I'm kind of like hoping that they can kill this guy. So that's where we're at, and let's get back into it. Might be able to stall long enough to let them, or maybe this hound just gets cocky and we can pounce on him. All right, let me throw my shield back up. We shredded him. He's at like half. Uh-oh. My shield. We need to kind of just back up, keep our distance, or I'm gonna overload and become like a sitting duck over here. Gotta vent that flux before we overload. But yeah, taking out that hound would be great too. I have accelerated ammo feeder as my like special ability. Maybe I can just sneak in here. Not quite. Take them out. The little fighters. All right, fighters are down. This is kind of a balanced fight. I feel like I should be stronger. The hound retreated, so we didn't get to blow it up. But it did retreat. We should have blown it up. We can always chase it down after the fact. All right, look. Watch out, watch out. Watch out, little guys. We need to put some pressure on here. We can't let him vent his flux, because we got him on the ropes right now. All right, accelerated feeder and put some pressure on. Pop a couple of missiles his way. It's time to dump the harpoons. Yeah, that's the good stuff. It looked like the Wolf frigate also just dumped all of his missile racks as well at that exact same time. And now it's just a little drone tender all alone. I think I've got a couple as well. There we go. Nice. Good fight. Good fight. So between combat, between battles, our missile racks will refill. What's up, No Stars? Thank you for the 48 months, by the way. Happy 4 years. That's a long, long time. Thanks for supporting the channel for so long. Okay, this one hound got away. Now, you might say, well, just go get them. Hounds are really fast, and they're not very valuable. So I think we just let him go. It'd be hard to catch him. We could consider ship recovery here, but there's just the drone tender, and it's not worth spending a story point. So let's go ahead and salvage the scrap and loot up. So some supplies. That'll help us repair and replenish our combat readiness. Some fuel for interstellar flight, a little machine to help us with future scrap operations, and then some weapon systems we were able to get from the defeated ships. Okay, so now what I'm looking at is combat readiness. We're at 53% out of 65 or 70. So we need a little bit of time to replenish that combat readiness. So you can see a representation of that down here. That's our fleet-wide average combat readiness is 57%. So I'm just gonna kind of chill, allow the repairs to take place, let the oops, I'm hitting some asteroids on my drive bubble. And then now that we're basically back, I'm gonna tackle this fleet. Unknown orbiting inner system jump point. They got a cruiser and a hammerhead. 3-star difficulty. I don't know, man. I feel like they have a hammerhead as well. I feel like this is gonna be tough. Who's the other one? That's just the hound. This is when I'm gonna maybe regret playing on Iron Man mode. I'm gonna lose in the tutorial. They told me to salvage 2 ships. Maybe I should have salvaged more. The mixed reviews for Helldivers seems to be intermittent crashes and DRM. That makes sense. Dude, the crashes ruined that demo I was playing the other day from Next Fest, the Star Trucker. It was like a really cool game, but the crashes just made it actually unplayable. What's the new update about? Apparently colony crises that happen, which are like specific storylines. There's a unique one per faction. Hello, Flying Llama Beans. Welcome aboard, dude. All right, we want to separate these 2. I guess we're just going to have to dive this. I don't know, dude. I don't want the Hound to get involved. 3-star difficulty. It's easy, right? Just beat the cruiser and the destroyer, right? All right, assign some escorts. And I'm gonna try and like stay near the wolf. The cruiser is gonna be fielding a bunch of drones, which is a problem. So we need to take out their Hound first. I would say we can put an engage order on the Hound. Their cruiser is slow, which is nice. They got an engine burnout on this dude already. But I can't really get to him without putting myself in danger here, so I'm gonna back up. Because they are launching like a barrage of missiles. And their hammerhead is kind of pursuing us here. I might be able to just put some pressure. All right, I gotta watch my own flux. And I gotta be careful about venting because he's got front-mounted missiles. Oh, I picked the wrong time. We got problems, chat. We got problems. That could have been better, it could have been worse. The point defense came online at just the right time. We're still in the fight. All right, did we take out the, we might have taken out the Hound. Okay, that's good, that's good. So with our powers combined, the next goal is gonna be to take out this, this hammerhead needs to be engaged. We're in like a World of Warcraft raid right now. We gotta take out the ads first. Does this game have friendly fire? Yes, but your missiles will never hit your friendly targets. But you can definitely ram your own dudes or shoot your own dudes on accident. All right, I gotta use ammo feeders to get his shields down. Missiles away. Yeah, there it is. Just had to overpower him. That's what the hammerheads excel at, is just like a endless barrage. So every ship, most of the ships have like a special ability. Mine is accelerated ammo feeder, so I can activate that with F. It's this right here on the green, so you can see when it's ready. Your guided missiles will never hit allies. Yeah. I don't think any missiles will they? Like, if you fire dumbfire, does it hit a... I guess I never play dumbfire. Because dumbfire is, well, it's dumb. It says it in the name. Or maybe I'm just good at this game and I never hit my friends, so I never had that problem before. Unlike you, chat. All right, combat readiness is starting to deteriorate. So we just need to get in here. and defeat this cruiser. All right, and we can do that. He can't defend all sides at once. So we just kind of sneak in here, and we hit the engines, and then the engines will get a nice, like, flame out if we pepper them enough. Oh, interesting timed event. He's got so much armor. Easy, dude, easy. He's trying to overload me, which is respectable, but I'm not gonna let him do it that easy. I'm just dodging, bro. And if I can't dodge, I'll block. This dude is thick! All right, but you can punch holes in the armor, so where you shoot actually matters. Because there's positional armor on the ships. It's not just straight up damage. So if you keep hitting the same spot, it will soften it up. I gotta be careful here because these little drones are rocking me a little bit. The cruiser is like tanky, but he's not that strong. I go in there. I need more missiles. We ran out of missiles, so we're hitting him with like anti-shield. That's what sucks. That's why we're not doing any damage. There's his weak spot right there. There's the weak spot right there. All right, I gotta watch out. He's probably almost out of missiles too. Oh yeah, hull integrity is going way down. Torpedoes disabled, weapons disabled. Finish it! Cracked them wide open. All right, we got there in the end. Combat readiness was getting real bad. 10%, we're gonna have some malfunctions at that point. So if your combat readiness gets real bad, you need to retreat your ships. I should have probably done that, but we're just gonna say it all worked out in the end. 6 crew and no Marines were lost in the last engagement. We can actually recover this with a story point, but it's going to give us 4 negative mods, because you notice how we cracked it open. We're going to have to duct tape it back together, and it won't be quite the same as when it was brand new, with that new car smell. So we're just going to salvage it. Pick through the wreckage and take what we can take. Some supplies, so we can do repairs, some fuel, machinery, a couple of guns salvaged. It's easy. Who is this? Oh, they're dead. You have 4 story points. You gained 12,000 XP. Oh, I forgot. So when you have officers like Lieutenant Winterrose, you can mentor them. What type? Are you a steady? You're a steady officer. Okay. So if I mentor an officer, you take them under your wing, providing guidance and helping them develop professional skills. Doubles the rate of their XP gain, increases the range of abilities they have to choose from. That's also good. And you can also influence them to become more cautious or aggressive in battle. Steady and aggressive are good for different types of ships. For a wolf, you probably, like, aggressive will get the wolf killed, in my experience. Wolves are a little fragile. It really depends on how they're built and how good the pilot is. This pilot has helmsmanship, maneuverability, and top speed. Do I want them to be more aggressive? They'll prefer to engage at a range that allows the use of all their weapons. Will employ any fighters aggressively. I used to be afraid of aggressive until I started using it all the time. I'm not afraid of aggressive. I just don't think aggressive is good in wolves. Wolves are pretty fragile ships. It depends on... I like to put aggressive pilots in tankier ships. And also it depends on if it's a support ship. Right now, this wolf has a graviton beam as its nose weapon. Okay? I'd like to see you try to be aggressive with a graviton beam on your nose. I'm firing my laser, sir! It's not doing shit, but I'm firing it directly at the enemy. I don't know if it matters how close I am right now. It doesn't seem to be doing anything, in fact, sir. But I'm doing it really close to that guy. I'm not scared at all. Though we might want to put them in a different ship. Honestly, let's just keep this one steady. We're going to have 8 officers under our command. I think it's good to have a balance of steady and aggressive. So let's just leave it the way it is. And get them some bonus XP. So they got a big bonus XP bar. I think using a story point for that is always right. All right, and we did all that so that we could go here. We kind of need to, like... We need to kill this last... hound if they're just gonna stay there. They're attempting to disengage. I don't think we're fast enough to catch them. All right, let them go. As long as they don't stop us from doing this jump point. Laying a course for the jump point. Transit between hyperspace and normal space. All right, we have to stabilize it first. That's our entire objective here. You load the stabilization algorithm into your jump program, and the drive field goes through a series of esoteric fluctuations, their resonance gradually canceling out the instability of the jump point. The jump point should be stable enough to use within a day. Return to Ansira and report your success. All right, spool up the burn drives. Wait, what music is this? Okay, this is the same soundtrack. Chat, remind me to listen to Starbase after this. This is a perfect opportunity to listen to Starbase soundtrack. All right, field repairs are being completed on our ships. Let's go talk to Station Commander Francis Polis. Well done. Station Commander Polis seems a bit giddy. We actually did it! You just never know with these things. It's such a relief not to be cooped up in this system anymore. Here's your reward, well earned and with my gratitude. In addition, I've set you up with a monthly stipend from the Galatia Academy in recognition of services rendered. It should run for 3 full cycles. Frankly, they don't have much room to complain right now. Didn't even have to lean on them too hard to get this sorted out. 10,000 credits is now ours. Relationship with the hegemony improved by 5. They're now favorable with us, so they might offer us different ships and goods for sale. Now, I expect the authorities at the headquarters on Jangala and the Corvus system would like to hear about the recent events. Would you deliver a report for me? Ask to speak with the station commander Sellers when you get there. Oh, make sure to take enough fuel for the trip. Flying in system as you have been doesn't use fuel, so it's easy to forget that flying in hyperspace does. It's not too far, but with your current fleet, you'll need at least 40 units to get there. If you do manage to run out of fuel and get stuck in an uninhabited system, and that'd be a real feat on the Galatia Corvus route, let me tell you, you can always issue a distress call and wait for help to arrive. Oh, yes. Help will arrive. Right, yeah, of course. I'm also declaring a bounty on the remaining rogue minor fleets here. If you like, you can stick around and help mop up before going to Corvus. All right, you cut the comm link after exchanging pleasantries. Let's repair our ships first. And then it's time to abandon that which we did not earn, chat. And by that I mean, since I'm playing self-imposed Iron Man, well actually it's real Iron Man mode, but with self-imposed hardcore mode, we are gonna store indefinitely the quest ships as they are and go back and pretend like we just skipped the tutorial. What does it give you if you skip the tutorial? You still get this monthly stipend. I don't know what else you get. But we have to get rid of some crew. Do they cost money in storage? Nope. But yeah, you start with some basic money by default. There we go. Goodbye, crew. Peace. And we'll just, these are just a couple of scrap weapons from the combat. So we'll hold on to that. We got 15,000 bucks. I like buying, I like feeling like I'm earning my stuff. Playing the tutorial is earning it, but it's also just sort of some automatic gimmies. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, these ships are awful though. They cost a storage fee? No, the storage, no chat. You get this storage container as part of the tutorial. There is not a upkeep cost on the storage. Storage is a one-time purchase. In this case, there was no purchase. All right. New intel. So now we're connected to the outside world. And because we've reconnected this system, the Galatia Star system, to the greater sector map, we're now getting information from them, including jobs, offers, intel. We know what they know, to some extent. Personal bounties, location of pirate bases that we can go tackle, domain era survey ships that we might be able to go and explore. This is where the sandbox opens. So I think I'm gonna stick around here and let's look for some. They said I could stay and mop up if I wanted. I think that's a fine way to start. Let us look for some additional baby threats. And now we can start making our own fleet from scratch. Oh wait, this is where we did the ship salvage. There's my monthly income. That's gonna happen whether we skip or not. So we're gonna be able to buy ships just by extension of the monthly stipend. They said it's gonna last for 3 years. And if I could change one thing about vanilla Starsector, it would be the monthly stipend. Let's go up to the pirate. Spot. But yes, if Alex came to me and was like, you've been playing Starfarer and Starsector for over 12 years, like 12 full years, what would you do? If I let you change one thing, it would be the monthly stipend. Who is it? Oh, chat, I messed up, bro. I E-burned out of there. I think it was worth it. I'd do it again. Okay, so an emergency burn increases your max burn level by 8, reduces sensor range by 50%, increases the range at which the fleet can be detected by 50%, consumes 2 fuel, and reduces combat readiness of all ships and cost supplies to recover. I mean, those guys were too much, too fast, too furious. Hello? 3-star danger. Yeah, being just 2 ships, it turns out, is much harder than being 4 ships. With the number of D mods they have, we could probably kill them, but that wolf is going to be troubled. Like, the drone tender is actually a threat to us at this stage. This is the problem with Iron Man mode. If I wasn't playing Iron Man, I'd fight this and just, if I happened to die, I'd save scum. Wait, where did your starter fleet go? Stop alt-tabbing and leaving for extended periods of time and then asking dumb questions about things that just happened 60 seconds ago. I have a weak bladder! Me too. Me too. This is my starter fleet. What are you talking about? All right, I gotta fight somebody. May as well be these. We might just die. In which case, I salute you, chat. That pulse laser is probably gonna shred us. And if they don't, then the drones will. Kite, get out of there, bro. Uh-oh, I overloaded myself. No! No! We bit off more than we could chew! Ah! Instant death. It's over, bros. It's over. They have too much. They have lasers. I just have a Wayfarer. I should have not taken this fight. Oh, I can change the music now. Because it's playing a completely different soundtrack. Shuttle ready for command or transfer? You're still alive. Yeah, 3 ships was too much. 2 ships would have been doable. The wolf, that wolf is just really strong. The pulse laser by itself is a huge problem right now. He's got a baby pulse laser stacked on top of it. And then he's got like the Annihilator, whatever it's called. He can do short range teleports. Ba-boom. Ba-boom. Your forces were utterly defeated in the last engagement. The last thing you remember is a sudden burst of acceleration as the escape pod you're in tears away from your doomed ship. Your fleet is scattered and you yourself barely escape in the command pod. After a while, you're picked up by a passing salvage fleet and taken back to civilization. Eventually, you acquire another couple of craft and are able to ply the space lanes once again. Wait, what? It just gave me the same ships over again. Oh. Okay, so there's basically no penalty to dying? Is that what I'm understanding if you just... I don't think that's ever happened. The game felt sad for you. Rip your officer, though? Nah, they're still here. It would be painful if you lost some good ships. Well, that's what the developer doesn't know. is they gave me the literal exact same ships that I just had. This respawn has always been in the game. Smilk just outed themselves as a loser who dies in tutorial. Wait a second. Hold up. You... It gives you like a considerably worse fleet than your last, and your last can't get much worse. Rip to the people who I named the ships after. Those guys sucked. See, like, the funny thing is, you get enough money from the stipend that I could just buy new ships. So if I could give some advice on how this should actually work, did I lose money too? I don't think so. You should lose money for those ships. Like there should be at least a 50% or like a credit threshold for that death. Because like 1 month stipend is 14 to 15K. Weren't you at 30K? I don't think so, because I just got my first stipend pay. All right, anyway, chat. Somehow, my Wayfinder and my kite have returned. Somehow, I have returned. All right, where am I? That's Typhon. Chat, where am I? This isn't where we were, right? I was in Galatia. I respawned in Samara. How did I do that? Chat, it doesn't matter what start you take because the stipend exists. That's the problem with the stipends. That's why it would be the one thing I would change in the Starsector, because it nullifies your start. And you might ask, well, what would you do to fix? What would you do differently? I would work on ways to earn money early game so that the stipend is not mandatory, because the stipend is mandatory. Your ability to earn money early game should be like, basically it should just copy Mountain Blade more. Where right now you can sort of work as a mercenary for a given organization, but that should be the primary way of like starting out, is either like doing jobs that you're capable of at the bar for transferring goods, or being like, I'm gonna go merc for the hegemony, and then they pay you for what you do. And that should be like how you make your money at the beginning. Yeah, the stipend is a band-aid to prevent you from soft locking yourself, which is incredibly easy to do. That's why I say there should be like more in-universe ways to make money instead of just like getting an allowance from mom and dad. In my opinion. You can earn money early on. Yeah, you can earn money in the whole game, bro. I'm saying that the ways... You just said what I said, but with different words. Because you said it's very tedious. Dude, you can earn money in this game? I said there need to be more and better ways to earn money in the early game and then remove the stipend. I would prefer a system where you do jobs and get paid. Like, right now, working for the hegemony isn't really worth. Because it's really hard to actually find the enemies that you're supposed to hunt to get paid the bounties. And when you do get paid them, they're not very high. Because just like, for example, right now, I haven't done anything, but I have enough money to buy 2 ships. And that's with, like, the basic start. And I just died. So I'm probably just going to buy another kite. Just to get started. Give it... Oh, they don't really have anything here. Yeah, they don't have anything at all. Light machine gun for point defense. Well, we'll go visit another spot. We'll go over here. Hey, Talon Chat, what are we talking about? Starsector? This video game? Okay, they don't have anything either. Terran eccentric world. What does that mean? We're gonna stay away from the corona. Terran eccentric world. Leading families of Eventide sponsor the solar mirrors and shades which maintain islands of habitability. The disgraced and poor, meanwhile, live in the twilight peripheries, where the harsh climactic shift of the slow summer day, winter night seasonal cycle must be endured in full force. Culturally conservative, planetary media concern itself mostly with the social rituals and machinations of leading families. The prevailing ethos of Eventide lends itself to providing a disproportionate number of officers to the hegemony military. Your fleet transmits identification codes via the transponder, and you are soon granted docking clearance. Probably a game system that allows you to join bigger fleets and be supported by them. Yeah, that's what I mean when I say take more from Mount and Blade. That's what Mount and Blade kind of does to some extent. You go with the people who are attacking and, like, join their army for a time. Or like Battle Brothers, when you're doing like a hauling quest and you have to go with the caravan, but the caravan feeds you while you're doing it. But yeah, I think the stipend should be like, in my ideal world, the stipend should be something that you turn on for your campaign and not the default way that it is meant to be played. Because then when the stipend inevitably goes away after 3 years, and those forced training wheels come off, then it's like it becomes a different game where you start to have to, like, scavenge for good resources to smuggle, usually, or you realize how poorly bounties pay out relative to how much damage you have to take. And then those types of things, I think, still need a little bit of help. I thought you could choose not to take the stipend. Somebody's been playing too much Nexarellan. And is confusing it with vanilla. I remember I actually, at times, did nothing in the early game just to collect stipend to afford a ship. Yes, precisely. If there's like, oh, I really want that destroyer, or I really want that cruiser. Okay, put a fork in your shift button while you wait around the hegemony planet and then go do something else and then come back. And you will have enough money to buy it. So I'd rather those training wheels just kind of come off earlier so you actually like have to play the game and then have some more like beginner mechanics to that end. More ways to earn money early on. Not a single dude in this entire system sells the types of missiles I want. All right, let's go back to Galatia. Or if the stipend depended on you actually meeting expectations. Yeah, like just, you know, having to play the game is sort of what I'm getting at. We're in hyperspace. This is where it gets a little spooky. Watch out for the clouds that have electric storm surges. I'm gonna go ahead and sneak on through there so we don't get hit by them. That's that same hound that we let get away earlier. That's funny. All right, and Syra, I believe in you. I was wrong to believe in you. The hegemony freaking hates Salamander and Swarmer SRMs and MRMs. Freaking hates them, man. I think a kite with a harpoon MRM is stupid. And with an Annihilator rocket launcher is probably also stupid, but that's pretty much all we can do is double Annihilators. Yeah, it's kind of dumb. All right, let's add... I think armored weapon mounts for this is fine. And then this time we're going to do reinforced bulkheads. It doesn't have shields. How much flux does it actually need? Truthfully. Reinforced bulkheads for both be tankier. All right, and now we go again. I bought my first little baby ship. Let's go find those bad guys who just murdered us. And then get murdered again. Maybe. There was a battle here. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking. Not good, dude. Oh, we lost our heavy machinery. That makes sense. I'm gonna go buy some heavy machinery so we can actually salvage stuff. Gaming right now, dude. You guys don't sell heavy machinery. This place sucks. Okay, well, never mind then. Academy ships, security detachments, unidentified fleets, running, maybe? Who is this? Pirates! Get those guys! We can definitely... It's 2 kites and a hound. This is made for us. We were born for this. All right, have them both escort me. I think it depends on the scale you are expecting. Early game usually very quickly transitions to mid game. Yeah, that's the problem. The whole early game is designed to get you to mid game as fast as possible because, I don't know, players' attention spans are too small to appreciate starting from something and working your way up to it. Like, half of the starts in the game are designed around giving you larger fleets. And then not only do you get larger fleets, like multi-ship fleets at the beginning, you also get a stipend on top of that so that you can scale up faster. And it's shoveling you into the mid game as fast as possible because it's like afraid you're gonna get bored. If you can't get max level and get bored as fast as possible, what's the point? But yeah, the fact that you hit mid game so fast is kind of the crux of my entire complaint about the stipend. All right, this dude is already half dead somehow. Hounds are really difficult to hit. Hit that one though. But yeah, to the point where, like that one chatter said, go into the game files and enable the special spacer start where you start with what, just a kite? Like that's hidden in the game files. And it's not even an option in the game, right? Or you have to use mods. To have like more humble beginnings. I just like the humble beginning starts. I like my RimWorld naked brutality, you know? And I like... Oh, be careful here, he's gonna nuke me. Nice. Good overload. Easy. Oh, there's one more. I knew that. All right, eliminate that guy. Kite versus kite. I just gotta get in his face. Not too close, or the explosion might backsplash me a little bit. Well, yeah, everything I'm saying just comes from a place of I like to earn everything that I get, because then it feels like mine. So when I'm given or gifted stuff to like make the game easier, it cheapens the experience. And also, like, I do take issue with the fact that it's like people are saying that the training wheels are good or whatever, and let me put it like this. The game and the combat is as hard as it is. The rest of the game doesn't need to be easy to support that, right? Like, if there needed to be these, like, training wheels, then the combat and the actual gameplay wouldn't need to be so hardcore. You could make that part easier. I just want the whole thing to be a cohesive, not difficult for its own sake experience, but, like... You have to earn every victory in combat. I also want to earn the stuff that happens outside of the combat. Does that make sense? So that's why usually when I play Nexarellan, I try to turn the stipend off or like down, and then randomly generate the game map so that the existing supply lines and like trade routes don't exist anymore. Because luckily for me, I haven't really played that much of the vanilla. But true or false, chat, if you play vanilla a lot, you can memorize which systems supply specific resources, and you know that if you take those resources to this other system, you will profit big time off of it. Like there's There are concrete supply lines by default that you can learn and memorize, even between games. I thought I used to see a space restart in the menu. I think that's also Nexarellan. Nexarellan also does that. Your fleet is running low on... Are we? I guess we are. We only have 14 supplies. Because I lost them all when I blew up. You could start as a pirate. Chat, I don't think you can start as a pirate in vanilla. You guys have been playing too much Nexarellan, dude. And it shows. How do I trade? Give me... People keep mentioning Nex features as if they're a base game. Yeah. You just don't know what to do without it. It's so funny. The total personnel capacity of your fleet is 110. There are 38 crew. You need at least 33 skeleton crew for all ships to function optimally. Okay. I don't like only having 5 crew surplus. Also, I want to check the wiki for something real quick. Crew salaries are 10 credits per month. Failure to pay may see some crew be lost when the ship next docks. Lost. Okay. I want to see how much you have to pay them. But also, I was looking up the wiki because I couldn't remember off the top of my head if, like, I used to think that having surplus crew increased in-combat repair speed, but I don't think that's the case as long as you're meeting your function optimally skeleton crew numbers, right? But you don't want to ever like lose some crew in a fight and then fall under that level. So we want more than 5 crew buffer, probably. So now we have like a 20 crew buffer, more than enough for our purposes. We need to start accumulating heavy machinery. Repair speed might have been a feature when the crew had experience years ago. Oh yeah, the crew XP. Forgot about that. The actual old days. We should maybe buy a little fuel as well. That way we don't just run out while we're out and about. Alright, we're getting contacts. Top left. Let's go check them out. Could be spooky. But combat readiness is looking good. Academy shuttle service. Carting people to and fro. Alright, they're chill. They're legit. My money! Thanks, Mom. 13,000 credits going directly into my account. Let's go hunt some dudes over here. Classic RimWorld problem, thinking that mods are base game. Yeah. Dude, I just had a ping right here, and then when I scanned for it, I got nothing. Phantom pings. Phantom pings. Oh Oh, I am super dead, dude. I can't even E-burn right now, man. Okay, we need to head, like... away from that. It ain't worth getting caught and then having to do all that over again. We could also chill next to some hegemony fleets or something. These dudes in their search pattern, man. Who is that, by the way? We could take that dude down, probably. Is that Buffalo? I just don't want to get got by the people behind them. All right, I'm turning my transponder off so I can hide. I'm gonna go in the asteroid field, and we're just gonna, like, go dark. Turn off all non-essential systems, reducing the range at which fleets can be detected by 50%, and force them to move slowly. Jux, why don't you take your hands off the keyboard there, friend? Your fingers are too sweaty. Also, Tune Up Pickup. What up? Thanks for 59 months. How you doing? And welcome back for another one. It's Biscuits is also here. And said, oops, yeah, no, we're good, we're good. That I do not want to fight. That I also don't want to fight. Where did the one little fleet that I do want to fight? We could probably take one wolf. It's everybody else I'm worried about. Are they engaged with each other? Oh, it's mercenaries fighting the unidentified fleet. So we could actually jump in on that, but I don't think it's worth doing. Dude. The Mercs won. So yeah, you can actually be a rat and just follow around the battles of other people and try to salvage them, but we don't have the ability to because I lost all my heavy machinery when I blew up, which is actually, I prefer this start. It's like I got the start that I wanted without having to skip the tutorial. So that worked. I don't know who's a merc and who's a pirate up here. Rogue Mining Force. One Buffalo support destroyer and a Cerberus. I think we should be able to handle this. Don't underestimate a fully laden Buffalo when you're just two kite custom shuttles and a Wayfarer, though. We gotta get our hands dirty somehow. I'll just have both these dudes escort me. Now, this dude is like, basically, he's a support guy. He's gonna be shooting those Pelham missiles from range. They're basically artillery. They're not too threatening by themselves. He does have an antimatter blaster attached to the front. That's the main thing to watch out for. And then the Cerberus is gonna be kind of a tanky boy. So we kind of need to bait the Cerberus out to come fight us. The Buffalo's pretty squishy. And the Cerberus is kind of slow, so like... Let me go ahead and handle that real quick. I got that as fast as I could, chat. I got that one as fast as I could. I saw it out the corner of my eye. It's crazy. They're not even using the same Discord that they were using before, but I guess because the other one got banned. So they had to change it. Easy peasy. All right, let's clean this up and we can get back to fighting. And we're all set. Easy peasy, dude. All right, do we go in on this dude? Oh, we don't have missiles. I'm over here trying to use missiles and I don't have any. Funny how that works. All right, as long as the Cerberus doesn't sneak up behind me, I got this dude. Watch out for those stray missiles. He's coming in hot. All right, this guy's gonna be chunky. All right, at this stage, I want to undo my escort command and put an engage command on this guy. That way we can spread out around him, hopefully, and use the speed of these little kites to kind of flank. Okay, well, not engage that much, bro. But yeah, I can like kind of sneak up back here, pepper the armor, start chunking it. And that way we can do a little two-prong attack here, you know what I mean? There we go. No ship recovery. Let's take what we can get. We need to rebuild our heavy machinery pocket and our weapon pocket. We got the antimatter blaster. We didn't even give the Buffalo time to get it, and we got a swarmer, which is what I was looking for anyways. I got a story point to spend. Winter Rose, you only need 500 XP to level up. Come on, dude. All right, the bounty hunter's chill. That's just a mercenary. But that was a good clean fight in there. That was a good clean fight. There's a derelict kite ship that we could salvage for like that. Yep, it ain't much. We should hit these derelicts. Oops. And then salvage them. Get the loot. Get the loot. It ain't much, but it's honest work. It is some good, honest work. Hiding in the asteroid belt, keeping our sensor profile down. Looking for ne'er-do-wells. We got a salamander also. Okay, well that's pretty good. That being said, I actually do kind of like one kite just having some dumbfire missiles when their shields are overloaded. Is okay. But yeah, having two with salamanders could be particularly annoying, like disable their engines and such. So what you're saying is, turn your transponder back on so you don't get in trouble with the local authorities. And then go see if there's any ships for sale over here at Ansira. There's some cool ones. Valkyrie Troop Transport. Don't need that, but it is a nice ship. Freighter. A mud skipper. And that salvage rig we'll need for sure as well, but just not yet. Yeah, they don't really have anything here for us. I guess I could have just checked at the pirate station. I'm assuming, what does Galatia have? What is this? Derelict drone tender with 3D mods, weapon mounts, glitch sensor array, and structural damage. I'll pass, but I will salvage it. We got 6 heavy machinery. Getting better. We're a little broke right now as far as strength, and we'll take what we can get. More money for Mom. Thanks, Mom. The stark white hulls of Galatia Academy Station crawl past in slow, magisterial rotation. The ivory tower looms before you. Your request to the docking queue is approved. Your comms officer helpfully mutes the chirpy automated vid feed presenting a boulderized version of the Galatia Academy and its role in providing education and research to the Persian sector while remaining above political influence. The landing promenade is filled with modest civilian transports, a few high-end personal craft, and at the far end, a row of freighters offloading supplies. A junior academy agent greets you in a landing lounge with promotional paraphernalia in hand. Greetings, Captain. Perhaps you are an alumni? Have you considered donating to a scholarship trust with the Academy? Ask about the Academy. The agent launches into a polished spiel. The Academy was founded pre-collapse, a humble institution of research and higher education on the grand frontier of the domain. The dual foci were practical matters in fields from applied terraforming to engineering sciences and more theoretical pursuits, including study of local astrophysics and xenobiology. The collapse, of course, changed everything, and in the following cycles, your eyes wander over the people coming and going. Groups of energetic youth display earnest association with various subcultures by modifying their standard academy uniforms. Knockoff hive scum holotags, ironic ludic weave, hegemony officer coats done up in off-code colors and patterns, ill-fitted spacer rigging. A few proper academicians in pale coats study their data pads or walk swiftly in small groups to meetings and lectures. Request a meeting with the provost. The Academy agent makes a quiet request through their personal comms, then gives you a patient look. The new provost is very, very busy. New administration after the, recent unpleasantness, you know? Now, this could take some time. Days, weeks, sometimes. You might want to leave your comms ID with me and come back in? The comms unit chimes softly. Yes? Really? I mean, yes, we'll come up immediately. The agent turns to you. Provost Baird will see you. Right now. Please follow me, Captain. Follow the agent. You are led through a discreet, secure access door to a series of passages that bypass the public concourses. A travel lift activates at the Academy agent's presence and you step inside at the agent's encouraging nod. The lift pod is wrapped by diamond matrix through which you can see the canyon-like sweep of plazas pass by, filled with crowds of students, academics, and technicians. Raising your gaze, you see that the pod is approaching a tiered substructure which seems to hang over the curve of the station interior. The pod slows and you shuffle to adjust to the local grav effect field gradient. You must be near the core of Galatia Station. A guard wearing a mirrored faceplate dismisses the junior agent and ushers you to an antechamber filled with small groups waiting to meet with the provost. They have perfect hair and perfect skin, unmarred by the radiation and burns that mark a spacer. Those cybernetics you can spot are consciously stylish adornments rather than crude augments. Many have brought their young progeny with them. The stench of wealth and influence is palpable. Heads turn as you are led past all of them toward a set of large doors inlaid with wood from what look like real trees. You feel their glares on you like point defense fire on heavy armor. Play it cool, eyes forward. You enter the office and the doors close silently behind you. Provost Anahita Baird turns to acknowledge your entrance while concluding a call via her desk tablet. Ancient wooden shelves for real, paper books gleam darkly in subdued light emanating tastefully from nowhere. The shelves are only half stocked from crates scattered around the office. A brass orrery of the Galatia systems adorns a plinth in the midst of a seating cluster. Parchments mounted behind the provost's desk display intimidating intellectual rankings, their seals of authenticity glowing softly. I apologize for the mess, she says, having noted your examination. I've only just moved office. Before you speak, she raises a hand. You're not here to set up a donation. Why then? Because it is very much in my interest to know about the up-and-coming mercenary captain who's capable of reversing the unfortunate situation created by my ambitious but incautious predecessor. A pause. This institution is not devoted to purely theoretical work. She forms a cradle with her hands as if to hold an idea as she explains it. For what use is knowledge if it does not give us the power and wisdom to change the world for the better? She leaves the question hanging in the air for a moment. Knowledge is good for its own sake. Knowledge uplifts the human spirit. Knowledge can also be very profitable. Knowledge brings us closer to the Creator or say nothing. How's the space going? I've already exploded once. Fronald. I've already been blown up once. If I missed you earlier, thanks again. It's Biscuits for the sub for 14 months. Knowledge can also be very profitable. Provost Baird cuts you off as you begin to speak. The question was rhetorical, Captain. She brings her hands apart. The Galatia Academy could make use of someone like you. Someone capable, discreet. And here she pauses. A tactic for emphasis she appears to employ often. And very well paid. I do not wish to make the same mistake as my predecessor. If one wants work done properly, appropriate incentive must be provided. She leans back and looks to you, done speaking. For real this time. Probably. I'm interested. What do you need done? I have other priorities. I really did want to create a scholarship. Ask about the stipend. Tell me about the stipend! The hegemony saddled us with that as a disciplinary measure, the provost explains levelly. Had they seized our assets directly, it'd be a clear violation of their principle of non-intervention in matters pertaining to the politics of the Galatia Academy. They'd look little better than pirates. Instead, as his last act in the office of provost, they had my predecessor Thomas Calishore sign a range of burdensome contracts before he was removed to a hegemony oubliette. Baird smiles wryly as if admiring the move. Much to your benefit. All right, I accept. What do you need done? I shall put you in contact with academician Alvis Sebastian. He will be my liaison with you. You'll receive a few mundane tasks from various departments in the academy so that we may build a working rapport and provide you with the funds required to bring your fleet up to standards. She looks over her spectacles at you. Most of all, I require evidence of trust. I intend to remain provost here for a long time, and productive relationships are built on trust. We'll speak again before long, I'm sure. She looks out the dimmed windows at the great halls of the Galatia Academy. You cannot imagine what we shall accomplish. She smiles now, not for you, but for herself. Talk to Sebastian. An Academy agent quietly escorts you back to the landing promenade. You get the impression that they've been ordered not to ask you questions despite their obvious curiosity. A party of new inductees, led by another agent, gawk up at the station structure, at you and at the passing academicians who, serious-faced, appear to be entirely consumed by esoteric debates. Thank you, Provost. Now, hello, Alvis Sebastian. Nice to meet you, academician. Right, yes. He seems nervous to be meeting a real-life space captain. You wonder idly how he got this position. The different departments within the Galatia Academy tell me what they need done. Then I coordinate with freelancers like yourself to procure the necessary services. Oh, and I run jobs by the finance office. We have to make sure you get paid. That's very important. At any time, there may be various jobs open to you. You just have to check with me. Or sometimes there might be no jobs if they're fulfilled. He reads something on a tablet, but it looks like Provost Baird wants you to have first priority. She must like you. You're not sure about this. Inquire about available jobs. All right, chat. I don't know if I should take a job right now. Transporting a scientist, data retrieval, VIP. Not right now. I'll come back. Goodbye. I think we're 2 kite ships and a wayfinder. Probably not good enough for any of these quests. Let's build ourselves up a little bit first. What's up? Your name blows. How's it going, dude? Chat, how many of you have reinstalled Starsector today? So far. It was never uninstalled. Just did 10 minutes ago. Me. Chat, it can't be already installed because the patch was today. So you had to have downloaded it. You can't have never... You know what I'm saying? Like, the new patch was today for the hotfix. I want to do more of my old save. Well, it's save compatible, the new update. Unless you're playing with mods. I'm too intimidated to play. It's not that bad. I promise you, it ain't that bad. This is definitely not a this is too intimidating to play game. They have a pretty good tutorial, in my opinion. That's kind of rough, isn't it, chat? A Sunderer? Do you think 2 kites and a wayfinder could beat a Sunderer? And a Cerberus? Probably not, right? Dicey, yeah, it's a bit dicey. That one's probably doable. Buffalo and 2 kites. 3-star can go either way. Yeah, 3-star can go either way. What up, nerds? Oops, it looks like I led you into the hegemony fleet. All right, I think I can take this Buffalo. We did pretty well against it last time, let's say. Oops. But yeah, taking out the other kites first. Seems important. I'm kind of just shooting at nothing right now. All right, escorts, come with me. Come with me, escorts. Why am I losing against a kite, man? Oh my God, this guy. Escort me! You guys need to escort me! Get over here! Escort me, dude! I'm overloaded! I'm losing to a kite in 1v1? Embarrassing. That's embarrassing, dude. Oh my God, man. Get that guy. Get him! Shoot him! Turn around! Oh my god. Alright, we just gotta go ham. Gotta go ham on this guy. That's it. That's it. Alright, I had to face tank a little bit. Gotta face tank sometimes. Who gave the reckless trait to Officer Etal? Why did that kite just stop moving? He's thinking real hard about getting flanked. Alright, I'm going in. I'm keeping the kite on the other side of the buffalo here. Keep pew-pewing. Why are my guns damaged? Chat, combat readiness? Is it peak operating time? We're back online, or did I just get 2 damaged earlier? All right, 2 dead, 1 to go. You guys can stop escorting me and engage that dude. Pelums now deal EMP? Really? Pelums, when they hit shields, do EMP damage. That's a big monka S, actually. That's terrifying. So they do EMP through shields? They have a boost phase 2 when close. Okay. Well, that's interesting. So apparently Pelums were not getting used enough. He's trying to escape. And I can't let that happen, chat. 30 Condors is back on the menu, boys. What's up, Just Bees? How's it going? I'll take that. Turn the starbase ambiance up. That. Okay, too much? Too much fuel. That. Winter Rose is ready to level up. I got another story point. Level up. Winter Rose, you already have helmsmanship. And since I'm mentoring you, I get extra skills to potentially train you. Gunnery implants. Target leading for auto-firing weapons, ballistic and energy weapon range, minus recoil. Minus 24% armor damage taken. Maximum damage reduction by armor increased to 90%. See, I don't really know what polarized armor means. I understand EMP damage taken reduced by up to 50% based on current hard flux level. But I don't understand what up to plus 50% armor for damage reduction calculation only means based on current hard flux level. I love this game. Such exciting combat like Space Gladiator battles. It is kind of like Space Gladiator battles, yep. Plus damage dealt by ballistics and ballistic weapon range. Plus 1.5 flux dissipation per ordnance point spent on weapons. Or minus damage taken by shields. Honestly, you can't go wrong with gunnery implants. Like, target leading for auto-firing is good in a lot of respects. 15% range is good in a lot of respects. Shield damage is also good, but I think you can't go wrong with gunnery implants for your co-pilots. Got him. GG. I can actually get in here and help, but I would rather just wait because they just have a hound. No scrap? Okay. Nobody else is over here. That's pretty much it. Actually, I'm gonna go over here for a sec. I want to get away from that hegemony fleet so I can maybe buy a ship from the pirate station. Okay, yeah, they can't see me here. I'm going in. Ooh, a 1D mod wolf frigate with faulty power. Ooh, faulty power grid. I don't need flux anyway. And a perfectly serviceable lasher. The Puka. The Puka. I mean, a lasher is a nice little upgrade for us. Kind of a classic. I only got one Vulcan. Alright, well, I can put the light autocannons, I guess. And then light machine guns. It ain't pretty, but it'll work. Oh wait, I didn't put the other point defense. There we go. Anti-small craft. We have one salamander available. There are black market harpoon MRMs. But that's only a double. Anti-armor breach SRMs. A heavily armored fast missile with good guidance and a small specialized anti-armor warhead. How does the breach SRM compare to the harpoons? Breach is 1500 range, 150 times 3 damage, and this is 750 damage. Each missile deals an additional 250 damage, specifically to armor. Okay, so it just is armor cracking. I gotcha. I gotcha. The lasher is never pretty, but I love it. It shoots the pew-pews. It does what it's supposed to do. The problem is, I feel like the best thing to do for this is to put on the stupid dumbfire annihilators, but I hate the lasher with dumbfires. We're gonna try it out. Let's get another salamander swarmer combo. So we got 2 of those. Why does this one have 1 more ordnance point? Am I crazy? Oh, it's the light autocannon versus the light machine gun. Okay, if we put swarmers on this, I think we don't need a point defense on top. Probably do want the anti-shield. There we go. All right, make those the same. And then have both the missile racks on auto fire. Okay. And then I guess double annihilator, even though I kind of hate it. Yeah, it already knows what I want. So it's going to look like this. So we're going to go Daka, 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 daka. And then when we activate our special ability, accelerated ammo feeder, it's gonna go daka, 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 and then back. More daka. And then when their shields are down, instead of beating our drum, we're gonna go. I don't see any reason why those should be alternating. You want to fire them at the same time, in my opinion. Like, I feel like you're always going to want the Annihilators to go in at the same time. All right, I'm kind of being boring with my hull mods so far, but 40% more hull integrity is not ever going to do me wrong. And then bonus maneuverability again. Until we have like an actual strat, I feel like that's just a catch-all that is good. And then we go vents, capacitors, and I have one point left over. So maybe we could just switch to the light. Oh, that's only 3. Okay, yeah, we can do 9 capacitor, 10 vent, have a light dual machine gun for Omega point defense on the front. What's your favorite Starsector ship? The Frisbee. Whatever the Medusa. I like the Medusa a lot. The Medusa is really fun to pilot. I would say pre-nerf, it would have been the Tritachyon. I like Tritachyon ships a lot. I would say it would have been the Tritachyon one that gets its own drone before they nerfed it. Was a lot of fun. All right, I'm gonna command the Lasher now. And then I'm going to have my companion assigned to the other combat freighter, the Tempest. Yeah, pre-nerf Tempest was insane. Oh, I need more personnel. What's our minimum skeleton crew? It's 58. So let's try and have like, I don't know, 70, 75? Let's hire 23 crew. Or 25. Acceptable. And then probably just save the rest of our cash for now. All right, our fleet just got a little stronger, chat. Little stronger. I forgot to turn my transponder on. Uh-oh. They're gonna catch me, chat. They're gonna catch me, chat. They're gonna catch me, chat. They're gonna catch me. Gah! Running with your transponder off in hegemony space is against the law. You are hereby ordered to turn your transponder on. Identify yourself immediately and submit to a cargo scan. Classic. Classic. That's a rep hit. Relationship with the hegemony reduced by 2. Do you know how much harder it is to raise your reputation back by 2 than it is to lose 2 just for forgetting to turn your transponder on? Like, could you at least let me off with a warning, officer? This is my first offense. You activate the transponder and wait for the cargo scan to finish. Dude, losing 2, it's so hard to just build 2 rep forehead, in my opinion. Screw that guy. Screw that guy in particular, man. 3% scavenging effectiveness is not worth wasting the opportunity. Are there any more bad guys here? I kind of just don't think so. They'll respawn around the mining station, but... Deliver the message to Jangala. All right, let's just go to Jangala. It is about time. Look, is it illegal to buy lashers from the pirates? I don't think so. Maybe maybe it is. Imagine getting lost out here. It's like one jump away. I'm stranded. Oh, look at this. It's hiding something. What's hiding in here? So we are in a magnetic field. Traps high energy charged particles. It's extremely difficult to get any sensor readings on fleets within. Reduce the range at which fleets inside can be detected by 75%. So you can like hide real good in there. Or pirates can hide real good in there if they want. Alright, I want to fight some nerd with my new lasher. But the hegemony patrol's killing everybody. I just see debris fields here. I'm gonna salvage the stuff that they've been destroying, I guess. Unless, what is that? Hound? Kill it. I just don't want to do 19% scavenging effectiveness. Why is it so bad? Just because the debris field is small? Because we almost have enough heavy machinery. We have plenty of crew. Just... I blew up 5 heavy machinery? Oh my god, I only had 8! Well, I got 1 returned. Was it worth it? No, it wasn't worth it. Would not do again. Uh-oh, that's a nasty fleet. You found the wrong hegemony fleet protecting me. Thanks, Dad. Okay, Jangala, the jewel of the Corvus system. Jangala possesses a lush native biosphere. The world's farms and seas, often hidden by the churning cyclones of megastorms, are a major source of organic feedstock, food product, and exotic xenobiological materials, considered holy by most ludic sects. Initially a center of xenobiological study and tourism, exploitation followed discovery, and millions of square kilometers were razed and then covered by plantations tended by massive robotic harvesters. But it is no paradise for humans, requiring biofilter masks and a decontamination process for surface visits. The riotous native jungle must be held back to this day by periodic orbital burns from Jangala Station. Your fleet transmits identification codes via the transponder, and you are soon granted docking clearance. I'm here to talk to Oberon Sellers. Your connection request is accepted after a slight delay.
Yes, and you are? Ah, you have a report for me. Let's just take a look. Galatia is back on the map. That's excellent news. Says here you had quite a hand in it too. That won't be forgotten.
Relationship improved by 5 thanks to campaign quests for fixing my altercation with the local system authorities a moment ago and back in Galatia. What do I do now?
I don't have anything specific for you right now, but you've got options. There's a bounty in this system right now due to unusually high pirate activity. You've already got some experience dealing with pirates, so that could be a good way to earn some credits. And of course, you could always visit the dockside bars. Good opportunities there sometimes.
You could try your hand at salvaging. I have, sir, and it literally is blowing up in my face.
Load up on fuel, machinery, and supplies and head for the outer systems. It's a good idea to pick up a mission first, so you're not running blind. Someone's usually offering good money to analyze this planet or that derelict, and where there's one, there's often more. Finally, you could take a commission with the hegemony. Due to the Galatia business, your standing is high enough that such a request would be accepted. You'll be expected to fight our enemies, though, so it's quite a commitment. If I were you, I'd hold off on it until you've got a more solid fleet behind you.
I'll think about it.
See, that's not what an admiral would say. He wouldn't say I'd hold off. He'd be like, we need every man we can get. More solid feet. The fleet, same thing. Same thing, really. All right. Good job. So we can go chill with them if we want. I can go find some pirates to try and kill. Which is easier said than done, truthfully. Who are these guys? Hyperspace topography, magnetic field scanned, +5. +5 what? Rip those guys. Now, you can participate in these active ongoing battles. I just don't like to. I find that I don't get there before the other ships do. Hello. No, I wanted to fight those guys. Man, I gotta, like, compete here. I'm calling dibs. The mercs are getting there before I can. Is this just an asteroid field? I don't like doing it in Battle Brothers either. In Battle Bros, it ends up much the same. Like, I just kind of... It's just too many characters on screen at the same time, you know? Same thing for Mountain Blade. If it ain't my fight, I kind of just stay out of it. Unless there's a reason to, like maybe I lured the enemy fleet there to try to make them easier to deal with because they were in my way or something. So I'm just riding around doing sensor bursts, looking for contacts. I wish this game was on Steam. Why? What benefit would that be to you, you lazy... You can put it on Steam, actually. Steam can load third-party games. You just buy it, and then you tell Steam to add an icon for your third-party launch, and bam, there you go. You just added it to Steam. It's that easy, dude. A mule-class combat freighter. 3D mods. Come on. No heavy machinery. So sad. Ow. I wouldn't have to spend an additional 5 seconds to look at my old emails to reactivate it. I mean, if you've got an old version installed on your computer, then you don't you only have to activate it once per computer. So it should still automatically remember. Do you need to reverse thrusters to brake? Yes. I don't know exactly what you're asking. In this game, you click on a spot and your fleet flies there and then they stop. But in combat, you have like momentum, yes, and inertia. All right, we got something up top right. Don't know what. And we might bite off more than we could chew. It might end up being like a big fleet that we don't want to fight. Or it might not be a fleet at all. It is debris in orbit. Adrift. So we're going to scrap it for parts. Hey. I feel like I'm having to continuously rebuild my heavy machinery. I think they mean, do you have to face the other way to brake? Well, we have these things called the ability to put thrusters on more than just the back of our ship because we're not like a NASA spaceship, you know what I mean? We're in the sci-fi universe where we can put multiple thrusters on different parts of our ship, so you don't have to turn your whole ass ship around for that kind of thing. There's something else down there.
But there's a difference in asking, is there inertia, and do you have to turn your ship around to decelerate? We're gonna flip and burn. Was that a fake sensor? I just got close to it and there was nothing there. I think I had a ghost sensor. Who's that? A mercenary scout. They're taking all my kills. All right, supposedly there's a sensor reading just over here, but I feel like it's a ghost. There are ghost sensor readings. Yeah, there's nothing. There's not. Yeah, there is something there. Bonk. There seem to be engine trails while you're going and none when you stop, so no inertia. Two things. Number one, this is the map view, okay? If you're playing Mount and Blade Warband and you're in the map view and you're moving forward, your guy doesn't go, whoa, whenever he stops, okay? You know what I'm saying? This is like the map view version of our little fleet. Two, what if I told you that not all thrusters leave trails or have heat associated with them? Okay. RCS thrusters are not going to be on the same visible spectrum as something with a drive plume. Number three, I don't think you know what inertia is, bro. I'm fairly confident you don't know what inertia is. 4, I don't know why Starsector brings out the most pedantic chatters known to man. Number 5, who keeps dying over here? Those cargo pods? I'm looking for bad guys. I can't find anybody. Look, I will show you what I mean so that you don't have to be annoying anymore. Watch this. If I drive forward, I reach a top speed of 188. Now, my hands are off. I'm still going, bro. That's inertia. Now I can also come to a stop by reverse thrusting. Or I can even turn around. I can spin and I'm still going. Look at that. I didn't think it was an annoying question. Shut up, Bird Strike. I answered the question the first time, but then they tripled down on saying they think I'm lying to them. He's lying! Are we having to teach Jeffs about Newtonian laws of physics? Newton was stupid anyway. Who is this? I can't find any bad guys. They told me that there's a this is the problem I'm talking about. In the early game. Like, the early game, I just want to do a little light pirate hunting, but it is a struggle because the system defenders are too good at their job. I think one easy way to fix this is to move the pirate base in Jangala, which is where you stop after the tutorial, further out, or at a second pirate base here that is much more distant away from the hegemony, so you have an opportunity to make it like a size 1 pirate base in Jangala, so you can actually do some combat. Because I can't even find anybody to fight. Newton was such a dum-dum, you're telling me things fall down? Did the system bounty end? I mean, there's still a pirate base here. And the jump point. Stalling till the next stipend payment. I don't even know what to do with my 50K, man. Alright, we're gonna go fight these guys because there's only 3 hegemony ships. I'm gonna join this battle. I've already got more money than I need. I buy some ships? Why do I can't even find anyone to fight? Why do I want to have more monthly upkeep? Okay, we need to get these guys. Chat, stay in your freaking lane, dude. I'm just looking for people to blow up. See, this is why I don't... Maybe I can... Can you jump in from the side? I guess, are we not pursuing these guys, or are we engaged? Because I can't catch up to the AI who's already up there. Alright, we're in a new ship. We got a lasher. Let's see what it can do. Versus some... I don't want to know if I want to 1v1 the mule. That guy's a little scary. They're having malfunctions. What a nerd. Overload his shields. And then throw some missiles downrange. Alright, what's going on here? Where did my... Oh, the allies are back here doing stuff. I don't know what they're doing. We gotta try and, like, wear this dude's shields down. Ow, that hit me? I got a flame out? Who hit me with that? Oh, he did. He shoots them. Engines back online, sir. Oh, dude ran interception and paid the price. All right, we just gotta keep pressure up on his shields. Throw some missiles. Hit him with the little broadside. He's turning and spinning. I got hit in the ass again. Do I not have point defense? My engines are offline. I'm floating in space. Watch out, little dude. This guy's a tanky lad, man. I'm hitting him with as many of my little missiles as I can. All right, I gotta watch myself here. All right, we took down the Chungus. Now we need to eliminate his little baby escort. Barely skirted around there. Nicely done. I like that we actually get to use the Annihilator against the big ones. I don't like the Annihilator rocket launcher usually, but, you know, it works in that situation for sure. These all suck. Ding, ding. I helped. My relationship is better now. My dudes are only dropping 1 heavy machinery per battle, though. Ding, ding. Is that more rep? Oh, that was the system bounty. I think they improved how much rep you get for that, because I don't remember getting like 3 for the system bounty plus more for helping the fight, because that was a lot, actually. This is Mule Bully. Good. Mules suck. Bully that guy. Hello, KFishy. Thanks for the sub, dude. I appreciate 32 months, and thanks for dropping the tier 1 again. P-Lore as well with the Prime. Thanks for the 22 months. Howdy. Welcome to the stream. I finally found somebody to fight. Also, can I just say I am eternally grateful that they removed the scavenge after battle thing and you just get the stuff and you don't have to do 6 scavenges in a row anymore. That's very nice. Anyway, what's up, Splat? Thanks for the raid earlier, dude. And then right after you raided it, some bots attacked. Coincidence? Yes. The bots have been kind of relentless lately, to be perfectly honest. Okay. Fancy the open market not selling what we need. Though we have good relationship with the hegemony. We need to be commissions. Like I think I need to like... Chat, to get the military ones, when it says required hegemony commission, that means I need to say, hey, I'm working for you. Your enemies are my enemies. And then your rep needs to be like, what level rep is welcoming and friendly? And then on the secret hush-hush market. I don't think I got to play with a Vanguard before. That one's relatively new. Relative to the, like, 13-year age of this game. And then the Grindel, that one is new. That's the actual new. So what you're saying is, chat, buy a Hound. And then my fleet is gonna be 2 kites, a Wayfinder, a Hound, and a Lasher. That's a kick-ass fleet, I'm pretty sure. I've been told that these are the best frigates in the game. I was fighting bots and Helldivers. They probably snuck through. How was Helldivers 2, by the way? I was eyeballing it. I don't know if I can bring myself to add a Hound to this fleet. Do it. It's mine now. Let's do some things we don't normally do. A medium ballistic hardpoint is good, but you have to be able to put something on there. Light dual machine gun all the way for point defense over a Vulcan cannon for the extra range. That extra 50 units of range. What do I want on the nose? I guess a thumper is fine. It's just not very good against shields or armor. But it does spew. The flux per second gets a little wild, though. Probably a heavy needler. If I buy this from the black market... Actually, this is a legitimate question, calling all Jeffs. I know that if you buy stuff from the black market and then buy stuff from the legit market, you can cover over your illegal tracks. But if you do that inverted, does it still work? Like if let's say I bought 1 million credits of stuff from the regular market and then bought black market stuff, do I still have a cushion on the black market, or is this an order of operations thing? Like, do you have to do the bad stuff and then the good stuff for it to erase? It counts after you exit the market, but I'm not in the market. I'm in the, like, refit screen. It works as long as you don't leave the planet screen. Let's see. All right, if I pay 3,000 credits for a heavy needler, that thing looks janky as hell, but it'll have to do. The Hound, I believe, has no shields. So I'm just gonna throw reinforced bulkheads, catch all, 40% hull integrity. And then I want anything that gives it, like... I don't want maneuverability is not speed. Is this an unstable injector? Interferes with weapon targeting and other vulnerable systems, reducing non-missile weapon range by 15%. I think this is an unstable injector candidate. What is its default top speed in combat? God, I miss Starbase. Man, this soundtrack every time. Top speed in combat. 180. All right, 180. So it'd be like plus 25. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's do unstable injector. And then 8 vents, 4 capacitors, somewhere like that. This thing gonna be fast, man. And then that little needler. You know, the little poke, 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 poke. Thing will light up some shields. Poke, poke, poke. And then it has a flare launcher as a special. Try to distract enemy missiles. But you can only use that 5 charges. Okay. Truthfully, I think a Hound suffers a lot from not having another pilot. So we need to start opening comms directories and looking for officers, preferably not mercs. We need to start hiring some real officers who are going to stay with us for a bit. We could go try the independent world. What? Allow the scan. You are ordered to... Oh, I didn't look at what my suspicion was. You match the profile of a suspected smuggler. Okay, I bought a whole ship legally and only 1 weapon on the black market. And you guys flagged me? What is my what is my suspicion level? Medium. Medium. For a 3,000 credit purchase, and I paid 15K for the ship itself on the legal market. Unbelievable. Stop right there, criminal scum. What do the independents have? Nothing crazy. Nothing that I can afford. We have reasonable supplies. I'm starting to stockpile some random guns. I do love building like a weapon stockpile here. How do you get slider for stuff? Oh, this. Hold shift. Or you can actually like shift left click to pick up 1. Or you can shift drag. There you go. Now you know. All right, we got a little fleet going, chat. We got 5 little frigates and a mission. I'm going over here. Turn off my little transponder. Hide inside of the magnetic field. Go dark. And now we wait. Garnier Extraction Depot. Originally built by Eridani Utopia to coordinate volatile extraction for massive terraforming projects, the station was abandoned post-collapse as crew and corporate officers fled to more civilized polities. The station has since been taken over by adventurers, quote-unquote. Freebooters
and mercenaries avoiding the watchful eye and heavy hand of the hegemony. I'm hoping that there'll be some pirates spawning around here, but I haven't seen anything. I can do a pulse, but that basically tells everybody that I'm here. All right, I'm just gonna turn my transponder back on. I feel like we were seeing more dudes on this side of things. Like over here. There's a lot. Oh, that's the, yeah, hegemony is up over there. Maybe we should just leave. Like, it's really hard to find any bogeys here to fight. So maybe we just go? We can go wherever we want. Like, that's... Like, I can take off and... The world is our oyster now, you know? These in vanilla are always the same. The ones that have names here. And they have the same planets. And they have the same stations and stuff like that. But outside of that, this is the randomly generated portion that's going to have different places to get intel on. Collect data, scout, scavenge, explore, loot, fight, lots of stuff. I think what we should do is go back to Galatia now that we've got a few more ships. And then take one of those Galatian Academy missions. Be a good idea. I feel a little bit more confident now that we have a few ships. Also, definitely turn your transponder off in hyperspace. But taking one of these missions isn't necessarily bad if you have enough fuel to make it to those jump points. All right, turn the transponder on and head back in. Do a little pulse. A neutral trader. All right, let's kind of head back to Galatia Academy here. And they wanted us to do a handful of things, if I remember correctly. Mercenary scouts. They should be right up here. But yeah, these like analyze a domain era probe, that can be some great money early on. Okay. Need to go say hi to Alvis Sebastian again. Welcome back, Captain. It's good to see you, Sebastian says cheerfully. Do you have any work for me? He taps at a data pad. Let me look at what we've got lined up for you today. The Lambda F team needs the instrument package from a probe recovered from Epsilon Caricum and returned to the Academy for analysis. A, collector of esoteric goods on Lost Astropolis is offering to sell an important technological object to the Academy. We need someone to make the purchase. A team from Holloward Studies would like a special instrument package run on a ring system in the Beta Dina system. So, those sound nice. Interested? I don't know how far away Epsilon Caricum or Beta Dina system are. Ask about the package recovery. Right. So this one says Lambda F needs the instrument package from a probe recovered and returned. They sent it to the Epsilon Caricum system to study a magnetic field. It doesn't say here what it was for exactly, just that they need it back. Sebastian sees the look you're giving him. I know, you're not just here to fetch packages. But this really is important. It's cutting-edge science. It benefits us all. He furrows his brow. Somehow. Probably. So, not the whole thing, just the instrument package, right? It's small and won't take up any cargo space, I promise. And good news, the Bursar has authorized a payment of 56,000 credits for the recovery. What do you think? That is at the maximum distance I can currently travel, okay, so importantly, there are two rings here. The inner ring is how far I can currently travel and go back. The outer ring is how far I can travel and be out of fuel.
So to do this, I'm going to have to basically buy a fuel tanker, is what this means. Or springboard from like Maya Sura, and even then I'll probably need a fuel tanker. So I'm going to accept because we do need a fuel tanker eventually anyways. Sebastian jumps as if he just realized something. Captain, I've been authorized to provide you with a neutrino detector for the mission. A technical crew is transferring the necessary equipment to your flagship, and he taps his data pad. I've sent your sensors officer the documentation. We found the neutrino detector very helpful for pinpointing interesting, all sorts of things while surveying distant systems. Power sources show up especially well, though sometimes you get a false signal. Oh, and one more thing. We haven't figured out a way to quite close the regenerative loop on the plasma reflector. And just be sure to stock extra volatiles in your cargo bay to keep the detector running. Thanks, bro. I'd rather just fly aimlessly around the system until I find what I'm looking for. All right, we got a job. Let's figure out how to complete said job. First, I'm gonna hit up Ansira and look to see if they happen to have a dram fuel tanker available. They do. They have multiples, actually, so that's perfect for us. That'll be a nice springboard, nice little jump on point. So, the Dram is a light tanker with enough fuel capacity to more than double the effective range of a small task force or convoy. So, I think one of the most fun aspects of Starsector is your, building your fleet composition. There are ships that are specifically dedicated to carrying fuel. So, they're non-combatant ships. So you got to be careful when you're flying around with them to not get engaged in anything that the Dram can't get away from, because it's going to slow you down potentially. You've got to worry about cargo, having freighters and haulers. You've got to worry about if you want to salvage stuff, you're going to need a salvage rig to do that effectively. If you want to start landing Marines in different places and bullying other factions and stealing their stuff, you got to have troop transport ships for things like that. So I really like the fleet composition aspect and having these specialized spaceships depending on your needs. And sometimes you'll outgrow stuff. Like this Dram is great for us now, but it's not going to sustain us once we start getting cruisers and destroyers, right? But then you got this Prometheus super tanker up here for your Omega transportation needs. And I love that there's all these different size and scale ships that are really fun. But we're just going to grab a Dram. The Dram can hold 300 fuel on its own. All 5 of our ships combined right now can only hold 125. So this is more than double. It's triple. It's more than triple, actually, our current fuel reserves. So this thing is going to give us a lot of juice for long-distance travel. Also, the Tug, which is a dedicated +1 burn drive level, as long as the ship is in your fleet and not mothballed. Yeah. The Tug as well. There's a Tug right there, actually. The Ox-class Tug carries a drive field stabilizer that allows a fleet to reach a higher burn level. It's rare to see more than 1 or 2 of these in a fleet, however, due to prohibitive fuel consumption and high maintenance costs. So they're not cheap, but it is useful. Okay, here's a question. How does a Tug raise your burn level if its maximum burn is 8? Who is tugging the Tug? Explain. Because 8 is not very fast. Whereas this is a max burn of 9. So when do you actually need the I don't think I've ever used the Tug effectively, because I was confused by its max burn. It's not for small fleets like yours. It's just for the huge ships. Okay, there you go. That's why I haven't used it probably. I don't really do the Omega gigantic slow ship fleets, but that would be helpful then. But yeah, if you had a Prometheus, this is a max burn of 6, then it's useful. You can get around a little faster. All right, let's buy that Dram. Now, the thing about the Dram is you do put weapons on it, but it should ideally never see combat. Like, the best case scenario is you put, like, light machine guns and, like, an anti-swarmer SRM to destroy fighters. And that's it. And you might not even put those on. Because typically, what I like to do is if I can handle the maintenance costs, you can do Ox fuel tanks, which will give you even more fuel storage, but it makes it cost more supplies per month. It's about 2 supplies per month right now. So the more ships we get, the more strained our resource chain is going to be. But since it's a civilian grade hull, it cannot be removed, increases our sensor profile by 100%, and reduces sensor strength by 50%. I hate increasing my sensor profile and reducing my sensor strength. So I like militarizing the subsystems whenever possible. Remove the penalties from a civilian grade hull, increase your max burn level by 1, but it increases the minimum crew required by 100%, which I think is always worth it. So skeleton crew is 5, not a big deal. Now it's going to be minimum crew required 10. And that's also the max crew. So as long as it never gets into combat and therefore never loses any crew, then it's fine. But that can be dangerous if you're planning on like fighting with a ship where the skeleton crew required is also the maximum crew you can have. That's dangerous. And then I think that's all I'm going to add to this. 2 maintenance stays. I guess you can add Ox fuel tanks now with no penalty. Does having extra crew give you a bonus? No. You just need to have the skeleton crew minimum. If you go under that, penalties. Is to make sure you don't take casualties that push you below your minimum, basically. Alright, and then we're just going to do some very simple vents and capacitors. And that's it. That's it. So this thing is now capable of hauling 390 fuel. We got plus 90 from the Ox fuel tanks, which doesn't make sense to me. Oh, it's plus 30%, whichever is higher. So that's pretty sick. And we don't have to pay any extra maintenance. We just need more crew in this thing. So that's a really easy way to just get more out of your existing hull. The HSS Risky. I don't know if I like my Dram fuel tanker being called the Risky. Now we have to actually have fuel and crew, right? So let's hire some dudes. I'll pay my taxes, Hegemony. Don't hurt me. Minimum required is 78. All right, and I've got 117. Yeah, that's good. We'll do 120 for round numbers. All right, now we're going to stock up on some fuel if we can afford to. I'm going to end up paying more in resources than I'm going to get. Buying 500 fuel is kind of crazy, though. Hold up. All right, let's get up to like 250. We'll go to like half because we'll always be able to like salvage more fuel, and that's only gonna cost us like 8K. Now let's take a look at the map. Somewhere on this screen is fuel range, so we can actually track. Now look how far we can go. With our existing pretty small fleet and the Dram, we can go pretty much anywhere. And that's with half a tank. So my quest is Epsilon Karakum. So we should easily be able to get to Epsilon Karakum and back with our current fuel. So let's go. We out. Let's go hopefully complete a quest. But maybe salvage? 6%? Nah. Our fleet kind of sucks, so I'm hoping there's not anybody that's too crazy in this. Your fleet has been hit by a hyperspace storm. I'm holding S to go slow. One of your ships has taken damage in its combat. Dude, what about my supplies? I only have 13 supplies. Hold up, chat. Hold up. We're gonna go stop in Asconia. We're gonna stop in Asconia and get some supplies. That way we don't get stranded immediately. Dude, how do you go slow through this? I'm holding S. And it's still pushing me. Oh my god, whatever. All right, go. I'm running out of supplies, bro. Sindrian Dicta. Hook me up. All right, right when we run out. Perfect timing. Let's buy like a good amount. This is a big trip. Let's buy like 100 supplies. I'm broke. I'm telling you, it costs more to do the quest than you get in quest rewards. It's fine. They got lobster here. They got luxury goods. So all this stuff you can trade. And you can check prices, buy high, sell low. You know how it is. Two black holes right next to each other. Yeah, that is spicy, huh? So I know I have the transverse jump, but there's no reason to consume extra fuel for this, right? Bless the glorious leader of Sindria. May he bring cheap fuel to us all. All right, I'm holding S through this. So the reason I'm holding S is because we're in hyperspace. The volume of hyperspace deep is particularly chaotic, hindering the performance of even hyperspace-calibrated equipment. Traveling through hyperspace consumes fuel based on the distance traveled. Your fleet requires 6 fuel per light year. Reduce the range at which fleets can be detected. Reduces the speed of fleets inside by up to 50%. Larger fleets are slowed down more. Your fleet speed is reduced by 4%. Being caught in a storm causes storm strikes to damage ships and reduce combat readiness. Larger fleets attract more damaging strikes. In addition, storm strikes toss the fleet's drive bubble about with great violence, often causing a loss of control. Some commanders are known to use these to gain additional speed and to save fuel, a practice known as storm riding. Slow-moving fleets do not attract storm strikes. All right, well, since our fleet is small, let's just go at normal speed. And how much damage does it do? Bro, this thing got toasted. Small fleets are less affected, by the way. So yeah, I try to dodge these if possible. Is it on? What is what on? I don't know how I feel about the go slow through the storm mechanic. I was talking to Bucky. Do you know how to tag people on Twitch? You at like a at symbol, and then if you type the first couple letters of their username, it'll usually autocomplete, and then you can just go from that autocomplete and continue typing when you're. Or there's also a reply function where you can mouse over their message, and then there's a click to reply on the right-hand side, and that way they know exactly what you're responding to, and then the streamer knows what you're responding to. All right, we're here. Now, when you are entering a system, there's a few different jump gravity wells you can go in. So all 4 of these will take us to the same system. They're just going to take us to different parts in the system. So if I go to this one, that'll put us in the black hole. Not really a place you want to be. So I'm quite happy with going to the fringe jump point over here. And then hopping on in further away from that chaos that is at the dead center. Now, what we're here to do is to recover an instrument package from a probe. So we're going to have to find the probe first, which is going to sort of entail us doing some sensor bursts. Now, as we do those sensor bursts, we're getting planetary data. And that planetary data can be used in a couple of different respects. Namely, it's going to tell us whether it's worth investigating further. So all of these planets out here are unexplored, uncharted, and more importantly, randomly generated. So if we were to head to them, we could send scouting parties down, gather information on whether they're inhabitable or are packed with resources, and then either sell that data back to the companies, or we can use it ourselves to colonize that world. So a lot of potentially useful things there. So we're going to be chilling here. I got 76 supplies. We should be good for a while. We have a good amount of fuel as well. So I'm kind of just cruising around. Popping sensor. Ooh, I found something over here. Someone is lurking. Who could it be? There's the probe. Found it. Who's guarding it? Is what I want to know. That's a research station. Chat, I forgot one important detail. We only have 10 heavy machinery. Your fleet approaches the probe, finding it roughly where Sebastian's specifications told you it should be. No power source detected. Mass lower than expected. No debris. Nav ping, no response. Your sensors officer reports. Probe hull looks intact, Captain. The salvage team maneuvers toward the probe, and you watch the display flare as a few clean cuts open the casing. Confused chatter fills the comms. Zero that loose talk, barks your ops chief. EVA team lead, report. Over comms, a report comes in. It's empty, Chief. Conduit sheared off cleanly. No instrument package. Nothing. Later, after the salvage team returns, you review their findings with your bridge crew. It appears as though a perfect sphere had been scooped from the center of the probe, taking most of the Glacia Academy's precious instrument package with it. Theories are proposed. Black hole. Aliens. This prompts a round of polite laughter. Your nav officer steps up and explains it is theoretically possible to bulk phase shift matter at a distance, though the process was never considered particularly economical, even in the late cycles of the domain. Your operations chief looks skeptical of the entire notion. Whatever did this, it means you don't have an instrument package to return to the Glacia Academy. You order all telemetry and holo feed from the encounter attached to the encrypted mission file. The academicians love data. The more the better. This should be enough to demonstrate that you did your job to the letter. Maybe the mystery at the heart of it will distract them long enough for you to get paid. Return to the Academy. Okay, you've got it. Now, we also found a research station. An abandoned research station built either to study some interesting local phenomenon or to study that which is best kept far, far away from inhabited worlds. A cursory scan indicates that it has been cold and dead for tens of cycles at the least, possibly hundreds. Close inspection may yield salvage. Normally, these are treasure troves. In my case, what did we get? Class 3 survey data, 3,000 XP almost. You advanced to level 3? Got 6 story points and a skill point total. Got survey data. So now we can sell or use that survey data. Now, I probably shouldn't salvage this, because to really salvage the whole of this research station recommends 100 heavy machinery, of which I have 10, and 300 crew, of which I have 120. So, I'm thinking we just leave this here and maybe come back later when we can be a little bit more than 14% effective at salvaging it. Now, the question is, will I remember it's here? And the answer to that is maybe. But I think it's not too difficult to remember that it's in one of the double black holes that are literally touching each other. That's the only spot on the entire map. There's 2 black holes over here, but they're a little further away. Those are like little eyeballs. And there could be more stuff here, but not having salvage equipment is going to hurt us right now, because there are, God knows what kind of valuables are in that research station, and there could be, honestly, even more stuff around here, or closer to the black hole. So, I say, still no write notes option in the game, not that I know of. All right, where is our objective? Back to Galatia, right? Away we go. Thanks, Mom. 12,000 stipend, keeping us afloat. Bonk. Okay, so going back to the stipend. Another way that I would fix it is there's already newbie quests. We're doing a Galatia Academy quest right now. Bake the stipend into the quests. Like, Galatia should be like, here you go. To do this, you're going to get 50,000 up front and 50,000 on completion. Or something. You know what I mean? That way you can use the money to get a fleet put together. And then you do the quests, you come back, and you get paid the rest. But I'm getting paid, like, more from the stipend is giving me all the money I can actually use, whereas I probably paid 40,000 to do the Galatia quest. They're paying me 50,000. He's still in the stipend rant creator. I'm just trying to be productive. Like, I'm trying to not just say I dislike X. I'm trying to say here are alternatives that make more sense to me. I would love to scribble on the star map. Yeah, that would be awesome, Ace Tech. That'd be really good. All right, we're on our way back. This is pretty far. I'm just gonna crawl through this. We lose -3 fuel per day at this speed, and then minus 10 or 12 fuel per day. So what's nice is when you are going slower, your fuel does reflect that. And you're not using the same amount of fuel when you're going slower. I mean, that makes sense logically. What is that? That's spooky. Could have been a ghost, or it could be someone we don't want to mess with. Mercenary scouts over here. Luckily, this is lawless space, and there is no one who is going to force you to turn your transponder on until you actually enter one of these systems. But you might actually only bump into some people who don't mean you. Try Tachyon cruising through. Why are you e-burning? Don't e-burn to me, dude. So many rogue fleets out here. What are you guys talking about? You can spend story points. Oh, speaking of spending story points, I need to do this. I got a skill point. But yeah, you can spend story points in a bunch of different ways, including making your ships permanently better in different respects. What do we want? Sensors are actually quite good. Auto-firing weapons, energy weapons. I think I really just needed navigation in tech for now. I always said the story missions don't pay nearly enough, yeah, I would wholeheartedly agree with that. I'm a big fan of taking salvaging. Because I think if you value, especially if you value bounty hunting and combat, then getting plus 20% post-battle salvage is really, really good. And if you like exploring, it's plus 50% resources, such as, I assume, fuel and supplies, recovered from stations and derelicts that can sustain you longer when you're out and about. So I think salvaging is a really good one to pick. The question is, do we need it right now? Do I need this immediately? Like, we don't have good... I think once we have a better salvaging fleet, then I'll take salvaging. So maybe it's actually best for us to take another combat. Ballistics, cruiser damage, fighter damage. Am I gonna be a shield boy? Or am I gonna be an armor tank? I'm actually a pretty big fan of combat endurance. I think it's very easy to underestimate 60 extra seconds of peak operating time. I like to play ships that typically have low peak operating time. Plus 15% maximum combat readiness is also really, really nice. And then if you make this skill elite, you get automatic repair, which I think is valuable as well. When below 100% hull, repair 0.5% per second. Maximum total repair is either 2,000 points or 50% of maximum hull. So, I'm kind of a pretty big fan of combat endurance. And making it elite. So let's lock that in. Chat, how many elite skills can you have? Unlimited? Or is there a max? It's nice when games have real choice. Yeah, no, there's some really good choices all throughout this. And you can reassign them, but you have to pay a story point to respec. What's up, Laser? Yeah, 0.97A. Been cool. It's been good. But yeah, the extra combat readiness and the... Let me see what it is now. So our Lasher... has got 300 peak performance plus 60. Or maybe it was 240 plus 60. Story points are technically infinite. Skill points are finite. Max level's 15. Alright, transponder on, and we're going for quest turn-in. I'm back. I didn't get what you wanted, but I found some data. You open comms to academician Sebastian. Sebastian looks up from a datapad as the comms open. Captain! Back so soon? I thought you were, He trails off at your look. You explain the situation surrounding the probe's missing instrument package to the academician. Fascinating. Oh, it's even better than I expected. He claps his hands once in excitement. I can't wait to see what the Lambda F group makes of this. If it's okay, I'll just forward this file to them now. About the payment. Oh yes, of course, he says. Payment first, then the data transfer. Sebastian taps at a display, and you note the ping of incoming funds of 56,000 credits. Relationship improved with Alvis and the Independents. Welcome back, Captain. All right, let's take another job. Let me look at what I've got lined up for you today. The demographic calculus team has turned up records of a data cache on Delta Elysia 2 in the Delta Elysia system. They just need someone to go find it and transmit the contents back to the Academy. A key academician from demographic calculus was kidnapped while performing research by pirates based out of Thulian Raider Base, and, well, we need someone to retrieve them now that a ransom has been negotiated. All right, tell me about the data retrieval. Oh, dude. Literal edge of the galaxy.
So this is an easy one, right? All you have to do is get to Delta Elysia 2 in the Delta Elysia system, which is, he checks a different data pad, about 37 light years away. We'll provide the exact coordinates of the library you need to, access. Then once you're back in hypercom range, send the encrypted contents back to the Academy, and the finance office will pay you 61,000 credits.
Only 37 light years away. I could do this, but I need a salvage rig and some machinery. Let's go see. I got 79,000 credits now because they just got us a nice payday. That might cover our gas. Yeah. Yo, yo, yo. What up? What up? All right. What do you guys got? They have salvage rigs. I'm in luck. These places got the supplies. Their max burn is 8. So that means our max burn is going to be down 1. So it's going to be 9 if we militarize the subsystem. So we're going to be a little slower with this big salvage rig. So what the salvage rig does is it gives you just a raw bonus to all salvage operations. That being said, I'm not going to buy that yet because I just specifically did not take the salvage perk. So I actually want to go fight and do some combat. So let's do a little combat first. Though sometimes it can be difficult to find a salvage rig when I want to buy one. So I'm actually going to buy the salvage rig while it's here. And then I'm going to put it in my storage. Don't look at these 3 ships. They don't exist. Can I scuttle ships without getting anything from them? I guess I can sell them for a small amount of credits. You get 15 supplies, 15 fuel, and 3 heavy machinery. Okay, I'm just gonna do that. Goodbye. Delete. These were my tutorial ships that I got for free from the tutorial that I just don't want. Because I want to earn more stuff. My, my pre-order bonus ships. And honestly, it's nice to build back up some heavy machinery from scuttling those. So, because I already exploded and lost my heavy machinery. So I'm just going to take my pre-order bonus in the form of rebuilding heavy machinery right now. Instead. Feels better that way. It feels better. Because you should get some quest reward for doing the quests. I just don't want ships. I want to buy my own ships and, like, salvage my own ships and, you know, that kind of thing. That's efficiency overhaul on the market, by the way. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of things that we should be buying to get more mod specs. We're going to need a bunch of fuel. And I guess I can start buying mod specs as we find them. Mod specs are basically like unlocks for new hull mods. So efficiency overhaul, for example, reduces maintenance, fuel use, and crew required by 20%. Increases the combat readiness, recovery, and repair rate by 50%. And then if I buy this, I can basically install this on other ships. But I don't use efficiency overhaul as much as you do. Good smile. Okay. It's aight. Converted fighter bay. Convert the ship's fighter bays housing built-in wings into improvised cargo holds, giving it an additional 50 cargo capacity and reducing crew requirements by 20% per fighter bay. Improvised cargo holds. When you want your carriers to carry cargo instead of fighters, and then heavy armor. But yeah, I should start collecting these, even though they're quote-unquote common, so. I'll just pay up. And then I activate them. Boop, boop, boop. And now we've learned them. So, if you go and refit your ship, now we have those additional mod specs. There's converted fighter bay, which you can only use if you have a fighter bay. There is heavy armor, increases ship's armor, but reduces maneuverability. And then efficiency overhaul right there. So now you can customize more. So really the only good efficiency overhaul, in my opinion, right now is the Dram. Which I can't do because you can only have 2 logistics hull mods. So I could take off Ox fuel tanks until we actually need that extra fuel space and then throw on efficiency overhaul. How do you tell if something is a logistics mod? Because it tells you, I guess. All right, so that'll just reduce its supply use for maintenance, fuel, and crew. It's a tag below, and it's a dock-only column. Oh, yeah, but okay. I was hoping it would be tagged on here, but that's fine. We got what we wanted. Now what? We gotta figure out how to go all the way to the side of the entire world. We should probably start by just going somewhere like this that has a pirate orbital station. Then we can fight some pirates there. And then we can springboard from there to our quests. That way we can like top up on fuel, do a little bit of combat, that kind of thing, you know? Is this what I think it is? It is. We're going on an adventure! To the very frontier of space. Where no living being has dared go before. Well, maybe in the domain era, but that's not now. It's completely different. All right, transponder is on. The Persian League is greeting us. And so too are the pirates. I miss Starbase. All right, who's chilling down here? Captain Starworks. Where the pirates at, though? Where are the pirates at, though? Ow. Ow. Smugglers. Why is it okay to be a smuggler if you identify yourself as a smuggler? When I'm a smuggler, it's illegal. But when they're a smuggler, it's fine. It's just a job description. All right, come on. There's a level 4 pirate base here. What's up, Commander Pickle? Commandant Pickle? Starfarer ages ago. I had a Starfarer trailer on my YouTube channel. I remember that. I was trying to do a thing. I wanted to do like game news and stuff. I'm riding around, man. Nobody's home. You good, bro? I'm gonna take my ass to go get some water in a minute. Probably less than a minute. But I'm looking for bad guys. The pirate problem in space is largely overblown from what I've been able to gather. Also, stop with the asteroid bubbles. Oh my god. Oh my god. I have to go like 2 miles an hour through this. They can't be that dense. Chat, where are the pirates at? I thought that was the star. That is not the star. I want to fight! I want to test out my ships. Turn the spawn rate of pirates in the early game up 3 to 5 times. Nobody's home. Maybe at this jump point? I don't know, dude. Bonk. Somebody's... Who is this? Pursuing your fleet. I mean... Can we take these dudes? Chat, what's that third ship? Just a 3-star difficulty? What's that third ship? You can take them? I don't know. We don't have a very good fleet. Don't underestimate the Hound and the drone tender. Like, I can take the Buffalo. I'm just worried that we're gonna get picked off by their other dudes. Okay. Alright. Don't deploy your dram on accident. I'm a little worried about the Hound. But we'll see what happens. We got a lot of contacts, chat. And if the Hound doesn't want me to kill it, I'm not gonna be able to, dude. Do be dancing through here. Get him! That's where the missile barrage comes in. All right, hope everybody else is chilling. I'm coming in, dude. I'm coming in. Meanwhile, this Hound is up here dodging. We got 2 peeled off chasing my hound. The drone tender got neutralized somehow. All right, let's take this nerd out and then help the hound out. Where you going, bro? My engines are out. That's what a hound does. It's supposed to keep them at bay. Keep them at bay. All right, let's dive this guy. I want him eliminated. He can't kill us all. That's where the eliminate order is good, when they're like caught out, you know? The problem is we gotta close the gap here. Our hound has taken a little bit of hull damage and just had a flame out, which is very unfortunate. Gotta run intercept for him. Good job. I'll take care of the drone tender. Ooh, he's maneuverable. He just dodged my whole missile barrage right there. Boom, boom. Double kill. That's it. Small ship spam. That's all I got. That's all I got. That's all I started with. We made it work. Easy. Good supplies, some fuel, machine. Nicely done. Well, we found who we were looking for. Okay, well, I'm not actually gonna leave. I need to buy some fuel. Well, let's do a sensor burst while we're here. All right, nobody's here. That was it. We found the pirates. I don't know how to say this. A habitat. Just another space habitat in the path of Warlord Leonis's conquests. Lycae? How do you say this? Lysail? Could be anything. Was seen, conquered, then left in the grip of a loyal lieutenant. That short-lived rule was overturned by an admitted, less fearsome pirate. With backing from the Armada of Kazaron during a Persian League border conflict with the Ludic Church, the king was brought into the Persian League, and Lysae rapidly legitimized to justify League presence in the system. All right, we're gonna have to stock up on fuel. We're getting scammed here. But I want to make sure we don't get stranded. What kind of ships you guys got? I got 51,000. They got a vigilance. I think a vigilance is respectable. I like it as a support ship for destroyers more than anything else. What is it? It looks a little different than it used to. It's got a medium missile, medium hybrid. It's good when it's with paired with something else. I don't really like it by itself, but it can be fun. We need to check for, dude, I need to check for officers. All right, let's buy it. I think it'll add some punch to an otherwise punchless fleet lineup right now. The trick is I'm gonna have to buy something off of the black market for this. Because, in my opinion, Hypervelocity Driver is really good on this thing. Huge shield pew from afar. Arbalest is a little less so. We're gonna get scanned as soon as we leave. Because I'm about to buy something else. Dragonfire DEM Dim Torpedoes, son. I don't even know what that is. The Dragonfire was created to anticipate increasingly sophisticated anti-missile defense solutions. The concept is simple. Use an enriched AM-catalyzed nuclear warhead to pump a focused plasma beam, delivering destructive energy without worry of point defense interception. The results were spectacular. It's an energy torpedo. It fires a high-powered laser when it gets near the target, dealing approximately 4,000 energy damage in a short burst. This damage is affected by missile damage Okay, hold up. Hold up. I don't know what we're listening to. Starbase soundtrack abruptly ended there. There we go. Fixed. Well, let's do a little weapon test. I just want to see what it looks like. I know we can't probably kill this target. I'm just curious. We have fast missile racks, which the torpedoes are not really taking advantage of. Oh, we have no point defense. But we do have an omnidirectional shield, which is cool. But yeah, this is... Okay, so this is what it looks like. I mean, it looks cool. It does look cool, I'll give you that. I haven't seen that before. When was that put in the game, bro? That looks like a modded weapon. I mean, that does do heavy damage, but now I'm out. I only have 2. It looks pretty cool. I think I'm just gonna go with the Arbalest. The Gorgon SRM Assault Finisher Pod. What is this? The Gorgon was designed as a lightweight delivery system for an energy strike fired from unexpected attack vectors, calculated to initiate beyond the range of the heaviest anticipated point defense coverage. A solid DEM packing reliable burst attack power. So same thing, right? But this is like, there's more of them, and then they deal 800 damage. Burst size is 2. Limited ammo. I don't know how getting in 700 range is... I don't know if that's a good idea. Like the just one Arbalest is what, 167 damage per second, whereas this is like, does EMP damage as well. The high velocity Duranium Slug is effective against shields. But its flux per shot is 350, so it's 175 flux per second instead of 125. So the flux is way worse on the hypervelocity driver. So maybe we just do that, and then throw on... How about, how about this, chat? Wait. What if we did hyper velocity, but then we did unstable injector for bonus speed? Because I think this thing struggles with not being able to get out of the way. But if I do reinforced bulkheads, then we don't have enough for capacitors and vents. Because that's 13 ordnance points for hyper velocity versus 8 from Arbalest autocannon. Oof. What else is there? Chat, what is S-mod bonus, like if it's built in? Yeah, okay, so you can get, yeah, the speed bonus if you just build in aux thrusters to it. Tempting. But I could also just hoard all of my story points. And never use them on anything, right? That's also a distinct possibility. Let's do... I think this is going to be better. Right, 8 capacitors, 10 vents. We throw in flux distributor as well, so it can vent really fast, because it's going to have to be put, like, very close to use the Arbalest autocannon, right? So it's going to take more face damage. So if we run a simulation... Now we should be able to tank a little... Oh, they got sabos? Oof. Bonk. Bonk. But look at my range. Can't hope to compete with me, you stupid slow sunder. No one likes you. This is why no one likes you. Also, the recoil. I don't remember recoil being this bad before, chat. Okay. Hold on. How do I do this? Fast missile racks? Like this? That didn't really do very much, did it? Well, I overloaded it. And I'm out of missiles, right? I mean, okay, well, he overloaded me now. How many Gorgons do I have? 4? Easy there, killer, easy. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good. Like, we already did it. We're batting up. We're fighting a Sunder as a Vigilance and kind of winning. As long as the AI doesn't spam all of the SRM pods immediately, which they will, we can give them, like, more missiles later if we get a good pilot in there. But yeah, let's try that out. That's gonna be good. An officer available for hire, Dizzy McCarthy. Hello. After a short wait, your connection is accepted. McCarthy looks you over appraisingly. Heard you might be looking to take on some help. What can you do? Missile specialization? What? You don't say. Plus 100% missile weapon ammo capacity and plus 25% to missile hit points. I just had a position open up on my brand new frigate that I just got done talking about how I need more missiles and their steady personality. Easy, chat. It's that easy, dude. 2,000 credit hiring bonus, and afterwards 900 credits per month. Easy. Easy. Done. Good? Good find. All right, you're going straight in. So guess what that means, chat? That means that they get double the amount of missiles. Automatically. Why? Because they're, I don't know, how does talent equal material resources being doubled? Who can say? Don't worry about it. Don't think on it too much. Because that should be 24 ammo now. That's going to be sick, actually. Plus, just having a pilot in there does a lot for you. Like, it actually changes the AI. I know that sounds made up, but it's true. It's not just those ships get different perks. They're also smarter, and this is one of those games where the AI is scary smart. The AI pilots in this game are actually scary smart. If I had to pick one game that probably I would say had the best CPU AI for its gameplay, I'd probably pick this game. I can't think of one that's better. What's up, Gamer Deathbot? Already, dude? Okay, I'll take a GDB anyway. We got a bunch of frigates. Wolfpack Tactics. We have 2 good frigates now. Well, the Puka. I like that my ship's name is apparently the Puka. I think it's time to get rid of the Annihilators, even though I think they've actually been doing okay. Because these guys, I have harpoon MRMs in my pant pocket, so we should just use those, I think. This is a pretty reasonable loadout. A couple of light autocannons to poke their shields, and then you punish with the harpoon MRMs. There we go. That was actually a huge find. So now we're good to go to our mission objective. But before we go to our mission objective, chat, I'm gonna take a BRB because it's been 6 hours. D Gatsby's here. Thank you for 27 months, D Gatsby. I do appreciate your subscription and your continued subscription. And Turtle says the return of Starsector missile lasers are the best. They are kind of badass. I haven't seen them before now. That was my first time even playing with them. And they seem cool. We're about to see a bunch of those. Hopefully they don't friendly fire us. Somebody's like passing through and the laser turns on. Is he using mods? Nope, the game just updated today. Mods are not updated yet. It's a new patch. All right, I'll be right back, chat. Thanks for hanging. Hope you're having a nice Thursday. I'm having fun. Hope you are too. I'll be back after a short break. Hey, what up? Hello, calling all gamers. Calling all gamers. What's up? People arrive. Hello, Fathom. How you doing? Little Diet Coke. Probably should have stayed in the fridge a little longer, but that's okay. I've already opened it, and it's too late. Dude, what is a gamer? I don't know. Slight inconvenience. Now that everybody, all my homies hate video games and admit that all games are bad now, I don't know what a gamer is anymore because it's not me. Well, luckily we still have the old faithfuls that are getting updated. What are you guys gaming on tonight? Games is over. It's true and accurate. Real gamers hate games. I agree. Skyrim, Crusader Kings, Hearts of Iron, Battle Brothers. I don't know what that is, no Berserker. Tribes 3. Witch Hand, cool. OSRS, I don't know what that is either, even though it sounds familiar. Eco, Terra Invicta. Man, when's that coming out to 1.0? I am ready for Terra Invicta and Farthest Frontier to hit 1.0 so I can finally, like, go back in. Those are the two that I'm interested in getting out of early access. Yakuza. IRL Moving. That sucks. Stellaris. World of Tanks. Old school RuneScape. Played some Witch Hand earlier. The chef character is interesting. That's cool. Fallout 3. I'm playing this game. Nothing. I have no motivation to play. Schnoodly, that's me when the stream stops recently. I just, like, get into my Tarkov stash and, like, organize it, but I can't bring myself to play solo. It's really annoying me. I've tried forcing myself to play solo, and I, like, have a bad time. And it's not because I'm playing solo, because it was better on stream. I have trouble enjoying games for their own sake, for my own benefit. Not that I need someone watching me, it's not that egotistical. It's just like, if I'm not streaming it, then I want to be playing co-op, if that makes sense. Like, I want to play with at least one or two other people. I want to play, but I can't make myself. Yeah. That's how it goes. Still playing Pal World. Yeah, for example, like Pal World, I think I'm done streaming it for now, even though I think it's a really, really fun game, and I understand what everyone's hype was. But that I now that I'm done streaming it, even though I think I hit the point where I would enjoy mouth closed, just silently grinding Pal World to make the numbers go up. But I can't because I don't want to play like it. I don't want to do that because I'm not streaming it anymore. So that's a real struggle for me, is like I feel like I can't play games solo. Bummer, that was a fun watch. No, it was fun. It just got to the point where let me put it like this. In 3 Power World streams, we did everything that there was mechanically unique to do. And after that, it would have been more, which is fine. Fun even to play, but it was getting less fun to stream because it was just like, you know, you level up and instead of a crossbow, you get a musket, but it does effectively the same thing. And instead of this POW sphere, you get this one, which is more powerful. And instead of this, instead of this plant, you now need to do wheat, which is just more, and it's like more. And I think that would be fun to play, but it's less fun to stream. If that makes sense. Join the Discord Tarkov squad. I don't want to have to carry chat, number 1. Number 2, you guys play at like strange hours. That's the other problem. Like my optimal gaming time is when all of my friends are asleep. You know, like I finish streaming and finish eating and come back, and I'm sitting down at my PC at like 1:30 a.m. Like, I'm ready to game. Let's go, guys. And they're like, because like I have people to play with. It's just streaming in the evening is counterproductive to having a social life. It turns out. I don't know who could have predicted this. What was I doing? Oh, we were about to go. We got a mission, dude. Oh, before we go though, I was actually gonna try and level up, but we got a lot of XP to go. I wanted to get the salvage. That's okay. There's gonna be tons of stuff to salvage. And it also notably doesn't increase your chances of getting rare items. So I'm not really missing too much, but what I was gonna do was try and buy a salvage rig, but of course now that I already bought one and stashed it. I don't want to go back and get it. I didn't think this through. Yeah, like 1 to 130 in the Western US as well. So if I've got like Mountain or Central or East Coast friends, then it's like 3+ hours later. Or if I have like UK friends, then it's like 8 hours plus whatever I am. So I'm like, I'm ready to go. And it's like 9 a.m. They're like, bro, I just woke up, man. I just got up, man. Okay, here's the issue. I bought a mining rig and stashed it, and that turned out to be a big mistake. Having 2 mining or salvaging rigs is fine, right? You just get diminishing returns. If I'm not mistaken. Yes? Let's go somewhere where there's multiple worlds so we can hopefully find a... Because there's only like... I guess we could just go to the pirate place and see if they happen to be selling a salvage rig and then just buy it again. But I don't have enough money. Mom, I need an allowance. I need my allowance. Did I actually buy one? Does anybody remember if I actually bought a salvage rig? What you're experiencing on stream right now is the same ADHD that required me to get a pill box that had days of the week so I could put my allergy medicine in it to remember whether or not I have taken my allergy meds each day. I don't know. Dude, I don't know what happened earlier today. Did I take my allergy meds? The box says I did. You did, but you put it in storage. Why did I do that? They're not selling one here anyway. Did you put your ADHD meds in there too? I don't have any. It's undiagnosed. Bonk. I'm inside the Corona. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn my transponder on. Too late now, I'm out. Obey the box. Listen to the box. Adhere to the box. Okay. We got a few places here. We're just gonna look for another salvage vessel. Where's the calendar? Okay, it's January 15th. Oh, they do have them. The 32,000. Mom, I need my stipend. I need my stipend allowance. Please, Mom, come on. Thumpers, I think, are kind of mid. I'm gonna sell that. I want to start hoarding gravitons. It's not a bad thing to have some swarmers, some Vulcans. Ditch the annihilators. It's good to have some harpoons. I'm surprised we even have any. It's good to have a bunch of these just for some shipbuilding. Atropos is whatever to me. Torpedoes in general are kind of whatever to me. That's only worth 830 credits. What about the Class 3 survey data? Ask your doctor if Nexarelin is right for you. This tripad contains a recent survey database which holds information on the economic, industrial, and strategic qualities of a celestial object organized according to the traditional guideline of the Domain Colonial Ministry. Surveys such as this are an essential element of successful military operations, colonization efforts, and corporate ventures. This survey data describes a world useful for human exploitation and will sell for a good price. You say that, but you're going to charge me $1,500 in taxes, 30% tariff. Okay, Twitch, just take 30% of every one of my subs. It's fine. All right, now I have just enough money to acquire a salvage rig, but not enough to give it crew. What's the skeleton crew, 20? We actually will have enough if no one dies. All right, salvage rig 2. The sequel, because I'm not driving all the way back to go get the first one because I'm lazy. Originally designed to assist in assembling large ships and orbital installations, the salvage rig's gantry and manipulators are used to assist in recovering derelict hulks and scavenging useful material from wreckage and debris field. The rig itself has no cargo or fuel capacity and requires ample supply to maintain. Increases non-combat salvage gains. So salvage goes up, with more difficult operations being able to make use of more rigs. So yeah, multiple rigs can be used and stuff. You could circumvent taxes in the black market, couldn't you? Yeah. But then you become more suspicious to them, and if you become too suspicious and they investigate you, it can be a rep hit. So, I'm not gonna. It's funny and maddening to see how different Etal's weapon preferences are. Well, I mean, it's interesting that to find out how many chatters are like worse at this game than they think they are. So, you know, there's that. 16 ordnance points left. Nothing goes on this thing. It looks pretty cool. Got some boosters back here. Some this is just a giant space ruler. And then this is a... What do you call the number counter, chat? Abacus. This is an abacus. Alright, this thing comes with salvage gantry. Increases the resources gained from salvaging abandoned stations, derelicts, floating hulks, and other such by 10, 25, 30, or 40% depending on hull size. So the reason for all those numbers and slashes, it is the size of this ship, which is a destroyer size hull, and therefore we should be getting this second because there's 4 ship sizes. The 10% will be frigate, the 25% will be destroyer, the 30% would be cruiser, and the 40% would be capital. So this should be getting a 25% increase in resources gained, which is huge. Only affects the recovery of common resources like fuel and supplies, and not blueprints. In addition, 20% of the bonus applies to post-battle salvage. So we get some extra post-battle salvage. Each additional ship with salvage gantry is diminishing returns. The higher the highest recovery bonus from a single ship in the fleet, the later the diminishing returns kick in. I don't know what that means. We have a 25% bonus. Another ship would go to 44%. So that's still pretty good. Like, that's almost an extra, that's 19 extra percent. That's still pretty good. I like that. Now, civilian grade hull can suck it. So I'm gonna militarize these subsystems. Remove the penalties from civilian hull, increase the max burn level by 1. And then maybe just give it efficiency overhaul. Reduce supply use for maintenance, fuel, and minimum crew by 20%. I think just having it rock less maintenance and fuel is good. Now, I can build in militarized subsystems. Negate the increased crew requirement. But I don't know if that's worth it. Is there something else we want to add to this? I don't really think so. Like, who cares about capacitors and vents on a salvage rig, right? So this is just fine. That should never see combat, ever. We have 1 dram tanker and a salvage rig. This is turning into a legit fleet. We just need a destroyer now. I have 1,200 bucks. And we have 75 supplies. I'm gonna buy 10 more supplies. Wait, I'm too poor. 5 extra supplies then. Alright, let's get out of here. I usually add the survey stuff to the salvage rigs. Don't you have to unlock that though? You don't get that by default, right? I don't think so. Okay, we out. We got a quest. We got a mission. We got a payday that we need to acquire. Oops. As I fly directly into the local star. If I had extra fuel... Hold up, chat. There's some salvage here with my name on it. 1% effectiveness. Bro, man. That ain't good. Also, there's a lot of, I guess there's just a lot of neutral entities here. A hammerhead? Just derelict. 3D mods. See, now when we go salvage these ships for supplies, because of the salvage gantry, that's an extra 25% bonus. Suddenly, we're rocking 23 supplies just from salvaging one ship, 25 fuel from one ship, some heavy machines, a gun, a few guns. Like, that's, oof. We're in business now. Tactically played Homeworld. Homeworld's okay. I don't have the same nostalgia passion that everyone else seems to. It's aight. Also, man, that's too far. We gotta get fuel. I thought we had enough. I was wrong. I think, I don't know. Here's the thing. Is real-time strategy dead? I feel like every real-time strategy game coming out right now, including Stormgate, is sort of just a copy of things that have come before. Like, did we already peak 10 years ago? And no one's been able to innovate in the sphere or make something like even the new Age of Empires is kind of just like Age of Empires. Like, they're always a sequel that's trying to tap into the nostalgia in your brain. Chad, I have a controversial opinion that I don't know if I should share. Also, we are way further away than I thought. RTS die with MOBAs, says chat. RTS is more niche than people believe. Well, now it is, yeah, for sure. I think esports killed the RTS genre. And I think if more real-time strategy games tried to play off of the casual gamer instead of the hardcore gamer, they'd be more successful. Because the problem is, a lot of real-time strategy games use esports as a key, and by key I don't mean unlock, I mean like a reference, and build off of that, and then are kind of surprised when nobody like the majority crowd latches onto it because your APM is not high enough. RTS feel like they have to be giga competitive to be good. StarCraft 2's biggest player spike by a 14x was when co-op was introduced, according to Blizzard. I would actually go so far as to say that, like that kind of points out with the co-op, I think more real-time strategy games should be made that have no PvP in mind. That's my most controversial take. I think if some major real-time strategy games were developed that ignored PvP completely and just focused on making a good, cohesive experience with an awesome campaign and a story, I think there would be actual new innovations in the genre. I think it's the focus on PvP is holding RTS back. And game balance. Because you don't really have to balance a single player real-time strategy. Yeah, a company of heroes campaigns really stand out in my mind. Like Warcraft, for me, the campaigns stand out in my mind as much as obviously the multiplayer was integral there, but not because anybody played the actual Warcraft multiplayer. That was like the modding scene for completely different games. But yeah, I feel like there's this weird attachment everybody has to like making sure it's for example, an RTS that came out recently that was quite fun, but because it was too focused on being multiplayer, didn't hold my attention, was the Dune game. The Dune game actually had a pretty good system, but if it had just focused on being a fun RTS single player instead of also trying to... It's like just doing too many things. I miss Dawn of War 2. Yeah. I miss Dawn of War 2 as well. But I played the Dune RTS once, and I felt like I played it... Well, we played it for a full stream, and it was fun. I enjoyed it, but I didn't feel like I needed to replay it, because I don't want to play against other people. It felt weird playing it single player, yeah. Ooh, we need to look for... Yeah, officers for a hire. We getting lucky? What can you do? Another missile spec? Steady? Okay, yeah, welcome aboard. Take your credits. Chat, we're starting to be gamers, dude. I'm gonna put them in the Hound. Even though I don't think they have any missiles. Well, here's what we'll do. Yeah, we'll do that. No missiles on this. Steady and missile spec easy. Yep. I really dislike RTS campaigns. That's because most RTS campaigns are just there to be the tutorial to try to shoehorn you into multiplayer. They're not being made to be experiences in their own right. They're a vehicle to get you through the door into the repetitive multiplayer environment. That's like saying I don't really like fighting game campaigns. Like Tekken. You don't play Tekken for the campaign. Unless you're crazy, I guess. All right, what else did I come here for? Fuel? Lots of it. All right, we have a dram. We're just gonna fill up. How much is this? Really expensive. All right, let's get to at least like 300. And then take a look at the map because I'm almost broke. I can't make it there and back. This is so far. Chad, this is like so far, dude. I didn't realize how far it was. It's like over here. Even if I buy maximum fuel and go broke, that's the place we're going. I can barely make it. And we're on the I'm pretty sure we're going to Delta Elysia. Yeah. Apparently I can make it even with the dram. We're gonna be cutting it close. Okay, let's give it a shot. Go for broke. What about They Are Billions? They Are Billions was fine. I think They Are Billions doesn't hold up very well. It was fun for when it came out, I would say. I wanted to go back when the campaign released, and then I just never did. What are the devs of They Are Billions doing now? I assume that game made a lot of money. It was pretty popular. But yeah, like the Mortal Kombat games are probably the games that come to the closest to having like a fun campaign. This is a massive hyperspace cloud. I do remember playing Tekken when I was a kid and trying to get the cutscene unlock for each character. A distress call. I ain't answering a distress call out here, friend. We're not strong enough to take on what is out there. This is a stupidly big cloud. Oh my god. This has got to be random as well. I'm holding shift to speed up time also. There's my little fleet down there. We actually are a proper fleet now. All right, now we can go back to full speed. What's our max burn right now? We're at 20. More! I like how the lore of these storms is that the lightning bolts will hit you if you're going fast. Hyperspace, are you a cop right now? Is this a speed trap? Am I being detained, officer? Well, I hit one. Super Smash Brothers? Yeah, I wanted to like Super Smash more than I ended up liking it, but the campaign, it seemed like there was a lot of stuff to do at least in its single player. Turns out I didn't like Super Smash as much as I thought I did. Oh, dude, this is crazy. These are just like giant, you can't even go around them. These are like blocks of hyperspace storms. I'm just crawling through right now to try to conserve supplies because we're using like 0.8 supplies a day already. And I'm down to 50. We're gonna have to get some good salvage out here. Luckily, we're almost there. This is it. This is the place. Turn the transponder off. Okay, stuff is here. A couple of planets and an active gate. And maybe most importantly, our quest objective. Delta Elysia 2. Radiation from the nearby star ravages the surface of this world due to lack of atmospheric ozone layer. No significant geological activity, no indigenous life. Your sensors officer tentatively identifies the library on the readout. It appears to be in good shape. Send a team to retrieve the data. You send down a small salvage team. They access the library and extract the data cores without undue difficulty. All right, we got the data. Now, you can also perform surveys, but that's really expensive for us. If you take some larger fleets out here and you have a bunch of crew, heavy machinery, and supplies, you can start getting data on each of these to possibly sell, or maybe find some places that you want to colonize. We are not even close to ready for that yet. But over here, I'm noticing that there's something being picked up on our sensors. Let's go investigate. It is a domain era probe. 2 domain era probes. left behind from the initial domain exploration of the sector. Pitted by small impacts, the probe's hull displays iridescence typical of fearsome radiation scarring. The memory banks are partially accessible and contain information pointing to the location of a domain-era survey ship. It was last seen by this probe located inside an asteroid field some distance away from the center of the Zeta Elysia star system. Derelict domain-era survey ship location. Spicy. All right, let's salvage it. We can actually do good salvage now because we have more than 30 heavy machinery and we got the salvage ship. So we can resupply a little bit here. There's some supplies, there's some fuel. They're very nice. And we got another one. As your fleet moves closer, several energy signatures are detected coming online inside the probe's hold. The DSS Lambda Jake Defender Drone, Fire Support Drone, and the Warden Defense Drone. Although automated machines of war were forbidden in core domain space, war drones were quietly employed outside of officially incorporated volume. Frontier garrisons were often bolstered by drone ships, and they were deployed liberally against rebellious worlds to tip the terrible balance of attrition, setting the industrial might of the domain versus the lives of these freedom fighters. Alright, well, they've got a bunch of D-mods. Damaged weapon mounts, compromised armor. Take them out, dude. I'm sending all hands on deck. It's gonna cost us 20 supplies to do this deploy. All right. We got 4. Ooh, I need to name my officers. Chat, while I'm doing this, I gotta name my officers, dude. If you are a smiler and you're online right now, I might name an officer after you if you smile. And we'll roll the dice because we have 2 of them after this. But let's have the kites sort of escort. And then the Vigilance and the Hound can kind of just do their own thing for now. Let's do it, chat. We gotta go against the drones. The lasers! The lasers! The Vigilance pilot! They're doing more! I got some missiles of my own, sir. Who's fighting up here? The Hound is fighting? There's actually a pilot in the Hound now. Dude, those laser missiles are insane for this level. Also, Hound, are you gonna dodge those, bro? You just got hit by every missile, dude. Back up. Literally just back up, bro. I got you. He's like, I'm about to get hit by I'm about to end my whole career. Dog. Face taking. You know? That's why I put a pilot in there, to take it down a few notches, man. We lost 4 crew in that battle. Maybe a Hound just needs a more cautious pilot. As your fleet finishes mopping up the automated defenses, a weak hyperwave ping is detected coming from the probe. It's unclear if this is random noise from a dying subsystem or some kind of encrypted signal. Your fleet finishes its approach to the domain-era probe without further incident. Your salvage crews find a partially accessible data core that contains hyperspace topography data. Data is well out of date, but that makes it particularly valuable in extrapolating current trends. Plus 12. What does plus 12 mean? I don't know. You receive a preliminary assessment of potential salvage ops. All right, 125% effectiveness. Juicy. I'm glad we got the extra salvage rig. Now, these ones we can salvage again. Which, in this case, is worth doing it like one extra time. 78% effectiveness. Yeah, for 30 extra supplies, highly worth. Now, we know there was a ping after we defeated those automated systems. There's a derelict Warden-class drone here, too. Which I will break apart for scrap. Now, it said that we found the location of a ship, right? In Zeta Elysia. We're in Delta Elysia. Now, do we want to explore a little...
Bits.
Biddies!
You might be the first person who's done that post-subathon. I forgot that was... Yeah, that one stays. Hyperspace topography provides permanent buffs to overmap movement in hyperspace. See your intel screen. Also, some Dapper Colt. Love, all right. See your intel screen. Then what? Oh, here we go. Detailed sensor readings greatly aid hyperspace navigation. There are many ways of acquiring this data, including using in-system sensor arrays, using an active sensor burst near interesting phenomena, traveling through hyperspace at a very high burn level, or simply buying the data from scavengers. So at 100, we get slipstream navigation. Fuel while traveling in slipstreams is reduced by 75%. This is multiplicative. At 250, allow a spaceport to detect nearby slipstreams. Detection range is increased for larger colonies. Claimed sensor arrays within 5 light years provide extra detection range. At level 400, reverse polarity ability allows your fleet to travel against the current of slipstreams. It's crazy. At 550, max burn increased by 3 in hyperspace. At 700 points, you can generate slip surge, which allows your fleet to create powerful short-lived slipstreams for rapid travel. And then at max 1,000 points, it can be sold for a considerable number of credits. So you can continuously do that and sell the data. That's really cool. That's actually awesome. That's a new feature for me. I don't think we can do anything with this gate. I can... the silent ring of adamantine material, derelict of a former age. The gate is inert. Fly through the gate. You order your fleet to traverse the dead gateway. Your bridge crew is especially quiet during the passage. Nothing happens. Goodbye. Goodbye. All right, let's go find that derelict. But thanks again for the biddies, Azura Storm, and thank you for the information. And the heads up. That's very nice of you. We just split reality. The other us got transported somewhere. Okay, well, there's a domain era probe, like, immediately. So you can get some really good salvage when you're doing these exploration runs. Like, exploration can be very valuable. Getting some salvage ops up early is a good deal. The memory banks are partially accessible, and you find another derelict domain era survey ship marked on your map. All right, scrap it. Oh yeah, like this is like for early game, this mini supplies is big bucks, in my opinion. And then we can double up on that one with 78% efficiency. Big bucks. Okay, there's nothing around here, so let's go around this way, I'd say. Sometimes, though, it can be dangerous. It's not all empty space. Sometimes it's defended, and you might encounter that the hard way. So if we find anybody spooky here, we just leave. But this is the only bit that's appearing on the map right now, and it's not seeming to be moving toward us. Another probe. Lots of domain era probes looking for habitable worlds. This one is defended by 5 drones. Now, we didn't have any problems with the last 3 drones, but this is 2 additional drones. I think we can handle it with all the demods. Did I break a rule? Chat is always breaking rules. Chat's always breaking rules, dude. How's the writing been in your opinion? Yeah, the writing's been good. I think the writing's been nice. There's in the tutorial, I noticed 1 typo, which is why I'm refunding the game now. And also 1 run-on sentence, so I'm refunding the game as we speak. You can't contain a streamer. All right, so to avoid the Hound getting suicidal, we're gonna have the Hound follow the Vigilance, the Kite follow the Wayfinder, and another Kite follow me. That way we kind of have little squads. You know, everybody has to hold hands. We need to work together. Chat. Dear God, are those all? That is a large amount of rocket spam, dude. Targeting my tailpipes. All right, where is everybody? These guys are a little outmatched. I think it'd be wise to go help them. The Wayfinder's probably a little outmatched. We already destroyed and disabled 2, so I think the missiles are being effective. I wish I were a little faster. All right, where'd the other dude go? I feel like one got away or is not on the screen anymore. But yeah, this world looks kind of... Oh, we got... Dude, I'm telling you. I bet that Vigilance with the missile racks are doing some crazy work against these guys. Chat. Look what we found. A Gamma level AI core. 10,000 bucks a unit. Selling AI cores in the open market is prohibited. Shh, just don't get scanned. It's easy. The probe's memory banks are partially accessible, and the data therein contained information about rich, rare ore deposits on a barren world in the heart of the Zeta Elysia star system. Let's salvage. We've almost got too many supplies. That's a nice problem to have. Also, look, a jungle world. A lush and verdant biosphere sits on the surface of this water-rich world. Warm air and water currents permeate the planet's biosphere, leading to perfect conditions for flora and fauna at all latitudes, just right under our nose. We don't have enough crew to do a survey, though, sadly. Otherwise, I'd be totally down for it. We're full! Alright, we didn't even find what we were looking for here. This isn't what I came here looking for, but there's a desert, a jungle, a barren, and a barren bombarded. I believe we're looking for... Am I looking? I am looking for something, right? Yeah, we're looking for survey ships. Apparently, there's a lot going on here, because there's 2 survey ships. Somewhere. Someone's down here. There's one. Found one. Your fleet approaches a domain-era survey ship left from the initial domain exploration of the sector. It's been ravaged by centuries of exposure to charged particles and high-velocity impacts of interstellar dust. Some systems are still nominally active. Oh, okay. See, now I'm not so sure. Now they've got Berserker assault drones. Well, one. That's a lot of dudes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A 9v6. This sucks. Let's go up here. Like, we might be able to take it if we just cluster together and rely on the Vigilance's missiles to just scoop. What is this? A domain-era cryo-sleeper Calypso. This is one of the massive vessels of legend which transported millions of human immigrants from the core systems of the domain out into the great frontiers, stretching from Sagittarius Arm across the Orion Spur. Judging by the weak but stable EM read on the sensors, many of the sleeper caskets remain viable even after so many hundreds of cycles here on the wild shores of Perseus. I never seen this before. New art. As your as your fleet moves in closer, new energy signatures are detected near the cryosleeper. You don't say. A Guardian drone battleship. Yeah, no, we could take him. Wolfpack gang! Get those boys. You know, he's only got 2 large composite mounts, 2 medium missile, 3 large hybrid, 6 medium hybrid, and 8 small hybrid. I mean, come on, bro. That's not even that hard. So what you're saying is, we need to remember to come back to this system in the future. Well, we found another probe. I don't need another probe. That's just gonna, well, it might give me information or something. Habitable world. Could it be in this very system? Points to the existence of a desert world with a low hazard rating in Zeta Elysia. That's here. That's the other desert world that's here. Time to buy 20 kites, come back and fight that ship. Cryo sleepers are perma-marked on your intel panel. Oh, that's nice, yeah. But we didn't know that that desert was a good habitability rating. That we did not know. Why did I salvage this? We don't even need this stuff. All right, can I touch the cargo pods, put them into a stable orbit for 2 supplies? They will stay there for 400 extra days. That's probably not enough time, but whatever. Probably just shouldn't have salvaged that. There's also supposed to be an additional survey ship somewhere in the system. There's supposed to be 2. But I don't know where the other one is. All right, well, we marked it on our map, so I say we go home now. Who dat? Ghost? That's not real. It's not real and it can't hurt me. I think. Streamer luck, please share world seed. Yeah, that whole area seemed pretty sick. We'll be able to go back there as long as it's marked. All right, take me through here, please. I wish you could click on an area. Message to the developer. How come you can click on an area to go to when you're not in hyperspace, but you cannot click on an area to attempt to go to when you are in hyperspace? Explain. Explain. Now. Chat, I'm being chased by the ghost. The ghosts of all the people that were on the cryo sleeper thing. They're haunting me. The ghost fleet is hot on my ass. Hold on, chat. Are you saying you don't want to settle past the 20 light year long storm area? A distress call? Chat, people need help over here. I'm sure that there are honest, well-meaning citizens who need our help. And not spooky, scary bandits. Okay, that's a probe. We're finding a lot of these. What is that? A siege drone. A Bastalon? 8 dual machine guns, 2 light machine guns. That's a lot of dual machine guns, though. But its range is going to be fairly limited. We could probably take it, right? How big is it? To destroyer size? We should be able to take that. Evil Etal AI went rogue. All right, nobody get too greedy here. Take a buddy. Watch out for that, dude. I want to hang out with the vigilance. Get him. Look at those lasers. Oops. All right, we still got one in. I didn't know he was gonna flare right there. It's coming back around. This dude's got crazy flares. Boom, double harpooned. All right, the siege boy is dead. He was a piece of cake. Bam. Hole in one. Hey. Everybody's getting XP. Gained 8,000 experience. I don't know if we really need to salvage this. It doesn't seem that hard to find domain error probes right now. Transmutonics is worth. What's up, Strilocust? You missed the whole stream? How freaking dare you? We need some more cargo ships, man. That's what I'm finding. Once we go back, we're getting freighters. Because I'm having to leave supplies on the table here. We can get more, but, you know, we're leaving supplies on the table is not good. And heavy machinery. All right. It's a little scary to pulse here, because pulsing lets other people know that we're here. If they're here. Because there's a distress call coming from somebody. The question is who? Whomst. There's a derelict Gemini-class combat freighter. While making a preliminary assessment, your salvage crews find occupied sleeper pods running on backup power. You gained 49 crew. One by one, the pods begin to open as the thawing process completes. Most come through alive. 49 people. They're alive! You receive prelim assessment of potential salvage. Consider whether special measures might be taken to recover the ship. It's got 3D mods, but it's never gonna fight. The sensor profile is obnoxious. However, this thing would add an easy 250 cargo capacity if we recovered it right now. But we don't have enough crew. Not free story point needed. Like I said, it's free. This guy doesn't know that story points are literally infinite. %70 bonus XP. All right, yeah, we should do this. Easy. Easy free XP. Okay, now, since we don't have enough Skelly crew, we're just gonna take another ship and mothball it to make some space. I'm gonna take one of the kites. How many crew are on this? 30? Wait. Oh, the skeleton crew required is 4? Hold on. You can fit 30 people on a kite, but only 4 are necessary to fly it. Explain. Whereas this needs 25 for the Wayfarer. That's how the Rocinante works canonically. I don't think you can fit 30 people on the Rocinante, dude. It's not that big. Like, I will debate that. It's supposed to be meant for 30 crew, but I think that is a mistake on the part of the writing because there are not 15 bunks on the Rocinante. The Rocinante can't even sleep in 2 shifts. I don't even think there's enough to sleep in 3 shifts. That would be 10. There's not 10 bunks on the Rocinante. No way. Okay? Otherwise, why do all the characters have to sleep together in the same bed? Explain. You can fit 40 people on a bus, but you only need 1 to drive it. I heard it only takes 20 crew to man the Battlestar Galactica 2. There's only 1 bed. The kite has 3 weapon mounts. Okay, how do you explain to me how one person pilots, one person shoots, another person shoots, and then one dude repairs the entire ship when it's under attack at the same speed as if you had 30 people on board? I don't think so. I actually think Starsector would benefit from some system where having more crew equals more benefits. I know that they tried to mess with crew before. I genuinely think that from just a purely logical standpoint, there should be 3 crew meters. There should be a skeleton crew required for minimum operations. There should be an optimal crew for maximum efficiency, and then there should be a maximum crew for the most people that you can cram on the ship. Anyway, I digress. I'm gonna mothball this guy instead. There, now we have enough points. I don't know if there's any harm in actually putting some stuff on this, but we don't need it. I just needed it for its cargo space. So we're gonna have to kind of repair that from scratch. But now what I get to do is go back and pick up the cargo pods that I just dropped, grab everything that's here, or everything that we want, and even salvage more. 4 heavy machinery exploded. Come on, guys. Get it together. Now, there could be more stuff here, but it seems like a pretty desolate place. Just one barren world, and that's it. And there may not be anything on the other side, but I have to know, you know? I have to know. Can we just tie a few beds to the outside of the ship and you just sleep in your spacesuit? Tied to the bed? So that you don't... I mean, you do that anyways on the Rocinante or any spaceship to make sure that if you're going through some weird gravity, you don't just float out of your bed. Okay, we're going back to hyperspace. The other... well, okay, let's just keep going. Probably could have looked at possibly doing... Is that real? Oh, that's real. It's Mercury. I don't really care about a Mercury. That's a little baby shuttle. But I was going to say, we actually have enough crew now to do... Oops, forgot to sustain burn. To do some surveys. Alright, it turns out this cloud can go on forever, and it's probably faster just to cut across it. What about the distress signal? Yeah, we technically found the distress signal. That was the cryo sleep pods we opened up and rescued the people inside. That was the implication. And honestly, it was a good deal. Almost 50 crew. The Gemini freighter is gonna allow us to haul some more stuff back home. Realistically, I thought we were gonna find more stuff, so the Gemini freighter is not as good of a deal as I originally thought. I was expecting that was just the first salvage out of many, and indeed it was the only one, so oops. Unidentified fleet. There we go. We got in contact with civilization, and therefore we were able to forward the data recovery to Alvis Sebastian, who paid us out 61,000 credits and improved some reps. We finished the quest because we just radioed in and we're like, yes, sir, I've got the data. Here you go. Now we can kind of do whatever we want. Realistically, we have 100,000 credits. Pretty good. Now I'm feeling kind of stupid for spending a story point on this guy with his 3D mods, increasing our sensor profile. But it was free. As I said, it was basically free. Completely and utterly free, chat. Like, if we wanted to keep using it, I don't think there's any harm. 250 cargo capacity is not nothing, and it saves us from having to buy a ship. And we could go out and do some more exploration and scouting. Geminis are cool. Yeah, they have some medium slots. This one's still a little banged up. Okay, well. I say let's swing by up here where there's a few more friendly stations. And we need to fit it. We need to retrofit it. If I'm spinning a story point, it's going to be a 14 Legion. Okay. If I'm spinning a story point, it's going to be on your mom. You are what the developer hates. The story points are there to be used, not hoarded, like potions in an RPG. But I need those elixirs for the final boss. I felt targeted when you said hoarder. But yeah, I mean, literally just go get another story point. You lazy? Just go get another one. It's honestly not that hard. Okay, turn the transponder on and then jump. I'm going in. Story points are literally infinite. You are just a hoarder. Story points pretty much pay for themselves through bonus XP. Yeah. I got 70% bonus XP just from using a story point. There are so many avenues the developer has attempted to get you to be convinced to use story points, including giving you massive amounts of bonus XP. I mean, you get a story point every, like, 4 times a level, right? And I've got more bonus XP from using 1 story point that's enough to get me 2 more story points. Do you understand? Like, if anything, you're missing out on story points by not using them because it's simple stonks. You spend story points 1 and you get 2 more story points. It's free real estate. Spend 1, get 2 free. But why use resources to have fun now when I can save the points until I get bored with the run without using them? True. There does come a point in every Starsector campaign where you're like, I win, GG, bye. And it happens sooner than you would like. What's up, 9 is fine. Thanks for 51 months of sub. Have you ever heard about Kinshi? I haven't. Tell me about it. What's it like? Also, when was the last time you played it? That's what I thought. Officer for hire. Another one. Second Deneb looks at you appraisingly. Why is your name Second Deneb? I expect a 2,000 credit hiring bonus. I mean, that's great, but what can you do? Oh, I just hired them. I didn't even look at... I thought I didn't ask them what they could do, I guess. Chat, I forgot to roll the dice earlier. Just some old guy has been chosen. You'll be the newbie, who is a steady ordnance expertise. Assuming you're still here. So you're level 1, but you get plus 1.5 flux dissipation per ordnance point spent on weapons. Okay. Then we've got Wolfist Wolf. Who is one of our 2 missile specialists. They're all steady, 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 steady. That's weird. I've never seen that before. And Kate Dandy is also in. Bam. All right, I don't know who I just assigned to what. Wolf is Wolf, missile spec there. Correct. Lieutenant Winterrose. We don't have that many missiles. Kate Dandy there. And then the Hound is just some old guy. Which I think is apt. Congrats, future casualties. Well done. I think there's supposed to be music on. Alright, hold up. I know where we need to go. Down a different road. There we go. Starsector player, did you just come into my chat and say this game has a codex? You are truly a beacon of knowledge. What if I told you almost every game has a codex? Oscada TV, what's up? Thanks for 12 months. I appreciate the year. Name one game that doesn't have a codex. Pong.
Bits.
Thanks for 1,000 bits, Squiglets. What up, dude? Thanks for dropping the bits. When chat's dropping the knowledge. Thanks for the $10 in bits, dude. All right, I'm gonna sell these. I could sell them more if I cared enough to drive, but it's 23, so like, who cares? I just need to get rid of them. All right, next. What are you guys selling here, huh? What if I just buy only salvage rigs? Illegal vanguards. Illegal vigilances. I think these are these two different ones? Yeah. These are two different ones right next to each other. Let's go check them out. Dude, Pong has mega lore. The eternal struggle of one rectangle versus another. And a ball that bounces between them. Why is everyone only selling vigilances? Persian League? Don't you guys have any other tricks up your sleeve? He doesn't know about the first Pong War. Chat, I'm gonna ruin the gremlin for you. Why does it have an angry face with lipstick on it? I can't see anything else except this little angry face with the lipstick. That's the gremlin's face. You got a Shrike on here. They've got some pretty good ships in this black market. Oh wait, the other one's here? Atholf? Why don't you guys ever have any good legit ships? Two flak cannons and a fortress shield reduce the damage taken by shields to a minimum, but generates hard flux while active. Monitors are interesting to me because I like point defense ships. Grabbing a buffalo might be worth snagging a freighter for 400 cargo capacity. The go-to choice for medium cargo hauling. This is a destroyer size. The Buffalo-class freighter exemplifies the load-in-prey principle prevalent in sector shipping. .400 cargo capacity. This thing is a sit-and duck. And it's kind of slow, but it's not the worst. It really depends on what we're going to do with this. Oh yeah, this thing's got a fighter bay. I forgot about that. And 2 medium ballistics. Why don't you guys sell any of the good stuff? So what you're saying is, chat, Pelham LRM missile launcher, now that Pelhams do EMP damage. And then Talons are kind of bad. And then we just wait and bide our time until Dude, this thing's not very good, though. Compromised hull, damaged weapon mounts. I do regret now. I'm sorry I spent a story point on this, okay? Because... what am I supposed to do with you? Just put you in storage until the time comes where I get the demod removal? And then bring you back out? Because, like, the hull's compromised, the weapon turn radius is reduced by 25%, which is really bad for the 2 ballistic point defense mounts. And then the fuel capacity and sensor profile increased by 50% is rough. How much does it cost to remove the demods? Oh, you sweet summer child. You never click the restore button. 74,000 credits to remove the demods on this thing. You'd never click that button. Okay, well, here's what we're gonna do then. We're gonna buy the Buffalo. It looks beautiful. Here's your PD laser. Enjoy. In fact, you probably shouldn't even get that, truthfully. You have a civilian grade hull. So we're gonna militarize that subsystem to counteract the civilian hull. And then I'm gonna give you efficiency overhaul for now to reduce your crew requirement, fuel usage, and maintenance. Gaming, dude. Okay, and it's pretty much all we can cram on this that's useful, I think. One weapon group. You're doing great. Look at that cargo space. Now, crew is a problem, and this thing also just doesn't have weapons on it yet, so I'm gonna mothball this. That way our crew can spread out a little bit more effectively, and then we can unmothball this. We just need 134 crew, we have 165. All right, repair everything, 38 supplies. We have 157 left. All right. Let's go check the other world. And see if they've got any weapons that we can use. They've got double heavy machine guns, but it's from the black market. It's not the worst. The range is kind of limited, 450 units. A larger cousin of the ubiquitous rapid-fire machine gun category, the heavy MG is effective against both small and medium-sized targets. I want to throw some medium point defense on the side here. It's all illegal stuff, man. All right, I'm trying to avoid suspicion right now. Let's get out of here. Let's start heading back to Galatia. I'll pit stop in Asconio. Look at Sindri and Dicta. Actually, let's just transverse jump here. Be lazy. Takes 12 fuel, and we can just pop out into hyperspace whenever we want. Where's the best place to buy fuel right now? In Naraka. Dude, if we go to Naraka, we can get a steel. We're kind of heading that direction. Hey, hello? Why is my sustained burn off and I'm being pursued by these hostile raiders with a Shrike? And a cruiser? Transponder on, yeah, and sustained burn off. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna make it out of this one. I didn't mean to unpause. Oh, too late. Story point time! Just kidding, let's go. Bop, 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 bop. Bop, bop. Good luck. I honestly think that the vigilance is the key to this. And sticking together. Why are you guys bonking into each other? Alright, we gotta just take out the easy ones as fast as possible, just like that. And then stay away from the big boy who's up there with torpedoes. The Shrike is kind of obnoxious too. As are you. Alright, maybe the wolf's gonna teleport away here soon. But I think we just put pressure on him. Because of that. That right there, that overconfidence. Oh, the vigilance. Oh, dude, you gotta get out of there, man. Who's supposed to be escorting you? Did we lose the escort? Is one of ours dead? My hound? I think they got my hound. Classic hound maneuver, by the way. Just getting destroyed immediately. All right, gang, we have to cancel the escort. Damn, the vigilance is gonna get got too. It just kind of flew in the middle of them. Come on, bro. Don't do that. Uh-oh. I got a flame out, chat. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. I'm alive. Burns into battle space, gets destroyed, refuses to elaborate. Oh my god. And that's... They got... Alright, we're dead. We're dead now. Nightbot believes it's over. I can't even kill the Shrike. And this dude's got all of his torps. My missiles just got exploded immediately. And then they just blew up the other kite with the Shrike, turns out, is really fast. And these guys are way too tanky. That's a GG. I'm also just missing every shot now. I can't really blame the pilots, even though it's entirely the Vigilance's fault. I should have set the Vigilance to just escort me. The Vigilance, the reason why it's so important for that one ship is because that one ship has 24 laser missiles on it that are the game changer in making these tanky guys explode. And because I didn't tell him to follow me, he just went up into space and then blew up. And they picked him off first. So this is why I feel like I have to babysit them with escort commands. I don't trust them when when you are equal to or outmatching the enemy, the AI is very competent and able to handle itself. When you are fighting a 3-star battle, they tend to get picked off like that. Where the Hound is like, okay, the Hound is faster than any of the ships here, but it will put itself in undue harm's way just to get close to the enemy instead of staying back. And that's with a steady pilot and not a aggressive one. I don't feel like the steady pilots in Hounds are actually steady. I feel like they're aggressive. You almost have, if you have a Hound, I know Hounds suck, but if you have one, it almost feels like you have to have a cautious pilot in there. Because the Hound died, and then they were escorting. Because they just changed the escort AI as well. So it's possible that the escort AI is more aggressive now. It's hard to tell. Because I'm looking at the positioning of the kite who's next to me. And he kind of like pushes forward in front of me instead of my flanks. Because like, even with the boost, the Shrike and the Enforcer cannot catch a Hound. If a Hound wants to live, it'll live. Like right now, I'm just gonna explode. Goodbye, sweet Lasher. Or Kite. The Kite's like, I won't let you die. I'm supposed to be protecting you, sir. I hope this is what you had in mind. Ba-bam. Good night. It's a little too late to retreat. You are the fated Hound pilot, foot on the gas. In chat, that's Iron Man mode, baby. There you go. Dead. I'd have to just start over no matter what. Even if I didn't exit the game, we'd start over with 2 little frigates. Honestly, our fleet sucked ass. It was bad. It was real bad. That was like picking up a team of 5 dudes from the basketball court at the YMCA and putting them up against like LeBron James, you know? It was like picking up a few dudes and put them in the back of a pickup truck and then going and like playing against the actual NBA team. Sometimes that's how it be. But yeah, I think I want to do like a full campaign attempt. I like the story and doing the missions and stuff, but I definitely think my preferred play style for Starsector is with the randomization that Nexarellan brings. So I don't think I was going to get very invested in like a big campaign anyways. So maybe I'll check it out again after Nexarellan updates, so that way I can do like the start that I like without the stipend, with the randomly generated sectors, and the story's good though. The story is good, but then it just gives me a bunch of free shit that I don't want. And also it's a lot of reading out loud, which takes a lot of time. Whereas Next both lets me earn everything that I want to earn and also gets into the action straight away. Academician hurts to say. It does. It does. Agree re-escort commands. In my opinion, frigates need a high degree of direction unless you've got a large swarm of them. Yeah, they're a little too suicidal, in my opinion. Because the ones that I'm commanding are faster. The Vigilance is not that fast. But I'm pretty sure I gave it bonus speed. Didn't I give it injector? It definitely could have stayed away. Steady is still a little too suicidal for frigates. And the escort command seems like it makes them a little bit more suicidal right now. So escort is not where I want it to be. I think escorting should be, they prioritize their own survival first, then the survival of who they're escorting. It seems like they're willing to get down Mr. President almost right now, just from watching my kite escort me. So it's not, I don't think it's quite there yet. But either way, chat, I had fun checking out the new update. Starsector is a classic game. People use escorts like fight with me. Yeah, I know. I was one of those people. But again, it should always prioritize its own survivability over adding its pew-pew. But then again, I only had level 1 officers in there, so maybe that's part of the problem. Like, do officers get better AI the higher level they are? Or is it just stats? Maybe they're just too dumb at level 1. Because I know they're too dumb with no officers. But I specifically put an officer in the Hound to try to increase its survivability. That's why typically when I get like my first destroyer and cruiser, I just create like an escort pile where we all sit in one giant cloud. This has been a back and forth in escort command tuning for the last several updates. Yeah, I've noticed that. Because I want them to help me shoot, but only if they're not disregarding the imminent danger. I think if it's scaled based on their perception of the target, right? Like, in an ideal world, escort AI should look at the targets that are within a certain proximity and look at the allies that are within a certain proximity and make a judgment call whether it thinks it's good to be aggressive or good to be defensive. And I know that's easier said than done. I understand. So that if it's just my ship, which is a frigate, and my escort, which is a frigate, versus a cruiser, then my escort is going to be playing it back behind me. And if it's like, I am a cruiser and my escort is a frigate, and we're fighting a frigate, then my escort is like, I'm going to kick that guy's ass because we have the advantage. Does that make sense? I know that's way easier said than done, but that's sort of my expected behavior of an escort command. Salute the fallen, good times. Yeah, I got caught because I left my stupid transponder on and I forgot to turn on my my boosters, but that's okay. I think just a secondary functionality where you've already got the ability to fine-tune pilots' aggression levels, quote unquote. Just having a secondary thing where they have a slider of how, like, aggressive does not necessarily mean risky, and cautious does not necessarily mean safe. But if there was like a neutral or risky or safe button, that would be good too. Just being able to tell them a general behavior. Because aggressive can be aggressive in a safe environment or in a risky environment. Right? For example. But yeah, Midas is hungry, and I am hungry. And Azure Storm, thank you for the 16-month sub. I appreciate it. Salute the Fallen. Good game. Highly recommend you check it out on the Fractal Softworks page if you haven't gotten it already. It's a great game that's still getting a ton of updates even now. Even today. All right, chat. I'm going to send you off to another space game. Sim's playing some FTL. Let's go give Sim some love. Check him out. Give him a follow if you haven't already. And I'll leave you in some very capable hands. Thanks for watching and hanging out today. I'll probably be back tomorrow, but check the exclamation stream command tomorrow if the schedule changes. Thank you for chilling, and I hope you had a lovely evening. Let's do some more gaming. Thanks for the stream. Hey, thanks for watching, No Berserker. And I hope you guys are having fun checking out the new update. If you're playing it yourself, or whatever you're playing, I hope it is going very well for you, and that you're ready for the weekend. Getting things started. Friday is finally here. Almost. Bye, everybody. I'll see you guys over on Sim's channel. Thanks for chilling. And I'll probably be back tomorrow with something. We'll see how it goes. I think I want to wait for next update before doing more Starsector. Thank you for the stream. All right. Bye, everybody. Have a wonderful night. Sleep tight, or good morning wherever you are. Whichever of those is relevant to you. I'll catch you for the next one. I'm out. Peace.